My husband cheated on me with his work wife, and I did absolutely nothing to stop it. Story time. So I met my husband's work wife, who we'll call Amy, last Thursday. And she introduced herself as his work wife, and then proceeded to call my husband her hubby. Now, I did know about Amy before this evening. My husband had told me a little bit about her, how she's a gamer, she's really funny, they really get each other at work. Now, here's the thing. I know that they text. Not just about work things, and even on weekends too. I got so paranoid about it, I'd be sat on the toilet at like 3:30 in the morning with his phone, trying to be as silent as possible reading their texts. The last text in the thread was from the night of this party, and she was saying that she was so pissed off that Steve hadn't said bye-bye to her. Your wife is really boring. Didn't expect that from such a fun guy like you. Now, here's the thing. My husband is not the one initiating conversation. When she flirts, he doesn't flirt back. Is it that he's just really enjoying the attention from this woman who, in her own words, is completely different to me? Or even worse, is he just clever enough to not flirt back with her on text and only do it in person? I've only just thought of that. Oh my god. So I really need your advice on what to do in this situation. I went out to brunch with my mum and sister this morning, and they all said I am completely the arsehole for not nipping this in the bud sooner. They are saying it is my fault that I'm almost allowing this to happen because I didn't confront him that first night at the party when I met her. I then didn't bring up the texts, but I disagreed and basically said that I can't be in a relationship like this. I don't want to be having to stand guard on my husband to keep him away from temptation. I want to be in a relationship where if he wants to be with me, he'll be with me, and then if he cheats on me, I don't want to be with him. My mum then called me a moron. But I don't want to be the wife that tells her husband to end a friendship because I'm insecure. So what do you think I should do in this situation?
My childhood best friend of 30 plus years just blew up my family, and I'm grieving the loss of everything. My entire world has been flipped upside down less than a week ago, and it's still incredibly raw. I'm almost 8 months sober, and honestly, this whole mess has been the toughest test of my life. I just need to get this whole crazy story out. Brenda, 35, was my first friend ever, like family, for over 30 years. She was basically an adopted daughter to my parents. My dad, 61, loves music, and Brenda's a great singer, so they always had this strong musical connection. I valued that. But over the years, I started feeling uncomfortable with how close they seemed. No, please tell me this is not another dad and best friend story. I just did one of these. I can't handle another one this soon. But over the years, I started feeling uncomfortable with how close they seemed. I remember telling Brenda way before this trip that I felt jealous. Not because I thought anything romantic was going on, but because I felt like I was being replaced as a daughter. I realized then that my own relationship with my parents wasn't as close as I wanted, and I understood it was my job to fix that. So I never asked Brenda to back off. I figured it would be selfish, especially since her own parents weren't great, and she always said how much she appreciated my folks as figures in her life. I was really clear about that with her. It wasn't until I went to Ontario recently that things clicked. That's when I first told her that their joking back and forth looked and felt like flirting to me, and it made me really uncomfortable. Before that, I honestly never suspected anything romantic because I thought of her like a sister, and my dad as her father figure. Oh my god, guys, it's going in the direction I don't want it to go in. No. No. Look at the sad text. But oh, how wrong I was. During that trip, Brenda dropped bombshells. She told me she'd been in love with my dad for over 4 years. For 4 years, my best friend was secretly wanting my father, my mother's husband, and denying everything to me. She told me that my dad made her feel good, even better than me. What? No, stop! She said that if he wasn't my dad, they'd be riding off into the sunset together. When I tried to tell her how much this hurt, she just hit me with the emotional blackmail. Your parents are my only friends. I have no one else. Music is my only outlet. What am I supposed to do? She basically made me feel guilty for existing, for even thinking about asking her to keep her distance from my own dad. Then, less than a week ago, it all exploded. My mom saw Brenda rubbing my dad's foot. My mom, who has her own deep-seated trauma and addiction issues, finally realized what was happening. My dad called me shortly after and told me he had left her. I was furious. I called Brenda, and I'll admit I was yelling. It only lasted about 30 seconds. She just denied everything, saying nothing happened, and I never touched him. Shortly after, Brenda's husband, Randall, reached out to me. She's married? Oh, I didn't think the story could get worse. He's also devastated. He told me that Brenda herself admitted to him that she and my dad are in love. And that's not all. She also told him that I am crazy and that I am in love with my father incestually. What is going on? It's deplorable, disgusting, and I can't believe she would say something so vile about me, even to her own husband. Randall just told me what she said. he wasn't trying to cause trouble. I immediately called my dad to tell him about Brenda's disgusting accusation. He basically just said, "That's horrible she would say something like that," but then dismissed Randall, saying he was probably just trying to say horrible things and shit about her. He didn't stand up for me at all. I then reiterated to my dad that if he chooses to be with Brenda, then I cannot be in his life. I told him he would be losing me, my sister, his grandkids, and other family and friends. He just said he needed to disappear for a few days and wouldn't tell me where he was going, or confirm that Brenda wouldn't be there. I am absolutely devastated. I found out this morning that he's still been seeing her and was at her mom's house with her last night. I understand that my parents' marriage was deeply troubled and likely going to end anyway. My mom's lifelong struggles with trauma, her isolating habits, and her addictions created many issues. My dad, being an outgoing person, often felt lonely. I see both their parts and why their marriage ended. But this does not make Brenda innocent. She knew their vulnerabilities. She knew I was her best friend, like a sister. She knew she was acting as an adopted daughter. Yet for 4 years, she chose to pursue an inappropriate, emotional, and now confirmed romantic relationship with my dad. Lie to me, manipulate me, and directly cause my parents painful public separation. She should have backed off immediately when she developed those feelings. Instead, she stayed, lied, and destroyed everything. And now she's spreading vile, false accusations about me to discredit me. I'm grieving so much right now. The shattering of a 30-year friendship, the end of my parents' marriage, the profound betrayal and lack of defense from my dad, and the realization of how truly manipulative someone I loved could be. My sobriety is solid, thankfully, but this has been the most excruciating time of my life. I just needed to share the story. Before we talk about it, she does have 2 small edits. I've sent her this post about Brenda, but let me be absolutely clear. My dad is just as complicit and equally at fault. It is morally wrong and absolutely deplorable for him to even fathom being with my supposed best friend, who was like his adoptive daughter. They both should have known better, and their actions are disgusting. My dad wasn't around a lot when we were little children. He was in the army and away on duty a lot. It wasn't until we were 13 years old that Brenda was around a lot. But even then, my dad was a truck driver and gone most of the time. Adopted daughter was more of a term of endearment for how close she was to me. We got even closer in our 20s and 30s. My mom and dad became a source of guidance for her more so in adulthood. I truly believe the romantic tension happened in the last 4 years. First of all, congratulations on your sobriety. That's a big achievement. I feel like you're being tested right now on that to get through. You got it. I can't even, guys. What do? I would beat someone up. Not the right answer, but that's what my answer is. I would have to beat someone up because I would just be so mad. I want to beat my dad up. I would beat my best friend up, and I would be like, what is wrong with you? I would feel a different way if her parents had separated amicably and decided, hey, we're not going to be together anymore, and then decided to pursue the friend. Still would piss me off, bother me. I would hate my friend, never talk to her again. But way better than how this turned out. Now everyone knows your business and shit that, oh my God, your parents are getting divorced because your dad is leaving her for your best friend that you guys basically grew up with together, and your dad treated her like a daughter. That's how it looks. And it's like, I know this is more just like a venting post. There's no advice to be given here. What is up with these crazy dad-daughter stories? Like, it makes me so mad because this is why people don't feel comfortable ever letting their kids like go to people's houses and stuff, I guess. But this happened as an adult. Like, I hate this so much.
Am I wrong for not letting my sister know that I had given birth? Story time. So for the last few weeks of my pregnancy, my sister called me every single day to check if I had gone into labor. She always said that I had to call her as soon as I was on the way to the hospital, to which I would always reply like, I'm not gonna do that. Now here's the thing, I did not think she was for real. I thought she was like joking because we have never ever been that close. For some context here, my sister's a lot older. She left home when she was 16 and I was 2, and we never really interacted that much. However, when I turned 18, she came to my graduation, she bought me a really nice dress, and then a couple of months later she offered me a job, and then I lived with her for less than a year. That was when I got married, and then every other month or so we'd have dinner and like a little catch up. So back to the timeline of everything. It is my last week of pregnancy, and she calls me to ask how I'm feeling because she's going out of town and she obviously wants to be there for when I give birth. I felt like I could breathe still, so I told her to go and that everything was absolutely fine. And then it got to the stage where she would call me all the time. Like, even if I didn't answer, she'd be on the phone to my husband, she'd be on the phone to my mum. Sometimes I'd literally just be having a nap. Let a girl sleep. So we're on the way to the hospital, and I knew that I was not going to tell a single soul. And then after 16 hours, our baby boy was born. My sister did actually call me, but I didn't say anything. I just wanted to be in my nice little baby bubble. So we ended up having to spend 3 days in the hospital, and then on the day that we were leaving, we sent a picture in the group chat of our baby boy. It was like my mum, my sister, my brother, and this did not go down the way we thought it would. My sister says, if this is real, you can tell your wife that she no longer has a sister. My brother-in-law ended up staying completely silent, but my mum was like, how could you do this to us? And then promptly my sister, my brother-in-law and my mum all left the group chat. It has been 8 months and they have never ever met my baby. I found out they had moved out of state and they hadn't told us. And honestly, thank God for my partner's parents. They have been absolutely incredible. They respected our wishes. They waited until we went round to theirs to meet the baby. They've been round on several occasions bringing us dinners, and they have never ever been upset that they were not told about the baby's birth on the day. So what do you think? Am I in the wrong here?
Am I the asshole for not telling my best friend the real reason I wasn't at his wedding? Update 2. Same shit, different video. If you've never heard this story, or if you just need a refresher, check the caption of this video. It will take you back to the first update. The caption in that video will take you back to the original video. Hi guys, the wedding and the pre-party happened last weekend, and I've had a few days to process, so here's the update as promised. First off, I found out through a bridesmaid messaging me on Instagram why my best friend's fiance reacted the way that she did. As it turns out, it wasn't just about the bachelor party kiss, it was about him in general. I had guessed as much thanks to some of the comments. For context, ever since I've known Andrew, my best friend, he's had a history of being impulsive when drunk. I know this is fairly common and I had the same issue in high school, but I learned to just drink less and eventually leveled out, but Andrew never did. Over the years, he's done a bunch of crazy shit, most of which I've forgotten or never even knew about. The bridesmaid listed examples that his fiance had mentioned, like when he streaked through campus at midnight on a dare that no one pushed him into, or when he kissed mutual friends, including me once, during drinking games in high school, and many other things. Nothing that counted as cheating, but enough of a pattern that he's got a reputation for taking jokes and dares too literally. No, bro drinks to the point that he does stupid shit, but then uses the fact that he's been drinking to excuse the stupid shit that he's been fucking doing. I get why she's concerned and why she's worried, but it's not your fault and it should have been taken out on you. His fiance, of course, knew about all of this, and it became a sore point in the relationship early on. So when the kiss with me happened at the bachelor party, she didn't see it as just a one-off joke. Rather, she saw it as proof his old habits weren't gone and she panicked. In her mind, if he could do that in front of everyone, then what else might happen? And because it was with me this time, that ever constant part of his life, I became a part of the problem. That's fucking ridiculous. That is fucking ridiculous. Like, again, she has issues with what the fuck happened, but instead of talking to the man that she's choosing to spend the rest of her life with, she's gonna punish everybody around him, hoping to make the issue go away. No, she's a part of the fucking problem too. Apparently, Andrew made things bad from the get-go. When he got back from the party, he walked into their hotel room where her and her mom were and blurted out the story very obnoxiously. That pissed her off and made her mom, who's apparently pretty conservative, really uncomfortable. According to the bridesmaid, her mom has clashed with Andrew before. This was the last thing she wanted to see before her daughter's wedding. That same night, the fiance and her mom talked. Her mom was the one who pushed the idea that I should quietly back out. She basically told her it would be a bad look to have me standing up there as a part of the wedding party, which did explain why I got that message the next morning. In the end, I did go to the pre-party and the wedding. Both went fast, but well and very beautifully. The part that really did unexpectedly hurt me was after regarding the honeymoon. Many months before, I had suggested this one destination that I had gone to on a vacation when I was way younger. And back then, they'd both been excited, and they'd even asked me for hotel and restaurant recommendations in preparation. After the wedding, I asked Andrew when they were leaving. He kind of hesitated before saying they'd changed plans to somewhere completely different. I was very surprised, to be honest, but we just laughed about it and closed it up with me saying, oh well, and wishing them a great time. With more thought given, I realized that it's another way of cutting out my influence and icing me out. And it was the point that the reality of it was coming down on me. Now, it's been a few days and I've driven back home. I've just conceded. While I'm glad that I went, I'm not very hopeful for our friendship being the same. I love Andrew dearly, and I really do love his wife too. And I understand why things turned out this way. But I just wish that I hadn't fucking been the one that was involved. Drama's very fun to dive into when it isn't you, and that's a fucking fact. I agree. Drama's always fun when you're not the one sitting in the middle of it, and it fucking sucks because you should not have been in the center of this drama. Andrew is the problem here. His fiance not being able to talk to the person that she was claiming, or his wife, my apologies, his wife not being able to talk to the person that she's claiming she's ready to spend her life with is the fucking problem. Like, that's ridiculous. These are two people who are getting married but cannot sit down and have a conversation about the elephant in the fucking room. But you, the best friend on the side, have now become public enemy number one. That's fucked up. I do want to be clear, though, that the blame is on Andrew. While I don't think I deserve to be put in this position, I also believe they, his wife and her mom, tried their best to treat me fairly, even when it was hard for them. What? He kissed you without your permission. They were uncomfortable and felt some type of way about it. Instead of talking to him, they come to you in all fairness and ask you not to come to the wedding because it'll be a bad look. Also, to be fair, since we're being so fucking fair, don't tell anybody that I asked you not to come. Make something up. You be the person that gets roasted because of this, because you know fairness, but don't tell anybody that I did it. What the fuck about how they did you was fucking fair? Are you serious? I do also forgive them, and I hope to move forward, even if the friendship I had with him for 20 years won't probably ever look the same again. Thank you truly for all the comments, DMs, and the support. Also, I probably won't engage with comments that are trying to stoke any fires. Please keep it respectful, and please remember that I'm human. I've genuinely tried my best to navigate this situation properly. First things first, thank you for coming back to update us, because I completely forgot about this story. If y'all read stories like I read stories, you would forget about them too. Baby, if you happy, I'm happy. If you're happy with the way things turned out, I'm happy with the way things turned out. I do love the fact that you're being realistic about the situation, that you do know your friendship as you know it will not be the same, that things are going to change. I like that you are being realistic. It lets me know that you're not living in la la land hoping that things are going to remain the same. Don't like the fact that you're trying to convince yourself that your best friend's wife and her mother were being fair to you, because nothing about the way they did you was fair. But you know details that I'll never know. So if you're happy and you've already forgiven them, my love, I hope you get everything that you want and it ends the way that you want it to.
I found out that my boyfriend of 7.5 years was cheating on me because of an avocado. Story time. For a bit of background here, me and my boyfriend, who we will call Steve, were going through a bit of a weird situation. We were in a bit of a roommate phase. And this all kind of started in November, which November is important, so keep this all in mind. However, we had decided that we did really want to work on this. We were going to put a lot of effort into fix things. So we ended up working out in this period that actually nothing was changing. It wasn't getting any better. So we decided that we were going to take a little break apart from each other. He was going to move out and move into a friend's apartment, which was in the same building as us, that they weren't living in anymore. I realised I didn't even need a week to realise I did not want to be spending the rest of my life with this man-child. So one day I asked if he can come over so we can talk about everything, and this breakup was the most chilled out breakup I have ever experienced. Even our friends were like, is everything okay? Like, you seem to be taking this quite well. I was conveniently going on a little girl's trip, and I said, in those few days, you can come and move all of your stuff out of the apartment. And he didn't really have that much stuff anyway. He only really had like a couple of clothes, like chargers, things like that. He had no furniture to move. He didn't need to move like across the country. He was literally moving like 4 floors up. Quite literally all he had to do. I get back from my girls' trip and I walk in. I'm immediately pissed off because his shit is literally everywhere, all over the apartment still. One job, Stephen. So I get on the call to Steve and I'm like, hey, why is your stuff still in my house? He said, oh, I'm so sorry. Like, I've just been so busy all week. I'll get it moved. I was like, no, I'm going to do this for you. He told me he was at a bar with some friends, so I packed up all of that man's shit for him. It literally took me all of 6 minutes to pack his stuff up, go upstairs, unpack it into his apartment. 6 minutes. I walk into my friend's apartment, and you know, you just have that like gut thing. Immediately, I knew something about the situation was not right. And that is when I see a half-eaten avocado on the countertop. And one thing you need to know about me, avocados, my absolute favourite food. I'll have one pretty much every day. But Steve hates an avocado, can't stand the little green fuckers. So next, I did something that like I'm not necessarily proud of, but if this is the worst thing I were to do in this situation, then do you know what? Fair enough. I walked over to Steve's diary, a journaling king, and I just decided, listen, I'm going to read his diary. And 2 days after we had broken up, dated, full page, front and back, about how in love with his co-worker he was. I snap a picture of the journal, grab my stuff and leave, because unfortunately for you, Steve, now I'm pissed. I understand at this point, yes, we had broken up, but You do not fall in love with someone in 3 days after a breakup of 7-year relationship. And what makes all of this 10 times worse, if it's not bad already, is that he said that he had spoken to this co-worker, who we'll call Amy, for relationship advice on our relationship while we were breaking up. He also asked me last February if I could invite Amy to my Galentine's dinner because she had no friends in the area. Probably because she's out stealing everyone's boyfriend, Steve. Now, I've since found out that Amy used this relationship advice as an in, and Steve and Amy are now officially together. I wish them a lifetime of unhappiness and discomfort. Just a couple of thank yous. Whilst we're here, I'd like to say thank you to the both of them because I am now free. Thank God. Amy, just so you know, this man doesn't like to pay any of the bills and you will probably be forced to pay them because I was funding this man's life. Good Lord. Also, shout out to Kat, who I have tagged in the comment. This is her original story. Go check out her page. Love you.
I, 35 female, live with my mom, 72, and sister, 32. My fiance, 33 male, and his son, 12. We lost my dad about 5 years ago, which is when my dad invited my fiance, although he was my boyfriend at that time, to move in with us. Please note that this was without his son, who came later on. The reason I feel stuck in the middle is because after my dad passed, I became the head of the household. I never realized how much we depended on my father until I took over all of the bills. Here's my problem. Ever since my fiance has been living with us, he's proven to be a hard worker, taking whatever jobs he can possibly get, and continues to strive so he contributes financially. I'm a science teacher and I wear a lot of hats on my job, so I make a very good pay as a teacher, even higher than my fiance. My fiance and I together can live on our own if we wanted to. My mom is retired and gets a decent pay for retirement. Here's the problem. My 32-year-old sister, who doesn't work and refused to work in years, sits streaming and gets her like $50 to $100 monthly. Swears she contributes, but she's so wrong. I feel like my mom enables her. And don't get me wrong, I love my sister and I know I contributed to that problem as we grew up. I paid for cruises and trips she can't partake. I always paid for 2. My parents clearly taught me to share too well. My fiance and I keep having random arguments whenever he gets all stressed about my sister, saying she's a leech and that all she does all day is use the computer, and it's always the same battle. I tell him my sister is not his problem, but he says it is. They don't have the best relationship, but they try. For example, he asked my sister's opinion about my ring. We got engaged in 2024. But it's true. I feel like if she would pay some bills like the internet, which is what she uses all day anyways, I wouldn't be so financially stressed. I love my mom and my sister, but I also want to officially get married and start my family, but I feel like I can't. I feel like I have to choose my sister and mom or my fiance and my stepson. Just for your information, my stepson and I have a beautiful relationship. I just hate having these arguments with my fiance. I hate how all worked up he gets. This is why I feel stuck, because I don't want to leave my mom, but sometimes I feel like if I do, that might be a wake-up call. My fiance starts asking me, God forbid something happens to your mom. Then what? What would you do if you were in my situation? Thank you. First, thank you for reaching out. I really do appreciate when you guys do give me your stories to read on here. Difficult. There's a lot to digest here, but I really do understand your fiance's point. And I understand your point. You're more like, listen, my sister's in her ways. My mom enables this. This isn't going to change. This is the reality of how things are going to be in the future. My sister's not going to get a job. She's not going to work. And she's just going to sit around. You shouldn't have to enable it though anymore. Your main priority has to be your own family, right? I know you love your mom and you can open up to her and say, hey mom, I have to start my own family. You're more than welcome to live with me and my husband, but I can't take my sister. And the reason why she continues to do what she does is because why? What are her consequences? Her bills are paid, her internet's working, she has food on the table. She's never felt the fire under her ass to be like, oh wait, I really gotta get my shit going. Again, we live in a time where there's so many ways to make money. I'm not saying you can make great money, but contribute, right? I live in a multi-generational household. There's 10 people in my house. People have to pull their weight for it to work, especially when you have spouses involved, when you have other families in the household. It's like, okay, if you don't want to contribute financially, you better be cooking, cleaning, taking care of the house, and all of those other things, making sure you're pulling your weight in some sort of way, whatever that is. Have you thought of having a conversation with your sister one-on-one and be like, listen, I am planning to get married. I have a stepson already. I have a husband, coming soon. But the way things are now, we can't sustain. And you kind of have to give an ultimatum, like, we're thinking like this, and try not to make it sound like aggressive. Just be very sincere, like, I need to focus on my new family. That the family you create is more important than the one you come from. Because as a mom, I would want you to take care of yourself and your husband. My daughter's my problem, not your problem. And your mom has to figure out a way. And your mom is kind of old too, so it sucks that to have a kid that doesn't care and just relies on everyone else. But that's not your problem. And I hate saying that because I know it's sisters and I know it's your mom. Always have that door open for your mom. Be like, hey, you can come stay with me whenever, like, please. But your sister kind of has to go or step it up or change something in some way, somewhat. And I think it's like harder for people to hear because like your fiance's probably like, why can't you guys make her pay? You know, she needs to change all of that. But when you grow up with a sibling like that and you know how your parents are, your mom's like, they're not going to change. This is like how they are. It's really frustrating to be around. I understand that. Like, it's, you want that person to strive to become better. Be like, hey, become like a working class citizen, like contribute to society some way. You streaming, fine, stream, but like do something else on the side too. If you have a good relationship with her, which I think you guys do, having that open-hearted conversation to be like, hey, we gotta find some sort of middle ground of what's gonna work. And if she doesn't, then you gotta, I don't know if you had the house in your name when your dad passed, but you gotta put it on your mom. And you'll be like, I gotta focus on my husband and my kids in the future.
Should I go to HR about my coworker's invasiveness about my pregnancy? Part 2. Edits, clarifications, and updates. Amanda and I report to the same manager. When I said my manager, I should have clarified that he's also her manager. So our manager would have been more appropriate. My apologies. We don't work in the medical field and no information was given to Amanda. So from my understanding, there wouldn't be any HIPAA concerns. Also, I don't have Amanda on any social media. My accounts are already set to private. I've not yet gone to HR, but I plan to. I've been going through my emails and chats to gather some documentation of the situation, so I have something tangible to provide along with my statement to HR. I called our manager to let him know that I will be escalating to HR. He confirmed that he will provide a statement as well. He also gave me another update. Amanda's going to be in my city tonight and tomorrow. She arrives after I'm off of work and I have PTO tomorrow, so I won't be seeing her or interacting with her. I already knew this as the event that she's attending has been scheduled for months. I'm just providing some context. Amanda called him this morning and asked if I was planning to be in office at all tomorrow because she had a card for me and something she needs to print out to give to me that no one else can see. He told her to reach out to me regarding my schedule and ended the conversation. She hasn't reached out to me as of right now. He told me that he suspects that she's printing something regarding the ultrasound, either an appointment card or a gift card or something along those lines. Are you serious? I told you no. You reached out to our manager for my private information. He told you maybe you shouldn't fucking do that. And your bright idea is, I'm gonna do it anyway. And I'm gonna gift it to you in hopes that you use it. Are you No, this lady's not wired correctly. This is not okay. Amanda didn't tell him that directly. It's just a suspicion. But since I won't be in the office, I'm assuming she'll leave the card on my desk. I'm gonna take my husband with me after work tomorrow to check because I don't want to wonder all weekend. If it's something to do with my pregnancy, I will be including it in my report to HR. I will also be contacting my doctor to advise them of the situation. That wasn't something I had thought of, but I saw that advice in the comments and I think it's a really good idea. It is a very good idea. I didn't think of that either. That is a very good idea. I also saw comments about contacting the police, but I still think it's a bit early to do that. I would like HR to have the chance to shut this behavior down before further escalation. Update 2. Amanda emailed me a gift certificate to a 3D ultrasound facility located about a mile from my house. She didn't say anything in the body of the email, just the gift certificate. I made my manager aware and then replied back to Amanda very clearly and boldly she needs to return the gift certificate because I'm not accepting it. I reiterated that I had already told her no and that this was overstepping a boundary and it made me incredibly uncomfortable. I just ordered a security camera doorbell with expedited shipping. That's fucking terrifying. Because how the fuck did she find your house? If your manager refused to give her the information and she clearly didn't know it from beforehand because that's the whole reason she called him was to try to get the information, did she take a guess? That's creepy as fuck. You definitely need to report this to HR yesterday. This is so fucking scary.
I got caught in a love triangle with my brother. Story time. So when I was in college, me and my brother ended up moving in together. It just made a lot of financial sense. And it was a pretty cushy deal. We each had our own bathroom and bedroom. We very much lived different lives. So when Steve met Amy, I did not even realise that this man had a new girlfriend. Because me and Steve are on completely different time zones. He is very nocturnal. I am very not. It was at the point where I did not even realise that Amy had been sleeping over. So it was a Sunday morning. I was getting ready for my weekly everything shower that I do every Sunday. So imagine this. I am making my nice cup of tea, ready to take into the bathroom with me. And I turn around to see a naked woman stood in my kitchen. Amy, will call her, then proceeds to scream at me, saying, what are you doing in my apartment? Your apartment, babes? I fucking live here. So I then proceed to calmly tell Amy that I do in fact live there. I explained quite nicely that I was actually Steve's sister. Amy was having absolutely none of this. She then ran into Steve's room and is screaming at him like, why did you cheat on me? I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty sure that she slapped him a few times. And if you think that's wild, she then ran back towards me and went for the jugular. And that is when Steve intervened finally and tried to explain this whole situation to her. However, Amy was absolutely irate. There was no way this girl was calming down. Meanwhile, the kettle has just finished boiling from my gorgeous chamomile tea I was trying to make. However, before Steve or I could even move, Amy is making a beeline for the kettle, to which she then proceeds to throw boiling hot water all over Steve's face. And as I'm sure you can imagine, that was when I was like, fuck this, I'm out. So I'm desperately trying to escape. I run for the door and then all of a sudden I just feel this absolute smack on the back of my head. And it's at this point that I realise that Amy has just thrown the sodding kettle at me. I hit the deck hard. I'm actually convinced I passed out for a short while. So I managed to pull myself around. I call an ambulance and they take both me and Steve to the hospital. Steve was in hospital for 3 days because of how bad the burns were. On day 3 of Steve's hospital stay, guess who turns up? Amy. She just stood in the corner of the room like something from the new Conjuring film. And I later found out from a mutual friend that she had gone there because she wanted an apology from me and Steve. Dear God, Amy, I swear down, read the room. Naturally, I just looked at her and told her to F off.
Am I wrong for forcing my diet on my boyfriend? I'm from France originally, and I moved to the States almost 2 years ago. Now, for some reason, the food here makes me sick. Not in an ew, that's gross kind of way, but actually physically sick. My body seems to struggle to digest it, whether it's takeout or fancy restaurant food. Either I can't go to the bathroom for days, or I'm violently vomiting. I tried dealing with it for months and months, but I started losing weight very quickly because I couldn't eat. I ended up developing a serious aversion to food, and my family recommended I go and speak to a specialist. I had never had a problem back home, and I was terrified I was seriously ill. So I went to multiple doctors where I was poked and prodded and I had multiple tests done. They have all said nothing is wrong with me physically. I spoke to a dietitian and he explained that my body is probably not used to the amount of salt and preservatives that is found in the food in the States. Please don't think I'm bashing the US. I love it here and it's a great country. My dietitian recommended fresh and organic produce to see how my body coped, and to my delight, I improved. I stopped vomiting and I was able to start slowly putting weight back on. I started making meals from scratch and meal prepping to save time throughout the week. My dad is actually a chef back home, so he was more than happy to send me some recipes to keep my diet interesting. I made a delicious vegetarian lasagna from scratch and put it in the oven to cook. My boyfriend, American, came home after work and asked what was for dinner. I said I was making a veggie lasagna. He rolled his eyes and said he was sick of that organic crap and wanted a cheeseburger. The comment hurt. I made a real effort at mealtimes to keep it varied so we're not always eating the same thing. I said I couldn't make one because I didn't even have any burger buns. He said it was unfair to make him eat my diet. I had never realized he was opposed to it. He benefited from my home-cooked meals, and I had seen that his clothes were fitting him better. He had more energy, and he didn't sleep so much on the weekends. I apologized and said I didn't mean to make him feel forced. So, am I the asshole for forcing my diet on him? Here's my thing, right? You're not forcing him to do anything. He's a grown man with 2 working hands, 2 working feet. If he wants a burger, by all means, go get your burger. But don't put it on me when you know that I have a restriction and I get so ill. For those of you who don't understand, I can relate to this so much because, like, I get the stomach bug easily. And one of the worst pains in the world, guys, is just violently throwing up. Not being able to keep food down is the worst because sometimes, like, the last time I got sick like that, I would throw everything up out of my guts and then I would try to introduce solids or liquids back slowly. And because I would get so thirsty because my body's, like, dehydrated, I would chug the water and end up throwing up again because your stomach and your intestines are just so sensitive. Throwing up is like one of the worst pains someone can ever, like, constantly imagine knowing you're gonna eat something and you're like, ah, shit, I'm gonna throw up after I eat this. It's like knowingly every time you put food in your body you're gonna throw up. Being the significant other, I would be like, oh no, like, I would hate to see my spouse or my partner go through that. And it's just not like she's making like weird stuff, she's making lasagna. It's like, okay, fine, don't eat it, but don't make her feel bad for wanting to cook it. It's like not I honestly, by reading the title of it, I thought you would have been the asshole, but this is why it's important to read it through. I don't think you should be talked to that way, any sort of way, especially since he doesn't have any empathy towards you, saying, why are you making me eat that crap? It's like, I'm not. I'm making it for myself. I'm going to make myself one meal. Just because you don't want to eat the food I eat, I'm not going to go out of my way to make a whole separate meal. If you want me to cook food at home, I'll cook food, but I'm going to cook food that I will be able to eat and enjoy. My gosh.
Asshole for kicking my brother and his family out after his son stole my engagement ring. The reason I, 26 male, know is because I literally caught him in my room going through my things, and it's on freaking camera. My nephew is 9 and has a habit of stealing things. They've gotten in trouble a few times at stores because he'd leave with something in his pockets. But of course, because he's a kid, they usually just say he forgot he had it. Even at school, my brother has told me they have had to come talk to the principal on multiple occasions. Doesn't seem like they've done anything to stop it. They had to come stay here with me because my brother lost his job and they weren't going to make it with all their bills, including rent. He's doing Uber right now while he searches for a job and they can move out. I didn't want to because of my nephew specifically, but family is family, I guess. A month ago, I finally bought an engagement ring for my girlfriend that I was planning on proposing to soon, but now I don't know. It's a $4,000 ring that I spent over a year saving up for. It's been hidden in my room under one of my drawers. One time when I found him snooping in my room, I told my brother to control his damn kid, then got one of those cheap spy cams in my room just in case. Then last week I noticed it was out of its box. After checking the cam, it showed he was in there again when I wasn't home. My brother and his wife have yelled at him. He says he left it by the TV in the guest room, but it's not there. They looked through all their stuff and his too. I know for a fact he's lying about not having it because that's the same thing he said about one of my watches he took, then ended up finding it later. By the second day, my brother tells me they can't find it at all, and I told him either they find the ring or he repays me the $4,000 I spent on it. If not, they can't stay here anymore. My brother got really upset and told me I know how their situation is right now, and yeah, it's a tough spot, but I couldn't ignore the fact that his kid he can't parent took something extremely important to me that costed a lot of time and money. They were given a week to leave my house if they don't find the ring. They're having to stay at a cheap motel, but my brother won't stop begging to come back because what they're paying right now each night is coming directly out of their savings. He won't stop calling me heartless about letting something like this come between helping them out through a difficult time, and my nephew keeps saying he's sorry. It's just hard right now to want them around. Don't even know what to do about the ring, and every time I think about it, it just makes me so mad that it's hard to care about their situation. Does this make me an asshole? Am I the asshole for helping my teenage sister report her job to the Department of Labor against my parents' wishes? I am 22 and my little sister is 16. I have had trouble with sexual harassment and management negligence at my last job and had to learn a lot about labor rights to deal with that. My sister got a summer job as a day camp counselor. It's an hourly job and her schedule is 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. There's a law in our state that 16-year-olds can't work over 8 hours a day. However, at work, not all the campers' parents were always on time to pick up their kids. When my sister reached the end of her workday, her boss yelled at her that she can't clock out until all the kids are with their parents. Then she tried to file her timesheet with the actual time she worked till, and her boss said she had to put 8 to 4 since 16-year-olds can't work over 8 hours or the company would be in trouble. For the next 2 weeks, her boss made her work about 9 hours a day but report only 8 on her timesheet. I was pissed off when I heard about this. I told her they were stealing her pay and she could report it and get that paycheck. She wanted to, so we texted her boss asking her to explain when she was supposed to stop work. The boss acted mad at repeating herself, but said in writing that it was when all the kids left. She asked if she could start putting 4:30 or 5 p.m. on her timesheets when she has to stay till then, like she has most days. Her boss said, no, we've been over this already 3 times now. Your report needs to match your scheduled hours. I was honestly surprised her boss admitted to all of that, but it gave me everything we needed. So we put together a report with all the evidence and sent it to the State Department of Labor. We wrote that the camp was both engaging in wage theft and violating the law about a minor's max hours. They moved fast and she got paid for the time she worked. I heard they're investigating the pay situation of the rest of the staff too, but her boss is furious and spoke to our mom when she dropped my sister off for work. That seems so inappropriate. I know my sister is 16, but it is so unprofessional for a manager to have an issue with their staff and go run to mommy. My mom told my dad and they were furious with me for, quote, putting that idea in her head. They wanted my sister to have a job to teach her responsibility and hard work, and not to report a small business to the government. I had a feeling they'd feel that way. They also didn't approve of me reporting my old job, but at At least I was 21. My dad is irate. I sabotaged a parenting decision of theirs to make my sister get a summer job and learn to work hard. I said she still has the job and her boss would have a hell of a time firing her this summer with the DOL up her ass. And that made my dad even angrier. He said I know that's not what he meant and I was overstepping. I'm her older sister, not her parent. So am I the asshole for going against my parents' wishes?
Am I the asshole for not having intimacy with my husband after his father passed away? My husband, 38 male, and I, 40 female, have been married for 8 years and have a 4-year-old son. 3 weeks ago, my husband's father unexpectedly passed away. It was very shocking for the entire family and we are all grieving. Because he passed away the week before Thanksgiving, the funeral was scheduled for this coming Friday. My husband is the oldest of 3 brothers, so he has taken on a lot of the responsibility with helping plan the funeral, get his dad's estate in order, and help his mom with pretty much everything she needs. His younger brother will help where he can, but they don't take initiative like my husband does. This has made my husband very stressed lately. I have done my best to be patient and understanding with him, but he just seems so angry all the time. It doesn't help that our relationship hasn't been the best for the past 6 months or so. We started couples therapy about 2 months ago, but our therapist has been on paternity leave for the past month, so we haven't been able to talk with him. One of the ways my husband likes to relieve stress is through intimacy. But one of the biggest reasons we started couples therapy is because our intimacy life has been basically non-existent. We've maybe had intimacy 5 to 6 times this year due to some childhood trauma, not SA. Intimacy and showing physical affection can be difficult for me. It's something I've always struggled with and my husband has been understanding, but I know it's frustrating for him. This all came to a head the other day when he was clearly very stressed. He was short and snappy with me and our son. He ended up retreating to the basement. When I went down to talk to him, things got even worse. I tried to console him and figure out what was bothering him, but he just said he's sad and angry. I asked him if there was anything that would cheer him up and he said yes, intimacy. I told him that I don't really have an interest in intimacy right now because I'm exhausted and have been having headaches pretty much all the time from stress. He said that he just wants to feel something other than hurt and pain, and I told him that he's gonna have to find a different release for that. He then said the meanest thing ever to me. He said, if you're not going to f me, leave me alone. You always have an excuse to not have intimacy and I'm tired of being rejected all the time. If we're not gonna have intimacy, then what the fuck are we even doing? I told him that was very mean and I understand he's grieving, but we're all hurting right now and his wants and needs aren't more important than anyone else's. I told him I know he doesn't mean that, but I will give him some space. He said he absolutely means it. He said that his dad's death made him realize that life is too short to stay in a situation that don't work for him. And it clearly isn't working for him. I told him we should wait and talk with our couples therapist about this, and he said, what's the point? Nothing is gonna change. I'm sick of sugarcoating this so I don't hurt your feelings. I ended up crying myself to sleep that night and he's barely spoken to me since. Everything is a one-worded answer. When I try to talk to him about how he's feeling, he always says he's fine. He just wants to get through the funeral on Friday and relax this weekend. I was talking to a friend about this because I needed to vent. She told me that he's probably just grieving and doesn't really mean what he said, but I'm worried that he's telling me the truth about how he's feeling and that he's really checked out of our marriage. I know he's grieving, but he's been such a jerk and is so mean all the time now.
I met my boyfriend's mom 4 days ago. I don't know if I'm overreacting breaking up with him because of how she acted during dinner. My boyfriend and I have been together for 2 years long distance. We met while we were both on vacation. In that time, I have met his family but only through Zoom. We couldn't meet in person due to the intensive degree program I was doing. So in the last 2 years, my boyfriend has been traveling to see me every 2 months. Now that I'm done with my program, I can pretty much work anywhere, and since I work from home, I thought I would move into my own place in the city my boyfriend lives in and continue to explore our relationship. I went to look at apartments and then went to meet his family in person for the first time and have dinner. Everything was going well. I met his parents, his brothers, and their spouses. His mom was very pleasant until dinner started. His oldest brother's wife had made an appetizer and served it. It was really good, but their mom put the appetizer in her mouth, made a noise, and then made it seem like she had to force herself to swallow it. She said something like, "That's a different taste," and made a disgusted face. There was nothing wrong with the appetizer. She then went to the kitchen and came out with the same appetizer and said, "It's good I made the same one just in case." Oh my god, she's a monster-in-law. I would say run, but like, not really run because like, if he's a good man, it's like, oh, what do I do? I expected the daughter-in-law to say something, but she just kept quiet. No one said a word, and the conversations continued like it was normal. The mom with the daughter-in-law and the other spouses then helped take away our plates that still had the first appetizer on them, served hers on new plates, and told us all to eat. It was the same appetizer. There was no difference. In fact, I preferred the daughter-in-law's because hers had more vanilla. I was astounded that she did this. Dinner continued and it was all made by the mom. She kept asking how the food was and made passive-aggressive comments about certain dishes that were made before by the other daughter-in-laws. I didn't ask anything because I was shocked, but after we left dinner, I asked my boyfriend what happened. He said his mom is really passionate about her cooking and doesn't like anyone to outdo her. I said, "So does this happen at every family dinner?" And he said yes. His mom tries to outdo them. He said his brother's wives don't take it personally because they know how she is and that it's really coming from a place of love. I'm sorry, but what I saw is not from a place of love, and the daughter-in-law seemed like she was going to cry. My boyfriend finally said she's just territorial about her cooking, and other than that, she's very normal. I finally asked him when did this behavior start, and he said when his eldest brother first brought a serious girlfriend home. His eldest brother is 8 years older than him, so I asked from the time they were dating up till now, did all of your brother's partners go through this, and he said yes. I said, do you think your mom's behavior is bad? And he got a little offended and said, no, I just think she's passionate about making good food. I've been thinking on it, replaying the dinner and comments over and over in my head, and there's no way I can sign myself up for this kind of life. My boyfriend and I are starting to talk about marriage and the future and kids, and I'm very nervous now. His brother's wives have endured abuse over their cooking since the start of their relationship with their spouse's mother, and no one says a thing. Not them, not their husbands, not his dad, and not my boyfriend. How the f*** is this okay? How can I sign my up for this level of insult every time there's a family dinner? If my boyfriend and I reach that stage, can I never cook anything? Will she always try to upset me? Will she make comments about my cooking? Like, what the f***? I don't know if I can set myself up to walk into a toxic family situation like this. I would rather leave. I honestly am really considering breaking up with him because of this.
My 22 female boyfriend, 25 male, is hiding all of my stuff, and I have no idea why. My boyfriend of 5 months just moved in with me 3 weeks ago. He had some problems with his apartment, damp walls, and it has to be renovated. As my roommate is currently spending some time abroad, I told him it would be okay if he stayed at my place for 4 to 6 weeks. He'll be able to move back to his own apartment by that time. So now we've been living together for 3 weeks, and things started out great. Jealousy had been a bit of a problem between us because we often go out separately, probably once a week, but coming home to the same apartment helped him get over that.
Interesting.
But there has been one new problem. Now, this may seem petty at first, but I'm really at my wit's end with this one. Ever since he moved in with me, things started disappearing and then reappearing one day later in the same place they were missing from. I'm talking about documents, small household items, and food. And it's not like losing keys and then finding them again somewhere. I specifically look for something in a certain place where it isn't, but it's there the next day. For example, I like to take a chocolate bar with me to work in the morning, and for that, I normally have a pack of chocolate bars at home. Shortly after he moved in with me, I woke up to find all the chocolate was gone. I asked him about it. He said he didn't know anything about it. I came home just to find the chocolate bars are in the cupboard again. I asked him. He says he doesn't know anything about it. Quote, maybe you just didn't see them in the morning. We're talking about a large pack with about 12 chocolate bars. How can I not see that? At first, I thought it was maybe some kind of strange humor, but he seems angry when I bring it up. And it's starting to really piss me off because sometimes it's been items belonging to one of my friends that I wanted to give back to them and then couldn't, or it was certain documents I needed for a certain day. Now I have absolutely no idea what this is about. I am not crazy. I just don't understand at all. He gets really angry when I talk about it, saying I'm making this up just to, quote, cause drama. Why should I? I have no idea what's going on. Any ideas?
This is like the weirdest shit I've ever heard.
Will I be the asshole if I ask my pregnant wife to move out because she and her best friend decided to test my loyalty? Disclaimer, this is not my story. My wife is pregnant with our daughter. Initially, we were really happy and excited about it, but then she started acting like a nut job. She gets angry and irritated for small things, insults me when she doesn't like the food I make, starts acting insecure, and accuses me of losing attraction for her. For example, she wanted to eat chicken sandwiches for dinner last week. Well, I made chicken sandwiches, she then eats all the sandwiches, leaving me nothing, and told me they tasted like shit. I wasn't pissed because she left me nothing, but if she didn't like them, why did she have to eat everything? When I asked her this, she told me she was hungry. But she does this every time, eats everything I make, and then calls it shit. I don't argue with her. Will I be the asshole if I ask my pregnant wife to move out because she and her best friend decided to test my loyalty? Disclaimer, this is not my story. She does this every time, eats everything I make, and then calls it shit. I don't argue with her because I work more than 80 hours a week and I really want to have some peace when I'm home. So yesterday, a random girl started flirting with me after the gym and asked me if I wanted to meet with her for some drinks. I rejected her and told her that I was married, and when I got home, my wife started to hug me and apologized. When I asked her what happened, she told me that her best friend suggested they do a test on me to see if I'm faithful. So they had a mutual friend flirt with me and see if I would go out with her. And I passed, yay. I'm really pissed, I'm done with her antics. So will I be the asshole if I ask her to move out?
Am I the asshole for not wanting to be a dad? This one made me so angry, so let's get into it. I, male 29, had a child when I was 19. I wasn't ready to be a dad and I asked her to get an abortion. She refused and we decided she could keep the baby and I'll pay child support, but I wouldn't be involved in her life. I didn't tell my family about it. 3 months ago when I was at work, I received a lot of angry messages from my parents asking me if I have a child. Apparently my ex had told them everything because she is sick and wants someone to look after the kid since her own family refused to do this. They were mad at me, telling me it was very selfish to hide their grandchild from them. I'm an only child and she is their only grandchild. They agreed to look after her and brought her into our home. Yes, I live with my parents to help them with the expenses. I told them that I can't stop them from doing this, but I still don't want to be her dad, and they agreed. She has been living with us for the past 3 months, but everyone forgot about our agreement. 2 days ago, my parents left her with me to go somewhere. I told them I don't want to babysit, but no one listened to me. As soon as they left, she started coming into my bedroom with different excuses. I finally got annoyed and told her to go to her room and not come out until her grandparents come home. My parents came back and freaked out when they found out. They called me an asshole for being a horrible dad, but I never wanted to be a dad and I made it clear several times. So, am I the asshole?
Am I wrong for not giving my sister who eloped as generous as a gift as my sister who had a traditional wedding? My parents had me when they were really young. They are still together now and had 2 more kids, my sister Katie and Jess later on. I'm 15 and 17 years older than them respectively. Because of the age gap, sometimes I feel more like an uncle than a big brother to them. I've been fortunate in my career to do well, and I've typically been pretty generous with them when it comes to things like birthdays, Christmas, and graduations. My sister Katie got married 2 summers ago and had her typical traditional wedding. I guess around 125 people were there. It was very nice, and definitely not cheap. I don't know how much they spent, but I know my parents and her husband only were able to contribute for about half the cost. The rest was my sister and her husband paying for it. They were super cool and let me and my wife bring our 2 kids, even though I later found out the venue charged the same for kids as adults for the food and everything. It meant a lot and I didn't want their inclusion to be a burden, so my wife and I gifted them $500 as a wedding present to cover our plates plus a little extra. My sister Jess has always been more low-key. When she got engaged, she told us all she would likely elope and nobody tried to convince her otherwise because it made sense for them. They aren't flashy and have always seemed pretty frugal and definitely not the type to throw a big wedding costing tens of thousands. They announced a couple of weeks ago that they eloped in the mountains with just them and the necessary witness. I was happy for them and didn't feel like I missed out on anything. I've been to enough weddings that I don't have FOMO. I'm just happy that they had what felt right for them. Since they didn't have a wedding, I didn't think to give them a wedding present because no wedding. But they did just go under contract on their first home together, so my wife and I got them a $100 gift card to Home Depot. I remember when I bought my first home, there was a lot of improvement stuff and I made about 100 trips there, so thought it would be a nice gift. Apparently, she asked Katie what they got for their wedding and she told them and now felt a certain way about our gift to them. They made a comment about feeling like their marriage wasn't respected enough because they didn't throw a big party and said it felt like I was showing favoritism. I thought it would be understood that the situation were just different and it's unreasonable to expect the same generosity when you don't give any generosity, aka feeding people by not having the full wedding. Maybe I'm wrong though, so wanted some neutral opinions. Okay, my personal opinion. You get a wedding gift when you have a wedding. It's not a marriage gift, it's a wedding gift. Even if you had like a party at your house or some sort of ceremony that showed, hey, we are getting married, this is our wedding, then you get the gift, right? I think that gift is meant to help cover the cost of the wedding and a little bit to help them for the future. You don't get your cake and eat it too. I feel this way, right? If I'm going to decide not to go that route and go literally if you're not even going to be there for my wedding, like, why do I expect a gift from you? You didn't want the traditional way. Like, also, you didn't give her a wedding gift at all. That's a house gift, which is fine. That's really nice of you. You don't have to do either. I don't think it's right for her to compare the 2 situations. You know, you got a wedding gift for the older sister's wedding to cover the cost of 4 plates. Also, like, when you give a wedding gift, right? Like, most of the time, right? The wedding gift goes straight to just, like, putting it back into the wedding. For us, typically, when we go to weddings, we put $100 in their envelope. That kind of covers the cost of plate, so it kind of evens out. Your gift to her is just straight gift. There's no cost in between. She's not losing anything, so she actually would technically make more. But let me, go to the other side, right? I wouldn't get a gift for someone who eloped. But if it's my sibling, I feel like it'd be a little different. I don't think anyone in my family would ever elope like that. But if you decided not to have like a traditional wedding and just had like a nikah in the house or the masjid, which is just literally the sermon marrying you under the eyes of God, I would still give them a gift because they're my sibling and my family. But I think that's more like culture based, I would say. Yeah, so I can see both. You felt like, hey, you didn't have the wedding, you don't get the gift. But also, the purpose of a wedding gift is to help the bride and groom for their next chapter of their lives together. It's supposed to be like that financial cushion in a sense. Like, hey guys, congratulations. Wish you all the best. Here's some money. Yeah, I think I get what he's saying. Trust me, I get it. I would, if I was I'm the youngest, so I'm talking out my ass right now, right? But if I was in a position to get all of my younger siblings gifts, I would try to make sure that I got them the same gifts. In a sense, like, if, hey, I'm going to set the standard, for my siblings, like, I'm going to get them the same gift. For example, right? I have a very, very close group of girlfriends. And when they get married, my closest friends get a certain amount of money, each of them. And then my extended friends will get like $100. But my close ones, I've made it a point to make sure that they get a generous amount because I hold them near and dear to me. And that's just the way I want to do it. Regardless of them having the wedding or not, I would, if I knew that they were going to get married, I would still give them the gift. So wait, I kind of think you are the asshole now. Now that I think about it, personally, I don't want to say you're the asshole. What is the answer for neutral? Ish, right? Ish. I see both. I get why you did it. She just wanted to live her life, continue on, like nothing has really changed. But then she's looking at it like, hey, like I'm starting my life too in this chapter just because I didn't have this big, expensive, extravagant wedding. I don't deserve a gift from my older brother. I feel both sides. I would want a gift regardless if I had a big fat wedding or not. Actually, for my brother, I would. Especially if I knew he got my sister a big ass gift. I'd be like, hello, I should even get a better one on the younger sister. But yeah.
My boyfriend uninvited me from his sister's wedding so that he could bring his girl best friend, but I'm going anyway. For starters, I love my boyfriend's family. I do not love his girl best friend. My boyfriend's been friends with this girl since childhood, and he admits that for years he was in love with her, but she just kept leading him on. She would flirt with him, say things like, oh, but like, could you ever imagine if we were together? Maybe that would be amazing. Making marriage pacts, things like that. But then she would always get a boyfriend and friend zone him. And this cycle of flirting with him when she was single and acting like they were just friends when she had a boyfriend continued all the way into college until he met me. Now, I've only met his girl best friend a few times because she lives in a different state than us, but every time has been far less than enjoyable. The girl is awful, and she thinks everything between us is a competition. Who knows him best? Who would be a better wife? Who would be a better what? Like, why? That's so weird. But for some reason, it always comes back to who's closer with his family. And she always talks about how his mom is like a second mom to her, and she just really feels like she's a part of their family. Okay. Cool flex. Like, don't know what to tell you about that one. About a week ago, my boyfriend's sister's wedding invitation came in the mail, and it was addressed to him, but included a +1. Obviously, that +1 was meant for me. Like, we've been dating for years. It was just assumed. Or so I thought. Now, the first few days after getting the invitation, he was talking to me about plans, plane flights to go to the wedding, things like that. But after a few days, he stopped mentioning the wedding. And if I brought it up, he would change the subject. So 2 days ago, I get home and my boyfriend's in the bedroom on the phone on speaker with somebody. And I would know that nasally, whiny little voice anywhere. It was his girl best friend. And she was talking about what she should wear to the wedding, which I didn't think was weird. She always talks about how close she is to his family, so obviously she'd be invited, right? So I walk into the bedroom and say hi to his girl best friend on the phone, and he looks startled, which is weird because I've said hi to her on speaker before and he didn't seem to have a problem with it. And I tell her that I look forward to seeing her at the wedding, which is a lie, but I'm nice, okay? I'm trying to be nice. Tell me why this girl says, oh, I'm so glad you got an individual invitation. I was starting to feel a little bad about taking your +1. Taking my +1? Who's taking my +1? So my boyfriend really quickly tells this girl that he has to go. And I'm like, yeah, you better hang up the phone because you have some explaining to do. And I stand there, my arms crossed, and I'm like, okay, what is she talking about? And he tells me that she didn't receive an invitation to the wedding. Shocking, considering how close she says. Like, part of the family, that's what she said. And he said that she called him distraught, saying that it would mean everything to her to go to this wedding and to celebrate with the people that she loved the most.
people that you love the most. You didn't get invited to the wedding. So I tell him, I'm like, I think that that's really strange to make your plus one not your girlfriend at your immediate family's wedding. And he was like, you know, they've known her forever. I don't think it'd be that weird. And I was like, well, she didn't get invited. So, and he has the nerve to go, well, neither did you. I'm floored, honestly. The fact that he said that, I was like, yes, I was invited. That plus one was meant for me. I've literally talked to your sister about her wedding multiple times. That plus one, just because it didn't have my name on it, did not mean that it wasn't meant for me. And he said, well, you know what? Your name isn't on it. I can choose who I want as my plus one, and I'm taking my friend. So I storm out, go to my best friend's place, and proceed to just cry and tell her what happened. Honestly, I was just feeling so embarrassed. I know I shouldn't feel embarrassed, but it's just like, how could he not even want me there? But that is when I got an unexpected call from my boyfriend's sister. She told me that my boyfriend just called her to tell her the situation, and she was livid. She said that clearly the plus one in that invitation was me. She apologized. She was like, you know, I was just trying to save some customization costs, but if I would have known he was going to pull this, I should have just put your name on it. Like, that was clearly intended for you. I'm so sorry if it came across that I didn't want you at my wedding or that you weren't invited. You're 100% invited. I want you there. The best part, though, is she starts talking about my boyfriend's girl best friend. And she says, there's absolutely no way I'm letting that little leech at my wedding. My boyfriend's sister goes on to tell me that his entire family despises this girl because she led on my boyfriend for years, is rude, selfish, ungrateful. Every time she was over at their house, she would leave a mess, never clean it up. Basically, she said that she was just not a nice girl. And it was intentional that she didn't get an invitation to the wedding. So even though his girl best friend was saying that, you know, she was like family to them, that was a lie. They don't talk. She tries to reach out apparently, and they all ignore her. Then she tells me that she has revoked her brother's plus one and will be mailing me my individual invitation. She even told me that even if I make the decision to dump my boyfriend over this, she would still love to have me at the wedding because she feels like I've become part of the family at this point. I'm part of the family. I'm like, how the tables have turned. So I know for a fact that I'm going to be at that wedding. Now, will I be attending with my boyfriend or not? That's to be decided.
I've decided to break up with my boyfriend of 2 years because of a TikTok comment. Am I the asshole? Story time. Now, I'm no expert at TikTok, but I do like to post the odd thing, especially if they're trends. And I am such a consumer, so I'm always scrolling and just see all of these cute videos. And I wanted to participate in one of me and my boyfriend. Now, when I tell you, none of my videos have ever even reached more than 500 views. I was shocked when this video of me and my boyfriend reached 4.8 million views. I was so confused, I was overwhelmed. I literally didn't know what to do. And suddenly I was this such like infamous person. Now this feeling didn't last very long because these comments were horrendous towards my boyfriend. Not only was everyone calling him a huge red flag because of how he reacted to the video, but I had girls from the video literally sending me proof that they had slept with my boyfriend whilst he's been on holiday. I didn't want to believe any of this when it first all started coming through. However, because there was so many, I had no choice but to. To be honest, I was more hurt about how my boyfriend treated me compared to him cheating on me. The comments really brought to life how bad this man had been treating me for the past 2 years. Now my boyfriend says I'm being stupid and it's TikTok and it's probably 13-year-olds commenting and I shouldn't be pressed about it. However, I am and it's affected me and I'm gonna break up with him. I just need to know, am I the asshole here?
Am I wrong for defending my dog's quality of life to my pregnant partner? She's refusing to let the dog roam outside of his bed most of the day and prohibiting him from doing major exercise like going to the dog park because it might track in dirt. I agreed on several compromises which I thought were reasonable, such as keeping the dog off the furniture, keeping him out of certain rooms, and agreeing to gates once the kid is born. I do understand thoughts and feelings change after pregnancy, but I started to push back on my partner so my dog can have a better quality of life, such as allowing him to roam outside his bed and providing more exercise. Am I wrong for defending my dog and pushing back instead of letting my pregnant partner have her way?
Top comment says your wife is very unstable and she's being unreasonable. I get that pregnancy can have some changes, but this is ridiculous. Pregnancy is not an excuse to mistreat your dog. Her behavior needs to be checked, and I do agree.
As I tell how my friends abandoned me on our holiday. A while ago, I went on a vacation with my best friends for the first time. We were supposed to stay for 5 days and I was so excited. Arrived at our hotel in Mallorca, Spain, and it seemed to be amazing. I needed a vacation so bad because in that same year we had a lockdown because of Corona and my parents divorced, so I was so sad and I was so in the mood to just forget about all of that and have a great vacation with my friends. But on the first day, I didn't really feel well and I couldn't be in the sun. But on the second day, everything seemed to be fine, so I was like, it's probably because my body finally gets rest. But on the third day, we had to do a COVID test because we needed a negative test in order to fly back. At the end of the day, we got the results back and I opened my email. In cursive, big letters, there's positive. It's like, oh my god. Before we came on our holiday, we all agreed that if one of us got sick, that we would all stay. So I instantly started laughing because I was like, oh my god, like, of course this happens. What my friends did, you're not gonna believe it. Like, I would have never, ever expected it from them. Let me know if you need part 2.
Am I wrong for not praising my husband for doing the bare minimum? I, 28 female, was asleep earlier, while my husband, 31 male, was looking after a 3-week-old child. Later, when I woke up, my husband told me he changed her and fed her while I was sleeping. I think I said something like, oh, okay, cool, and then went to go get my food. Well, he followed me and repeated himself again, and I just looked at him because, like, okay? He then started complaining that I don't appreciate him helping out, and I just laughed because I thought he was joking. But when I realized he wasn't, I told him he is literally doing the bare minimum. I love him, obviously, and I love raising our daughter together, but why should I praise him for looking after his baby? Like, that's his job as a dad, and I'd be worried if he didn't look after the baby while I was sleeping. So I told him he's being childish and he got really annoyed, telling me that he wants me to acknowledge him helping out more. I reassured him that he is a good dad, but I reminded him that this was his first time looking after our baby while I was sleeping and every time I stayed awake while he slept, and he never once praised me. Because why? Because looking after our child is the bare minimum. But he told me I was overreacting and asked me to apologize. And after I refused, he told me he was going to stay at his parents for the night and left.
My husband's been telling his coworkers that I'm his sister. Yeah, his sister. My husband and I have been married for 3 years. No kids, a dog. I mean, life is good for us. Or so I thought life was good for us. For the past 2 years, my husband's been working at this accounting firm that he absolutely loves. He's pretty good friends with his coworkers, and sometimes after work they'll get drinks or dinner, but I've never gone. Now, people might think this is kind of weird, but it's not. I've never asked to go. I have my own friends, my own life. I like my husband to have his life and be able to do his things, and I like us to have our own independence in our marriage. Looking back now, yeah, it's weird that he never invited me, not a single time. I've met all my husband's other friends that are not work friends, and he's met all of my friends, but yeah, he never invited me to any of his work friend hangouts. I didn't realize it at the time, but this whole secret started to reveal itself over a year ago. I was out celebrating a friend's birthday without my husband, let's call him Josh, when a guy that I had never met comes up to me at the bar and is like, hey, it's Kels, right? I cannot hide a single expression on my face, so the man knew I was confused because I was literally staring at him like... And that's when he was like, oh, I work with Josh. And that made sense. I was like, oh, actually, now that I'm like squinting my eyes and looking at him a little closer, I feel like my husband had shown me a photo of this guy before. We had a little bit of awkward small talk. I mean, I was trying to be nice. Obviously, I wanted to make a good impression. It's my husband's coworker, but also I was celebrating my friend's birthday and I wanted to go hang out with the girls. So near the end of the conversation, when it was clear that, the conversation was ending, the guy goes, I think it's really nice how close you and Josh are. I wish my brother lived near me and we were so close. And I mean, knowing what I know now, I wish it would have set off way more alarm bells, but I was like, the guy's been drinking, he does not know what he's talking about, and like, it's just not that big of a deal, whatever, maybe he just has been thinking about his brother today, really wanted to talk about him with somebody. I don't know. None of my business. I guess it is my business. It was my business. I just didn't think it was. I never told Josh about this conversation. Not because I was trying to hide it, but because honestly, I forgot about it. I mean, it was a 3-minute conversation in my whole night. And when I got home from the bar, Josh was already asleep. So by the time we were talking in the morning, like, it's past. The thought is past. I never really thought about it again. Here's where everything really started clicking for me. Yesterday morning, I was taking our dog Monty out for a walk. Now, Monty's a pretty unique looking dog, so, I mean, you can tell it's him. If you've met the dog before, you know who he is. As we're walking past a coffee shop, this guy walks out and immediately lights up when he sees the dog. And immediately is like, Monty, it's so good to see you. And Monty is so excited, and immediately I'm like, oh, this must be one of Josh's coworkers, because Josh actually brings Monty to the office a few times a week. So I was like, oh, this makes sense. This is how you would recognize my dog, and my dog clearly knows who you are. Then he turns to me and he's like, you must be Kels. I've heard so much about you. And I am like, oh, do you work with Josh? And I was right. He was like, yeah, I do. And so we have a little bit of small talk, and, you know, he's petting the dog. All's going well. But that's when he's like, you are an incredible sister, walking Josh's dog for him. My first thought was to tell this man that I'm not Josh's sister, I'm his wife, his incredible, loving wife. But I was like, you know, this man seems nice. I don't really need to put him in that uncomfortable position right now. And honestly, I didn't even really know how to react. So I'm just basically standing there like, what do you say back to that? I had like a million thoughts racing in my head. And this guy looks at me so confused because he's like, what is up with this girl? Like, why is she just staring at me like that? All I managed to blurt out is, yeah, he's a really good dog, before I'm like, we have to get going, and just like skirt it off. Because what am I supposed to say in that moment? I tell Monty, I'm sorry, bud, but this walk is getting cut short because I need to go contemplate my entire marriage. And the perfect time to contemplate your entire life is a walk home, so that is what I did. On this walk, a lot of things started clicking for me. Like, one is that Josh always told me that his company didn't allow +1s for holiday parties. Why did I even believe this? Every company allows +1s for holiday parties. He just was hiding me. Luckily, Josh is on a work trip for the next few days, so I can think about how I want to handle this situation because I'm floored. Do I make the mature and rational decision and talk to him about this when he gets home? Or do I make a little surprise trip to his office? Because I'm kind of leaning towards the latter.
Am I wrong for breaking my deathbed promise to my wife to take care of her Down syndrome daughter? I, 55 male, just lost my wife, 56 female, to cancer. My late wife's entire life was about her 30-year-old daughter who suffers from Down syndrome and has never and will never have the ability to live independently, nor will she ever have the ability to ever exercise any real amount of emotional impulse control. And before you all start on the evil stepdad who doesn't care to understand line of thinking, I want to add that I had been in her life since she was 5 and spent years fearing the day where she was physically developed to the point where punches, scratches, and throwing things were a real threat. Once that happened, all of my wife's friends stopped visiting our house. One of them even said that her uncle deals with vicious dogs for a living and she feels safe around his workplace than at our house. I many times have ended up needing to go to the doctors for the crime of sitting in the same room as my stepdaughter and having her attempt to pound my head, throw a heavy object at me, or trying to choke me after I had fallen asleep. That's scary. My late wife was the only one who could reliably calm her down. When we started using caregivers for my stepdaughter after my wife was diagnosed, enlighten them on a better way to explain things to my stepdaughter when she was going ballistic. When even they who were used to explaining things to people who just didn't get things were still struggling and asking for insight. When my late wife was diagnosed, the first word out of her mouth was my stepdaughter's name. She cried every day for what was to become of her. In her desperation, she tried to press the doctor for chemotherapy when it no longer made sense. Turned to alternative medicine despite it making her feel worse, saying she would have stopped all treatment if she was only leaving behind an employable, functioning 30-year-old. On her deathbed, she made me promise to not let her fall into the hands of this daycare facility. I promised her because I didn't have the heart not to. But now, after my grief fog has cleared 2 months later, my stepdaughter remains the same. She doesn't understand that her mom is dead, only that she's gone and angry at me for it, saying she'll be good, so bring her back. Caregivers are expensive. I don't make much. I didn't resent any medical expense when it was my wife, but I admit that I resent my stepdaughter. My own grown kids won't visit with her around. If I hadn't made the deathbed promise, the decision would have been easy. And finally, I made the decision that I needed to put her in a state-run facility, as even with my wife leaving me everything, I couldn't afford anything better. Now, families are calling me the evil stepdad and a mother's worst nightmare. Am I the asshole? That's my first time hearing of someone with Down syndrome being so violent. That's like really concerning because usually they're very, very chill, but case by case is really different. I don't think you're the asshole for getting her the care that she needs, which you do not have the current capacity to provide for her at home. Also, like, I get promising her on her deathbed and all that. Trust me, like, it's a shitty thing not to be able to follow through. You probably feel bad about not being able to follow through with that. But also at the same time, I think your wife did a disservice to her daughter by not planning for her future, except for her being there. I would think, like, hey, one day I won't be here. I should plan what type of group home will best be fit for my child. These people will be, no one will take better care of your child than a mother, right? No one can. So I would want my child to be in the best facility with the better equipment for her care. What did she expect you to do? I don't understand. You know, like just to watch and take care of her and be there for her. Like it's hard. Like I wouldn't want that. I wouldn't want someone else to do it. As long as you go check in on her, make sure she's okay, and don't just leave her in the gutter and like never see her again. That's hard.
My boyfriend's an A-list celebrity and I need to spill the dirt. Story time. So I'm currently dating a very private A-list celebrity. And we are currently so private that my parents don't even know his name. This man has basically lived a life and a half and just wants the most simple, quiet, private life possible now. I will say is that he's in his mid-30s and he's currently still doing what he is famous for. He's had quite a bit of controversy in like past relationships. Now back when I used to live in LA, I used to host at this VIP bar and that's when me and this man, let's call him Mark, met. And we clicked straight away. Obviously, I knew who he was, and I thought it was going to be a one-night stand. However, it turned out being way more. Anyway, the reason I'm making this video is because you find out so much dirt and like drama and conspiracies whilst dating these celebrities that I can't keep it a secret. Like I need to tell someone. My best friends don't know who I'm dating, can't tell them. And honestly, it's killing me not being able to speak about it and I need to tell someone. Now I don't know what to do because I don't want to push him over the edge and say, I want to talk to my parents or my friends about this because they know I'm going out with a celebrity. They just don't know their name because I guess you can't trust anyone. Honestly, I have a lot of secrets that I now know about the acting community and honestly, it's a bit crazy. A lot of the dramas that I thought maybe were conspiracies aren't and they are true. A lot of people who we see on screen that like each other don't. The PR relationships, like Mark just comes home and spills me new gossip every single day and has done for the past year and I'm struggling to keep it a secret. I don't know.
Am I wrong for not telling our friends that I'm rich? Sorry you guys, I took like a week without posting. I just had my wisdom teeth removed on my right side, so I'm still talking a little different, but I feel good enough to post. I, 25 female, do not like money talk. I keep it private because growing up, I've seen the things people will do for money, and it absolutely destroyed my brothers. My parents died when I was little, and I was taken in by my grandparents who raised me. It was a very privileged upbringing, but they also raised me to be frugal and grateful for what I have. And I am incredibly grateful for what I have. I don't show off or anything, don't care for labels, and most of my clothing is thrifted. And my husband, 33 male, and I live within our means. The problem is our friend group has just found out that I'm rich and now they're mad. We had friends over for dinner and the wife of my husband's best friend went into our office to take a private work call. And we've let friends in there before with no issue.
Sorry for the late update, but finding a way to tell everyone your wedding is canceled takes a good amount of time. If you haven't seen part 1 to this story time, go watch that and then come back here. But to catch everybody up, my wedding was 1 month away. And my fiance told me that I needed to kick out one of my bridesmaids so that we could make room for his little sister, which I said was absolutely not happening. Looking back now, maybe this wasn't the right choice, but I decided not to tell any of my bridesmaids this was happening. There was just so much drama surrounding this, and honestly, like, they were already doing so much for me, helping me plan this wedding. I just didn't think it was worth adding this drama to their plate. It was something between me and my fiance that I was gonna figure it out. There was just no point to me to get them involved. Honestly, I think a part of me didn't want to tell them because I was embarrassed that I was marrying a man that would treat my friends like that. A few days ago, I wake up to 3 missed calls and a super long text message from one of my best friends in the whole world. She was actually the second person I asked to be my bridesmaid right after my maid of honor. So I was kind of confused why she was sending me this text. Because it started with, I have no idea why you're doing this and I'm beyond hurt. I was like, what did I do? Literally me racking my brain like, what did I do? What did I do? My best friend text goes on to tell me that my fiance gave her a little ring-a-ding-ding call to tell her that Even though we really appreciate all of her help so far in planning the wedding, and we would love for her to be there to support us, she no longer will be a part of the wedding party. I'm sorry, who made that decision? Because I know it wasn't me. I immediately give my best friend a call and explain to her the entire situation about what's been going on with my fiance and apologize for not informing her sooner. And I told her that I had no idea that he would do this and that I had no part in it whatsoever. And I told him that none of my friends were being kicked out of the wedding party. So the fact that he would go behind my back and do this, like, disgusting. Actually disgusting. My best friend asks the question that honestly I would have been asking as well, which is why me? Out of all of the bridesmaids, why did he choose that specific one of my friends to kick out of the wedding? And that's when we realized she was the one who was closest in size to his little sister. He was just thinking about which dress was gonna fit. Immediately, I packed up all of the stuff I had that was his at my apartment and drove right to his apartment. I knocked on the door, and when he opened it, he was surprised to see me. But then he looked to see what I was holding and realized what was happening. He's immediately coming up with the most insane excuses that to him really do make sense. He told me that when his little sister was 12 years old, and he was in high school, they were literal children, he promised her that she could be a bridesmaid in his future wedding. That's it. That's it. And because of that promise that he made when they were literal children, she thought she was entitled to being a bridesmaid, even though she's not nice to me and we're not close. And he thought that he had the right to go behind my back and sabotage my friendships and disrespect me and the things that are important to me in the wedding. I told him at the end of the day, I'm not going to be with a liar. And that's what you did. You literally sent my best friend a text message lying to her, which hurt her, hurt me, could have potentially impacted our friendship forever. And for what? So that you could get what you wanted? That's disgusting and selfish. Thank God I found out these qualities about you before I spent the rest of my life with you. And for whatever poor girl gets swindled into marrying him next, I hope her bridesmaids' dresses have rush ordering because we don't want to run into this issue again.
Oh my god, I found out my best friend lied to me? Get ready with me. Okay, so my best friend told me she was cheating on her boyfriend with a friend of mine, let's call him Brad. I was so upset about it that I decided to confront Brad. I went to Brad and I told him, you know what? It's not okay what you and Lisa are doing. Brad looked at me so confused and he said, I don't talk to her, let alone meet up with her. Looked at him and I just knew he was telling the truth, which meant that Lisa had been lying to me about cheating on her boyfriend because she wasn't cheating on her boyfriend. Now, why would you lie about something like that? Said to Brad, if you are lying to me right now, I'm breaking up a friendship because of you. He was literally almost crying. He was like, I would never do something like that. Like, why would I do that? I decided to confront Lisa. I told her, I don't know what's worse, the fact that you cheated or the fact that you're lying to me about it, but I don't want anything to do with you. She cried so hard, and then she admitted that she actually lied about the fact that she was cheating because she wasn't cheating at all. After this happened, she forever avoided me at school, and to this day, I don't understand why would you lie about something like that. Right, so I'm ready. Gotta go now. Bye.
My husband badmouthed me to his ex, so I ruined his life. Story time. So recently, my husband got in contact with his ex. And what makes this even worse, it gets worse, is that they were high school sweethearts. I'm not gonna lie to you, when we first started dating, I was so jealous of this woman. I was really protective of my husband, boyfriend at the time, because the two had been together for like 10 years. Like, it was a hard relationship to compare. However, I got so much reassurance from my husband. Let's call him Mark. However, a few months ago, my husband changed his job, and it just so happened that his ex-girlfriend worked at the same place he moved to. However, me and Mark have been married for quite a while now, so I didn't think this would be an issue. However, the other day it was brought to my attention that he had badmouthed me to his ex. And not only that, but apparently they have daily catch-up sessions just to bitch about me. Obviously, when I found this out, I was fuming and I wanted to say something straight away. However, it was actually my mum's idea to not say anything and get my own back. So I played the perfect wife role for a good few months. Cooked him the best dinners ever. My mum helped and looked after the kids so I could prepare stuff. Took him on so many trips. I gave him the best present. We slept together 10 times more than we normally do because my mum had the kids. And then I left him. I picked the kids up. I wrote a note. And that's all I said and all I've said since.
Am I wrong for keeping a caricature of my girlfriend and saying she's being ridiculous? So like I said, in the cartoon, my ears are exaggerated and so is my girlfriend's nose.
She has a slightly bigger nose than normal, but it's only noticeable when pointed out or actively compared with others. Anyways, I figured she hated it when she was silent during the reveal and then walked off. I paid the man for his work, took the art, and then went after my girlfriend. That's when she explained in the car he basically reignited her insecurity about her nose and she didn't want to see it. Alright, cool. So I understood but already paid for it, so I just kept it in my cubicle at work. Long story short, she saw that the art was in my cubicle and we got into a tip about it. Because apparently I shouldn't have kept it after she told me how it made her feel. I said she was being ridiculous. That's where you messed up. Since it's in my cubicle and couldn't just throw it away. Am I wrong? I can understand why he kept it, but I can understand too why she's upset.
Get ready with me as I tell how my teacher told me that Allah is not God and Islam is not a real religion. So I looked at him and I said, then you probably don't mind if I leave the classroom right now. I walked out the classroom and I thought, you know what? This man thinks he has all the power. I'm gonna go to his direct supervisor. I was so angry searching in the school hallways for the team leader. I saw him and I said, just the person I was looking for. Looked at me and it was a small school, so he knew me a little bit and he said, all right, come into my office right now. Once we were in his office, I told the team leader everything about what happened. We weren't even sitting in his office for 5 minutes or someone knocked at the door. Obviously, we didn't answer because we were in a very serious conversation. All of a sudden, the door opens, my teacher walks in, he's like, oh, you're in here, and he just sat down. I said, I didn't walk out of class for nothing. I don't want to talk to you. He completely ignored me, focused himself on the team leader and said, miscommunication. I said, no, it wasn't a miscommunication at all. Eventually, after a long discussion, we had to agree to disagree because otherwise I wasn't going to pass this year. Still had to follow the religion classes. 2 years after I went to another school, something amazing happened. Not gonna believe this. My religion teacher got expelled because he was caught watching 18+ videos in the classroom. Yeah, what can I say about it? God's plan is always better than mine.
I'm going to call off my wedding. Storytime. So me and my partner were dating for 8 months before we decided to get engaged. This decision just felt right. I know it's quite quick. However, we didn't have any suspicions to not. We were both getting a little bit older. We both wanted kids. We were getting very aware that our timeline was getting smaller. So we just thought, why not? Shortly after this, I decided to move into her place to help pay off some of our debts because I wanted these basically paid off before the wedding so we could then buy a house together shortly after the wedding. However, this was a huge mistake because she has been controlling ever since. And this all started with a joint bank account. And this weren't a nice way to try and get our debts in order. This was a way to control what I was eating, what I was spending my money on. She literally came up with these insane rules that I have to work 70 hours a week, Monday through to Friday, and take any Saturday work that I can before we have kids. Now, I have this health condition where I have to eat a certain amount and more than somebody else because my body doesn't digest everything. My partner literally shouts at me for buying food. Obviously, this was getting a lot. I couldn't even be the main holder on the car that I bought and paid for. And I did discuss this with her before I started getting annoyed. And her mum even talked to her about this as well. And she still wasn't listening, was still being controlling, not letting me do anything with my money. Now, for a little while, I've been debating putting off this wedding and just cancelling it in total. And I've recently decided enough is enough. I've been putting this like huge plan together for the past few months. I've taken out a rental car without her knowing so it can go under my name and I don't have a control freak knowing where I'm driving. And one weekend, I'm going to drive to my parents' house and I'm going to take all the necessities out of the house because I know what she's going to do. She's going to lock the doors. I've got a brand new phone with a brand new SIM without her number in it. When she blows up my phone, I won't know. I've also taken out a bunch of money and removed my name from the joint credit cards that we have. I'm so excited for this next chapter of my life without her in it and to not be controlled every single second of my life. Now, this plan fell into action last weekend and I was so surprised. She obviously locked the door, which I knew she was going to do, but luckily I did already get the stuff out of the house beforehand. And I just drove. I drove as fast as I could to my parents. She didn't blow my phone up once. And I'm really confused by this situation because I thought she would. However, I'm gone. I am out of this relationship. I'm living a brand new life and I can't wait.
Am I wrong for inviting my mother and her husband to my graduation and not telling them I changed my name? He said he was the one raising me, feeding me, and loving me, so he's entitled to be recognized as my dad. But my dad died when I was 5, so that's why I really still want to be his kid. He did not abandon me or walk out. He loved me and he died because of a stupid allergic reaction that left me without the most important guy in my life. But my mom always defended him and told me I should be more appreciative because he could leave us and would I want that? And a few times I did say yes. Sometimes I think my mom wanted to send me off to boarding school so I wouldn't ruin her marriage, and I know they looked into it. I decided they could figure out my name change at the graduation, but then they got an email with my full last name. My mom's husband said I would have left him clueless as I publicly disowned them. I said that's what I've been doing for years and he just never accepted it. Am I wrong for being rude to my boyfriend after he withheld salt for me? Me, female 27, and my boyfriend, male 30, are currently on vacation with his family. I have volunteered to cook most nights because I love to cook and am the best in the group at it. So this evening, I was making a dish for everyone and asked my boyfriend to please get me an array of seasonings for this specific dish. MSG, soy sauce, pepper, and salt. He then said, if you're using MSG, do you really need salt? To which I explained that MSG is not salty. It has 1/3 of sodium content to regular salt, and that dishes, if they are using MSG, will typically require salt. I was cooking outside on a griddle and the dish comes together quickly, so I wasn't able to go grab any seasonings. I realized shortly afterward that he had not included the salt, just 3 of the things I requested. And when I questioned it, he said I didn't need it, but the food was bland.
I'm leaving my husband for my childhood sweetheart. Story time. Now, I really don't mean to sound like that, but I settled massively for my husband. So me and my husband met about 5 years ago. We kind of rushed into things, I'm not going to lie to you. We were engaged within 3 months of knowing each other. And then we were married within 6. I'm not going to lie to you, this is because I was pregnant. And of course, I'm really, really happy with my husband, or was. And he was a great husband, like he weren't bad. I just could have done better, you know? The reason we met is because I was on a night out. We had a one-night stand. But I mean, he's the father of my kids. I'm not about to badmouth him online. So let's move on to my childhood sweetheart, Mark. Me and Mark dated from the ages of 6 to 21. Like, when I'm saying your childhood sweethearts, I actually mean it. As you can imagine, this man was the love of my life. However, like every relationship, I did eventually get over. To physically get over Mark, I had to block him on absolutely everything. Like, I didn't have a trace of him and I didn't look him up because otherwise I just never would have gotten over him. So I had no idea what he was doing. To my surprise, when he showed up to my work one day, obviously as a customer, but I was just like, this is crazy. Anyway, we sat down and we spoke for literal hours. I just realized that we missed each other so much, and as annoying and inconsiderate of my husband's feelings it was, I kissed him. Obviously, I went home and I told my husband immediately. I explained everything to him and he was so understanding. And it was actually really annoying because I was like, let me hate you. Like, why are you reacting like this? And that brings us on to current day, where we are currently engaged. I'm just waiting for my husband to sign the divorce papers. Then me and Mark can finally get married.
Get ready with me as I tell how I found out that my best friend was my biggest hater on TikTok. So it started with things like her telling me that the guys in her class thought I was ugly, and those things made me super insecure. It didn't stop with that, it only got worse. A car from my dad, which I was very happy with, but it wasn't a new one, it was secondhand. She started commenting on my car because she thought it was ridiculous. Sally, are you really gonna drive in a car like that? Not even Bluetooth in this car. But she didn't even have her driver's license yet. And she started commenting on my clothes. You can't match those two together. Silly. You need a new bag. Like, this bag is just so ugly. My car wasn't good. My clothing style wasn't good. My bag wasn't good. She literally commented on everything that I had. The worst thing was that I agreed with her on everything because I also thought that I wasn't good enough in that moment. Always wanted pictures of everything and everything always had to be perfect, but she knew that wasn't good for me in that period in my life. But I accepted it all until I started doing TikTok. Gonna believe what she did. Let me know if you need a part 3.
Am I wrong for telling my mother-in-law that she made her bed and she can rot in it? So I, 24 male, have been with my girlfriend, 23 female, for over a year. She is the love of my life, and the only problem is her witch of a mother. My girlfriend has very low contact with her mom as she is judgmental, crazy, and an alcoholic. She's constantly criticized my girlfriend to the point of her crying every time she talks to her. Well, we are expecting our first child, and it was not planned but a welcome surprise, and we're happy. My girlfriend told her father as she's very close to him, and my mother-in-law overheard it. Well, now she demanded that we use the name she wants and that it's her way or no way. I told her we are going to choose what our child's name is, and she said if she can't pick, she doesn't want to be in our child's life. We said that's probably for the better, and then she started crying, saying we can't ban her from seeing her first grandchild. And I said if she thinks I would even allow our child near her, she must be delusional.
Am I the asshole for returning my mother-in-law's backhanded birthday present? Story time. So my mother-in-law, to put it plain and simple, hates me. Like, we don't get along, we never have got along, or should I say, she doesn't get along with me, because I honestly don't have an issue with her, and she seems sweet, except for when she hates me. No, I don't want to say she's obsessed with him, because I actually don't think she is. However, she does put him on a very high pedestal. Obviously, always sides with him in an argument, that sort of vibe. However, one thing this woman has always mentioned to my boyfriend is that I need to lose weight. She says it in the most narcissistic way possible. Like, she'll plain right to my boyfriend in front of me and say, I just think you can do so much better. Like, you can get yourself a gym girl. Like, what are you on about? To be fair, my boyfriend, let's call him Mark, doesn't stick up for me as much as he should do. I think Mark is actually a little bit scared of his mum. I mean, same. You know, I understand it. Let's get on to the birthday present, because I am honestly so shocked she did this. Now, there is a really expensive gym near us, and by expensive, I mean expensive. Now, this was actually the first birthday present that I opened from her. It was actually really nice. It was a joint membership for me and Mark to go to this gym. I was like, oh my God, that's so sweet. Thank you. I was actually really appreciative of it. But then the presents got worse and worse. So I then opened a couple of clothes that she got me. These clothes were severely undersized, and I kind of was like, these won't fit me. Like, do you have the receipt so I can at least exchange them? Because I did like them, to be honest. She was like, no, I purposely chucked them away so you can eventually fit in them. As a bit of motivation. I didn't ask for that. To kind of brush this off and continue opening 2 more presents she got me, and one of them was meals for weight loss, and the final one, it gets worse, was one of them hoops, you know, them weighted hula hoops that people use to lose weight. It was one of them. I was catching the gist she was trying to throw me, basically. I kind of sat there in a bit of shock, like, how do I respond to this? Like, you're literally calling me fat in front of everyone right now. So this obviously turned into a little bit of an argument, because I did say to her, like, I can't ever wear them clothes. They're 4 sizes smaller than what I am. Currently, I'm only a size 14. I'm not even that big. Basically saying how long she's been telling me to lose weight, and it's finally time I start taking some actions, and she was just trying to help me. What she doesn't get is that I don't feel the need, neither does Mark, to lose weight. So I said to her that I am 100% returning these clothes, whether I have a receipt or not, because I'm not keeping clothes that are 4 sizes too small for me. She said this is completely disrespectful, it was a present and I should be appreciative of it, but no. I just found out that my husband's girl best friend has been secretly feeding my child. Story time. So when I gave birth to our daughter, I unfortunately couldn't feed her straight away. I had to go straight to bottle feeding, and this isn't what I wanted. However, I was completely out of control and would have really harmed me if I did. Now, my delightful husband, let's call him Mark, knew how much this upset me and just how much I've dreamed of having a child and feeding my own and just that whole process. He just knew how upset I was about this situation. Now, on the surface, he did. He took our little girl and fed her all the time, and he let me nap and rest whilst he was doing this, because obviously I didn't need to be there. Whenever he would leave the house, he would always take her with him so I could have peace and quiet and recover. Like, in my head, this man was being the best husband possible. But little did I know there was actually an underlying reason he was doing this the whole time. So my husband has a girl best friend, but not in that way. They've been best friends literally since they were children. Their mums are best friends. She has never overstepped before. She's always been really welcoming to me. To be honest, me and her got on really. So that has never been an issue to us. However, of course, that has all changed when I found out she has been feeding my child. And when I say this, obviously I mean naturally. Something that I couldn't do. And what makes this worse is that is where my husband has been going. He wasn't taking her out the house to give me peace and quiet. He was taking our child out of the house so it could be fed by another woman. Now, obviously, this broke my heart. Like, not only did I feel not worthy to be a mother, Mark completely broke my trust. I honestly don't know what to do. Obviously, I've been stabbed in the back, but I'm also worried for my baby's health. This is just wrong on so many levels.
Am I wrong for asking our babysitter to set alarms when she sleeps? I have no idea why, but when I try to stop and then film the audio again, it is not letting me do it. It just like there's no noise. So I'm going to do it the whole way through. My wife and I, 34, have 3 children, ages 7, 4, and a 9-month-old. I work a very demanding job in the medical field and work for many hours, but my wife not so much, although she does have night shifts often. We just got a new babysitter a few months ago after 2 years of having our old one because they had to move to college. But our new babysitter is only 16 and has been babysitting one of my coworkers' children for a while, and so I trust him. A few nights ago, my wife and I were both working nights, and I saw on the camera that our babysitter was asleep on the couch and the baby had woken up. Our baby was crying for almost 30 minutes while she slept, and that bothered me, so without talking to my wife when I got home, the next morning I told my babysitter maybe she could set some alarms while she slept.
I just found out that my boyfriend stole my necklace and gifted it to his sister. I've been with my boyfriend Adam for about a year now, and I met him while I was getting my master's degree. When I was a sophomore in college, I had a long-term boyfriend of about 3 years. His name was Kyle, and he passed away. When we started college, Kyle had gifted me a locket necklace with the word most engraved onto the back of it. It was just kind of our thing. It meant that he loved me most. Since his passing, it's been one of my most prized possessions, and I never go anywhere without it. After finishing my bachelor's degree, I just wanted to get away from the town that everything happened in, so that's when I decided to go get my master's in the UK, and this is where I met Adam. He's the first person that I've opened myself up to and let myself love since I lost Kyle, and I really have loved our relationship up until this, and if I find out that it's actually true, I'm never going to be able to forgive him. Adam has always been pretty insecure about Kyle. He's always asking me hypothetical questions about him, like if he were still alive, would I still be with him, and what I prefer about him over Kyle. I usually just dodge these questions and I never give him an answer about it because I don't condone these types of questions and I really don't want to feed into it. We have also had to have several conversations about him talking badly about Kyle, and he gets mad if I post him on his birthday, death day, or if I just have hard days. I just found out that my boyfriend stole my necklace and gifted it to his sister. He sees this as me not being over Kyle and still being hung up on him and then not loving him. Adam knows how much this necklace means to me, and he knows how stressed and sad I have been searching and frantically looking for this necklace for the past 2 weeks. I took a shower one day and I set the necklace where I always set it every single time that I take a shower. And when I came out, it was gone. Adam swears he has no idea where it is. He says that I must have just misplaced it or lost it somewhere. Adam has a sister who we're gonna call Jane for the sake of the story, and she recently just turned 21, and I'm on her private Snapchat story where she recently just posted a picture of the big, beautiful locket that her brother got her for her birthday. It was my locket, and I know this because it had the same exact engraving on the back. I don't know how Adam explained that one, but I guess he must have somehow. But me and Jane aren't really that close, like not to the point where I feel comfortable enough confronting her about it. I also just feel silly bringing it up to Adam because what if I'm just going crazy and making excuses when I'm really the one that was just being careless and lost it on accident? I just don't see where else Adam would have gotten this locket because it was personally made for me and engraved back in the States. It was a local small business that made it for me, and that was near where I lived in the States. So basically I just need advice on how to ask Adam about this.
Am I wrong for asking our babysitter to set alarms when she's sleeping? So again, the babysitter was sleeping on the couch and our baby was crying for 30 minutes while she slept, and that bothered me. So the next morning, I asked her if she would mind setting alarms throughout the night to make sure she's awake since the baby monitor never woke her up. And I let her know it was not okay for her to leave the baby crying like that. I guess it hurt the kid's feelings because she mentioned it to my wife, and my wife is really upset with me, saying she's only 16 and that what I was asking for is very unreasonable, and that this has never happened before. So again, I'm being unfair and I should have talked to her first because this could have been a learning experience. She also said I was completely out of line as well. I'm not really worried about a learning experience, but I am worried about the fact that my children are cared for properly. So, am I wrong?
I've been catfished by my dad. Story time. Where the hell do I even start with this story? So about 5 years ago, I received a message from this guy, called himself Mark on Instagram. In comparison to probably what you're thinking, I'm not stupid. I've been grown up in this like digital age, so I knew. Check out this guy's profile, look him up on Facebook, even search for his LinkedIn before I messaged him back. Oh, catfishes exist. It still happened to me. And obviously, as we started speaking, he told me about his work and everything was aligning with each other. His Instagram was super normal. There was people commenting on it. They weren't like bot comments. It just, don't think I was stupid because it was honestly so realistic. So obviously me and Mark got to know each other very well. He ended up asking me out over the phone and I don't know why, but I said yes. Talking every single day, all day. So I said yes. He said he didn't live too far away from me, so we did plan dates. And when I tell you, this man came up with an excuse every single time and they were so believable. What's worse is I could tell he felt guilty when he couldn't come to these dates. So Mark was actually Mormon, so we actually ended up going on a mission, which meant I couldn't speak to him for 2 years, but we were going out, so we both, well, obviously he did, but we both decided to not speak to anyone else and not sleep with anyone else, even though I hadn't even slept with him yet. We actually pre-planned a holiday together before he went. So for 2 years time, fast forward 2 years, Mark came back off his mission and we were speaking. We were super excited to go traveling in a week's time. And then he rang me and said that his mum is sick. He has to travel up to London to see her, so he can't go on holiday anymore. When I started to catch a vibe, like, what are you doing? If there's one thing you should know about me, is that I can be psycho. I can be full-blown private investigator mode, and that's what I did. Basically, I did some digging around and I found out where his mum lived. I searched the nearest hospital near there, thought that's where Mark will be. This is that I live near Manchester, so I am like north and this hospital is like south. I was getting ready to go. I told my family where I was going, and that's when my dad knocked on the door. And this man was serious. I'd never seen him like this before, and I was like, you kind of need to leave because to go to London. That's when he tells me this whole time it was him. Obviously, I'm thinking, what? His excuse for this is that he didn't want me to grow up, meet a man that isn't good enough for me, sleeping around. He was just trying to protect me from what he knew was out in the real world. And I just said to him, you're crazy. I just wasted 5 years of my 20s flirting my dad.
My fiance invited his ex-situationship to our wedding behind my back. So I'm getting married in January, and I just found out that my fiance Mark invited his old situationship to our wedding without consulting me about it first. For some context, me and Mark met on a dating app 2 years ago after he broke up a relationship. To be honest, it's quite confusing what him and Tracy had together. They met because of a mutual friend, and then they just gradually started developing feelings for each other. Mark told me that they never officially dated and it was more of a friendship, but till this day, he still keeps her love letters, gifts, and he talks about her a pretty good amount. Tracy and him tried to stay in contact after the breakup, or whatever you want to call it, and they wanted to stay friends, but she ghosted him after she found out that him and I were dating. From what I saw on social media, she is in a relationship right now, so I'm not really worried about her trying to get with my fiance again. They haven't been in contact for like 2 years now, but he still has her number and her email. I found out about him inviting her after I checked our guest list again, and I was just going over it, and then I found her name on it. I know that Tracy isn't a threat to our relationship, but Mark inviting her behind my back just makes me feel weird about the whole wedding at this point. He told me that he doesn't feel anything for her, yet he made sure that he sent her an invitation. This is probably just me being insecure, I'm sure, but my fear of him not being over Tracy is definitely slowly creeping in. I just really don't want to lose him, so I would love any advice or outside perspective.
Am I wrong for asking my son and daughter-in-law to please not use the name of my dead daughter? About 15 years ago, I gave birth to Kara, who passed away when she was 3 months old. She was a surprise and would have been around 10 years younger than all of my other kids. So she passed away and life moved on, but her urn sits beautifully on the mantle in our home. Now, my daughter-in-law has seen the urn before and commented it was a nice name, but I didn't think anything about it at the time. That is, until I got a call from my daughter telling me I need to talk to them. She told me that they are planning on naming their daughter Kara and knew that it would be a problem, so they were going to surprise me after she was born. So I had them over, sat them down, and asked them, "Are you going to name your daughter Kara?" That's when they told me it was in the running, so I asked if they were naming her after anyone specific, to which they answered no. Their reason was simple. They just liked the name. Well, I told them I'm not very comfortable with them doing that, and I know I don't own a name and suggest maybe it could be a middle name. I had to explain that it might be very difficult for us and we worry that we might start projecting or it could cause mental distress to us. And that would not be fair to the kid to have that burden. My husband also said that he wouldn't be happy with the decision and it feels wrong to name her that. Well, this started an argument and now my daughter-in-law is pissed, claiming that we're trying to veto a name and that we're jerks. And to be honest, me and my husband aren't sure if we are. I personally thought that we did handle it well and communicated clearly our feelings on it. Now, I myself am named after a deceased child, and of course my mom asked the person who had that child first just to make sure that it was okay, but in her case, she was, honoring that child. These people are just trying to take a name because they like it, which is completely different. And even if that was the case, I know 100% my mom would have absolutely understood and chose a different name, and I would have done the same exact thing because come on. But I would love to know your thoughts. Maybe they do differ. Obviously, I completely understand no one owns a name, but I do think there's certain instances where just have a heart. It's a very sore spot.
I feel like I should share another story, so here's another story. When I first moved to London, I lived in a flat that was a 10-minute walk away from my best friend's flat, and she lived on a high street, and I lived off the high street. So if this is the high street, she lived here, and I lived down the high street and off on a small, quiet street. This one night, I went over to her house for dinner, and after dinner, I had to walk home. It was 10 p.m., most of the walk was on a busy high street, so I figured it was safe. Silly me. So I'm walking home, and then I realized that a man was following me, and I tested him, he was definitely following me. So I started getting freaked out because I was like, I can't walk on my quiet street to my flat with this man following me. That doesn't sound safe. So on the corner of the high street and my street, there was luckily a boutique hotel and there was a doorman outside. So I went up to the doorman and I was like, "Hi, that man over there is following me. Do you mind just walking me home because I'm scared?" And the doorman was really nice. He was like, "Oh my gosh, yeah, of course." And as the doorman and I were talking, the man who was following me was just like standing there waiting. So the hotel doorman starts walking me home, and when we walk, the man who's following me walks. When we stop walking, the man who's following me stops walking. So the doorman was like, "Why is this guy following you?" And I was like, "I don't know, he's been doing it for the past like 7-8 minutes. And then the doorman started getting a bit freaked out because it was just very dodgy. Anyway, I made it back to my flat. The doorman watched me walk inside, so he was really, really nice. I'm assuming he made it back to the hotel and he was fine after, just because I didn't hear anything bad on the news. So that's that story. It has a happy ending. I made it back inside safely thanks to a really nice guy who was willing to walk me home. I have another story. A few years ago, my friends and I went to my parents' house in LA because we went to college in Orange County, which is like an hour away. But my parents were out of town, so we were like, let's go to LA for a night. So we go to LA, and then we decided to go to a USC football game. So we call an Uber, we go to the game, and after the game, I realized I couldn't find my house keys anywhere. So I figured that I must have left them in the Uber just because I didn't open my bag at all during the game, so I didn't see how they would have fallen out. So they must have fallen out in the Uber when we first got in after I left my house. So I called the Uber driver, and at first he didn't pick up the phone. And eventually he picked up the phone, and I was like, "Hi, I think I forgot something in your car." And he goes, "I don't have your keys." And I was like, "I didn't say I lost my keys." "But yeah, I did. Are you sure you don't have them?" And he was like, no, sorry. And then he hung up the phone, and then he stopped picking up. So my friends and I were like, well, that's sketchy. He definitely has my house keys, and he knows where I live because he picked us up from there. But whatever, let's just go back home and try to figure it out. So we go back to my parents' house, and we go inside the garage because I had a code to go in. And everything inside the house seemed normal. It didn't seem like anyone broke in. So we were like, okay, that's a good sign. But I was like, I'm still gonna put the house alarm on just in case while we sleep. So I put the alarm on, we go and get ready for bed, and as we're getting ready for bed, the alarms trip. So we were like, he's here. He has my house keys. He knows where I live. The Uber guy is here. So we're all freaking out. And then my friend goes, hello? And we were like, no, why would you do that? They do that in movies and then they die. Now he knows where we're located. So we're mad at my friend. We're crying. The alarms are still going off. There's probably a man downstairs with a knife. And eventually the alarm company calls my phone and they're like, hi, your alarms are going off and still haven't turned them off. Do you want us to send someone? And I was like, yes, please send someone. I think there's an intruder in the house. So they sent the cops did a sweep. They didn't find anyone. They said that the alarms probably scared them off, so we're probably fine. Anyway, that's the end of the story. We're too scared to sleep there that night, so we drove back to Orange County, and yay for alarm.
I, 34 female, met my husband's 35 male mistress at his work party, and now I don't know what to do. I never even wanted to go to this party, but he insisted that I attend. It was to celebrate the appointment of a new boss. He begged me to go, even though I wanted to spend time with our 6th son, who's 7. Eventually, I agreed that his mother could babysit and got dressed up for this party that he wanted me to attend. When we arrived, I called home to make sure that my son wasn't showing any new symptoms, as I've been quite paranoid since his strep A outbreak in his school. My husband complained, saying I don't need to be checking up on the kids. We have 3, and just need to let him show me off. I didn't really like how he implied that I was just something to show off, like I'm a trophy wife or something. He introduced me to many of his colleagues, most of whom I forgot because my mind was elsewhere. I texted my mother-in-law telling her to keep me updated, and I tried to enjoy the party. I didn't want to ruin it for my husband and knew that my paranoia would just stress him out too. So I drank some alcohol in hopes of forgetting about that and letting loose. Then the bitch came up to us. She had a smug grin on her face, including my husband with a hug and kiss on the cheek. I didn't think much of it. It's a pretty standard greeting. Then she started to say some things that retrospectively started pissing me off. She was calling herself his work wife and that she should help look after my children like it was some normal suggestion from a work colleague. My husband didn't seem interested. How wrong was I? Hours into the party, everyone was starting to leave. I told my husband it was 10 p.m. now and that I wanted to go home and be with the kids. He complained to me, saying that he would rather stay for longer as they were going to some bar now. I told him that I didn't care. I'm going home. He let me go, saying not to wait up for him. I was getting annoyed with his dismissive behavior towards our sick child. Surely he should be just as concerned. I'm out of the building, but I realized I left my phone in the building, so I go back up to retrieve it. That's when I saw them both huddled in the corner, snogging like school children. I just grabbed my phone, took a picture for proof, and went home to be with my kids. I didn't even sleep in our bedroom. I slept in my son's room because I didn't want to see my husband when I woke up. The next day, today, he asked me if I was okay because I was acting off. I couldn't help myself and just asked him how long he had been cheating on me with her. He denied it first, telling me that he only had eyes for me, blah blah blah. But when I showed him the picture, he admitted they had been sleeping together for 3 months now. He was putting aside the fact that his son was ill because of some other woman. I felt sick to my fucking stomach. And he wanted to parade me around like a show pony just to publicly kiss her? How freaking humiliating that these people who I don't even know knew about my husband's public affair before I even had a clue. What makes me even more sick is that I've been suffering from postpartum depression. We have a 6-month-old baby and his dad is off with some other woman. I kick him out of the house and I can barely look at him. I was distracted during the day with my children, getting them ready for school tomorrow, housework, and finishing painting the kitchen cabinets. But I've exhausted all efforts to distract myself and I can't stop crying, getting mad at him and then getting mad at myself. I feel betrayed, angry, and ashamed. How much am I to blame in this too? Surely he must have been bored enough to go to someone else months after his youngest son was born. Clearly I'm doing something wrong. But what? I gave everything to this man. I gave up my career for him. I became a housewife because he felt it would be better for upbringing of our kids. I can't even stand to look at him, but the idea of divorce makes me feel violently ill, like I'm letting her win somehow. I'm genuinely begging for guidance on what to do here. Do I leave him or do I endure it for the kids? Part 2. I'm at my husband's mistress at his work party and I don't know what to do. I'm currently at my parents' house with my children. I have no idea where he is, to be honest. He didn't come home. He did leave me a voicemail telling me I was being too much and that insert mistress name was way more understanding of his needs. That I became boring after I had my son because of my PPD. My response will come in the form of a divorce, because how do I even dignify his petty voicemail with a response? My father has put me in contact with one of his legal friends. He's a shark of a family lawyer and has worked many successful cases of infidelity. He manages to get good custody and financial arrangements for single mothers. Many of you are concerned about our financial situation, but do not fret. I was in accounting and finance before I left my career, so I handled all of our family accounts. I know about every investment he's made because he would get advice from me. We do have a joint account and I know everything that goes in and out of that account. He does have a personal account too, so I'm unsure about any money he may have spent on other women. My kids will be provided for because they have a trust set about my father. Their dad has put money into it, as have their grandparents on both sides. I put half of my savings into their trust too. I'm very close with my mother-in-law and we speak on the phone almost every single day. I'll probably have to let her know soon, but only once the legal proceedings have begun, because I don't want him to be tipped off about anything. I love her, but she's also a mother, and mothers do anything for their children. She'll find out soon enough. I haven't said anything to my children yet. They've asked about dad, but I told them that he's just really busy with work. I'll tell them soon, but I understand that divorce can get really messy. I want them to have that youthful ignorance for a little while longer. I messaged my husband that I intend to divorce, and he simply replied okay. I assume that means he wanted this as well. Dealing with my PPD and now this, I have looked into getting myself a therapist. It's been a process, but I believe I found someone who can deal with everything that I'm going through right now. I'm looking into booking an appointment with her ASAP. Many have questioned his incidents on me attending the party, and honestly, so have I. I don't know whether they wanted to get caught or if it's some weird fetish. Either way, it was a repulsive move, but it showed me his true colors. I intend on trying to find some work so I can continue to support my boys, but I haven't worked in 8 to 9 years now, so it's going to be difficult.
Tell me about a time where you felt like your life was in danger because of a man. I'll go first. A few years ago, I moved to London because I wanted to become an actor, and I didn't have an agent yet, so I was applying to these casting calls through these various casting websites, and I got a response from someone saying, "Hi, we really would like for you to come in for an audition. Our office is located at da-da-da-da-da. You'll be meeting with da-da-da-da-da. Here's the project information." So I looked everything up, and it all seemed really legit. So I was like, okay, cool, this is a real audition. I'm gonna go. So I go to where their office is, I ring the bell, they buzz me in, I walk down this long hallway, and I knock on the door, the number that I was supposed to go to. And this man like slightly opens the door and goes, "Hi, are you here for the audition?" And I was like, yes, I am. And he goes, "Oh, great, come in." So I go inside, and I couldn't really see inside the place at this point, but I go inside, he closes the door, he locks the door, and I look around. I'm not in an office, I'm inside this man's apartment. And he just locked the door, and I'm locked inside. So inside I'm freaking out because I know that something is very, very wrong, but I'm trying not to show that because I want to stay in control of the situation, and I want to get myself out of it safely. So I was like, okay, I need to stay calm, I need to figure this out. So he tells me to go into the living room, which is right to the left, and there was like another door to go through. So I go through it, he closes that door, locks that door. I was like, okay, this is bad. So he tells me to sit on the sofa. I sit on the sofa, and he goes, "I have a demo reel of what the project is going to be like. Would you like to see it?" I was like, sure. So he puts it on his laptop, which is like on a desk over there, and he goes and stands in the kitchen on the other side of the room. So he's watching me about to watch this video. So the video starts playing, and it's an adult video of this girl who's in lingerie and who's also not in lingerie in some parts, and she's covered in a red substance which looks like blood. So he's watching me watch this video, except I'm not watching the video. I am memorizing everything that's in that space, like everything that's in my view that I can use as a weapon. So there was a pencil, there was a lamp, there was like a frame with, like a glass frame. I was there for 8 minutes taking everything in to see what I could use in case he tried something on me. So the video starts playing, and he goes, "So what did you think? Would you like to be in our project?" And I was like, honestly, I just started out acting, and I don't think that I'm ready for this type of project, but thank you for the consideration. I hope that you find, the right actress for your project. And he goes, wait, you're an actress. You shouldn't say no. You should always try to improve so you can learn. Don't worry, I have an idea. Let's do a role play scenario. Imagine that you're locked inside a house, let's say inside this space, and you're trying to escape. And someone is trying to stop you, so I will try to stop you. So he wants to role play a scenario where I'm trying to escape and he's trying to stop me. Obviously, if we role played that, that would give him permission to touch me and to, stop me from leaving. So I was like, I honestly don't feel comfortable doing that kind of role play because I really don't think I'm ready as an actor to be put into that kind of situation. But thank you so much. Again, good luck with finding the right actress for your project. So I get up and I go to the door, which was locked, and I stand there and I look at him. And he stares at me, and we stare at each other for 1 minute. And I'm waiting for him to, come and unlock the door because I can't get out. So we're looking at each other, and he gets up, walks over to the door, unlocks the entrance door. I bolt. I have never felt so scared in my life. And if I didn't stay calm, I don't know how I would have gotten out of that situation. I'm gonna end it. Story time, and I need to vent, okay? I hate it when in a professional setting, someone uses their position of power to flirt with you or to get your phone number or whatever. Particularly if they're doing this to people who identify as a woman. So I'm moving out of my apartment, and a guy came over today to do the inventory check. Basically, inventory check is when they come over, they check your flat, and they see if you get your deposit back. Like, they look at the state of your apartment. So the guy comes over to do that, and instantly he starts flirting with me, like right away, right off the bat. So I felt like I was in a really uncomfortable position because on the one hand, I want to be polite and like nice back because I want my deposit back, and I'm scared that if I'm not polite and like friendly towards him, I'm not going to get my deposit because he's going to write bad reviews. But on the other hand, he's flirting, so I don't want to like cross the line and make him think I'm also flirting when I'm not flirting. I'm just trying to be nice because I want my money back, sir. Anyway, So one of the first things he says is that he's Eastern European and he's really traditional, da-da-da. And then he spoke to me for 2 hours. He didn't check my apartment, he just spoke to me for 2 hours and like was asking questions about if I want kids, my views on marriage, like literally asking questions that you ask on a date. This isn't a date, this is a professional setting. You're supposed to be checking my apartment. Why are you treating it like a date and putting me in this spot like that? Anyway, after 2 hours, he finally starts checking my apartment and he's checking my kitchen and he asked me if I cooked. And I said, yeah, I cook. And he goes, wow, you would make a great wife. Stop. Why? Many more comments like this came along throughout the inventory check, guys. So later on, there was a tiny stain somewhere, so I was cleaning the stain. And he goes, oh, see, another reason why you'd make a great wife. Oh, because I can clean and cook, I'd make a great wife. And also, like, why are you saying I'd make, like, that's so uncomfortable for me. Like, stop, why? Sorry, I'm still, like, riled up over this, clearly. And then another thing that happened, he had to flip over all the sofa cushions because he had to see if there were stains on the other side. So when he was putting them back, I decided to help put them back because there's like 9 different like sofa cushions. So I was like, might as well help so it goes quicker. So as I'm putting the pillows back, he's like, you're really sweet, you know, you're so sweet. Again, I'm already uncomfortable, please stop. Finally, everything finishes and I go to my neighbor's flat because I had to give her something. And he was waiting for the elevator right next to me because her flat is right next to the elevator. And while he's waiting for the elevator, he goes, we should go for coffee sometime. Would you like to go to coffee? What would you say? Let's go to coffee. What am I supposed to say? Like, obviously I want to say no, but I don't want him to write a bad report because I said no, because we all know that could happen. So, like, I feel like I have to say yes to go on a date with him when, like, I don't want to go on a date, but I need my deposit back. So, I guess I'm going to coffee. Story time! So before the pandemic happened this one day, I was traveling and I was at the airport and I had to go through security. Obviously, as you do. So I go to security and keep in mind, I was wearing leggings and a t-shirt. Like, it was very basic clothing. There wasn't anything on me. There was no zipper or anything. But when I went through security, I beeped. So the TSA woman was like, okay, I need to use a handheld metal detector on you. Was that okay? I was like, yeah, sure, of course. So I put my arms out and she used it on me. And the metal detector beeped at around this area on my body. So she was like, okay, I'm gonna have to pat you down. I was like, yeah, sure. So she pats me down and she doesn't find anything. Obviously, I was wearing leggings and a t-shirt. And she was like, that's strange. Have you ever had surgery? Like, do you have anything metal inside of you? And I was like, no, I've never had surgery. And she was like, okay, maybe the metal detector had a glitch. Let me just try to use it again. I was like, yeah, please. So she uses it again, and again, it beeped at around this area on my body. And she was like, are you sure you haven't had surgery? Like, are you positive? And I was like, yes, I'm sure. I've never had surgery before. And she's like, okay, well, I need to take you to a booth and you need to undress for me. And I was like, yeah, okay. And keep in mind, she was getting very panicked at this point. Like, her eyes were genuinely, like, panicking. And I think it's because she thought that there was maybe a dangerous device inside of me, which isn't funny. So we go to the booth, I undress, and she looks at me, and there's nothing there. And she was like, are you sure that you haven't had surgery? And I was like, I am sure. Okay, I haven't had surgery. Why am I beeping? And she was like, I don't know why you're beeping. There must be something inside of you. I was like, what? No. So she's like, let me just pat you down again. So she pats me down again, and then she found the tiniest charm, like that big, on the string behind my underwear. And that's what was beeping this whole time. We were very relieved at that point. Story time about one of the most horrific experiences I ever had as an introvert. When I was 15, I went to a basketball game with my dad, and it was a Lakers game to be specific. At one point during the game, during intermission, the kiss cam came on, which, as most of you know, the kiss cam is just a camera that zooms in on couples and asks them to kiss in front of the entire arena. It's like on a big screen. So the kiss cam is on, it's going to a bunch of people, they're all kissing, it's really, really cute. And then at one point, my face and my dad's face was on the kiss cam. So it said kiss with a heart with both of our faces in the heart. So we're kind of there like in shock, but we're like, okay, well, it's going to move on. Because usually when couples don't kiss or people don't kiss, the camera just moves on because it assumes they're not going to kiss. The thing is, the camera didn't move on. And the entire arena started to chant, kiss, 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 kiss. And after 40 seconds of chanting kiss without us kissing, the entire arena started to boo at us for not kissing. Entire arena booing at us. 15 years old, introvert. My dad asked to... Story time, and this is actually my mom's story. When my mom was 15, she was a boarding school student, except her school wasn't only a boarding school, it was also a daytime school. So students could choose to either be a boarding school student or a daytime school student. This one night, my mom, her boarding school friend, and their daytime school friend were hanging out, and around 7 p.m., the daytime school friend wanted to go home. Back then, cell phones were nothing, obviously, so the three of them had to leave campus to go to a phone booth to call a cab for her. So they leave the school and they walk alongside it and past the forest, because right next to the school was a forest, and as they're walking, a man that they don't recognize passes them. Then a few seconds later, a girl that they do recognize who went to the school also passes them, so they say hi to her and they keep walking to the phone booth. Eventually, they reach the phone booth and they call a cab, and as they're waiting for a cab, suddenly, they hear a girl screaming and a bunch of leaves rustling. So they're like, oh my god, what is happening? Then a few seconds later, the guy that had passed them suddenly runs past them really, really fast. I have to do part two. Part 2. So the guy ran past them just as the cab arrived. So my mom and her boarding school friend put their daytime school friend into the cab, and the two of them walked back towards the forest to see if something happened. But no one was there. So the two of them then walked back to campus and went to the cafeteria because it was dinner time. And in the cafeteria, they saw the girl that had passed them just sitting at a table crying. So they went up to her to ask if she was okay, and when they went up to her, they saw that she had a knife mark on her neck and a knife mark on her wrist. So they were like, oh my god, we have to take her to the principal. They take the girl, bring her to the principal, and she tells them what happened, and the principal calls the cops, and they take all of their statements. Apparently, the guy had grabbed the girl, taken her into the forest, and held a knife to her neck and told her to be quiet. But because the girl knew that my mom and her friends were nearby, she started screaming and wouldn't stop screaming. That's why the guy let her go and ran off. Eventually, the guy ended up being arrested and put in jail for having raped girls as young as 7 years old.
My husband of 5 years asked me for a threesome with my best friend and she agreed. I, 26 female, met my husband, 35 male, 7 years ago, and we have been married for 5 of those years. I love my husband and all that he's done for me, but I fear that my marriage and my relationship with my best friend is now over. Not to mention, I just found out that I'm pregnant, and this only started happening after I told my husband. He was very much on board with having a child with me, and we've been trying for around 6 months. For context, my best friend, 28 female, Mia, knew my husband before me, and they were incredibly close before I even knew him. When I first met my husband, and I suspect that there was something going on between them, but they always denied it. However, they admitted while they were drunk that they were indeed sleeping together before I got with my husband. Even though it's not important now, it still plays on my mind, you know? Especially considering what just happened. 2 weeks ago, my husband suggested a threesome for the first time, and I was already not on board with it. I quickly said no and hoped he'd never bring it up again. 2 days after, he suggested it again, and I once again declined. He asked that night after we had sex once again, and I said no. After that, he stopped asking me, and I thought that was the end of it. However, 3 days ago, he asked me out to lunch, and I was pretty excited considering he never takes me out on dates anymore. When we got to the restaurant, my best friend was sitting there and was confused because he never mentioned that she'd be there. The vibe was weird from the start, to be honest, but I tried not to think of it. Halfway through the lunch, my husband asked me again. I want to consider the idea of a threesome again, and I thought it would be a good idea if Mia was involved. I didn't know what to say. I asked Mia if she knew about this, and she said yes, and that she'd known about this plans for over a month. I was devastated. I said no, paid for my meal, and left with my car. I feel so betrayed and hurt right now, and I have no words. This man is meant to be the father of my child, but I can't even look at him. I've been staying with my mom, and he's been phoning and calling me dramatically and saying that he'll drop it. Mia has been spamming me too, saying the same thing. I don't know what to do. My boyfriend said I don't truly love him if I'm not letting him live his life, including flirting with other girls and dating others. We've been together on and off for 5 years. Met in 2018, and 3 months later I found out that he was talking to someone else. Then he went to another country and we were long distance. I've always worried that he would leave me. I'm not good enough because of my mental health. I found out that he was going on dates with another girl in said country from a gut feeling. Ended up with him confessing that he wants to break up. We broke up in June 2019, but after stalking, I realized that they had been dating since March 2019. I was turned and became obsessive with their relationship. We didn't speak for a whole year. We connected early 2021 after they broke up. Started dating and it was okay, until I broke down knowing that he was going on an exchange to another country this year. I told him my fears about him finding someone else and replacing me. He said I'm too insecure, and he doubted if I really love him. He said love should be unconditional, and I should be happy if he's happy. He said he wants freedom, and he wants me to be in his life forever. But why can't I be happy if he's happy dating other girls? Why would I limit his life? He said it to me as if it's a favor that he didn't see anyone else this past 2 years. He even told me out of frustration that he would just rather live his life, date, and sleep with other girls, and if I truly loved him then I would stay. I can't let go of this and I'm feeling extremely depressed. All my friends are polyamorous, so I suspect that they would think that this is okay, and I'm an asshole for limiting my boyfriend's life experience. So, am I in the wrong for feeling this way? I, 46 female, have a daughter, 17 female in senior year, who has become so lazy in the past 5 months, has only been going to school and coming back and sleeping. I was worried about her grades recently, so I called her teacher and she informed me that she was still ahead in all of her classes, though she had other concerns. Her teacher has told me that she was worried about her as she's completely changed and doesn't speak now. Walks in and out of class whilst avoiding her friends. Even though her friends sit with her, she would just ignore them completely. She used to be talkative, friendly at school, and would always hang out with the same people. Her best friend that she's known for 8 years has been trying to reach her alongside her other friends, and she arrived at my door a couple of days ago, asking if she could see her, and my daughter would always be asleep or say she isn't in the mood. I spoke with my daughter to see if they did, and she just said they haven't done anything and she just can't stand anyone anymore. From doing nothing but sleeping, she's become so frail. Though after nearly 4 months into the semester, I have told her repeatedly that she will not be anything in life if she carries on this way. She would just ignore me or lock her room so I can't come in, or if she's annoyed, she will start arguing with me. On Sunday, I went to work, though before I put her basket of newly washed clothes outside of her room and told her to fold it so that she can put it in her wardrobe, and I told her that it better be done before I arrive. She gave a faint, okay. I came back a couple hours later to find the basket in the same spot unfolded. I knocked for minutes on end and she just told me to stop. I don't know what came over me, but I got the crowbar from the back and started to take off her lock. After completely denting it, the side facing me came off after a couple of tries and I twisted the bolt. I brought her basket in after finding her standing up behind the door. I proceeded to yell at her and she starts crying, which she hasn't done for a while. We start yelling and saying hurtful things to each other for a while, and after her calling me a monster and failure of a mom, I told her that I would have never had you if you turned out this way. She was clearly taken aback by it, though in the moment it was the truth. All she does is nothing. She just walked out of the house for a couple hours doing God knows what, though she's been acting completely different since Sunday. She would listen to me and actually leave the house. Every time I came into her room, she would be writing a manuscript. Though it all feels wrong and inauthentic, she seems to have been upset by it deeply. Maybe it's good, as she is now being how I want her to be, though I understand how that could be misconstrued. I can tell that she's trying hard to avoid me, though it's still being really friendly. So, am I in the wrong for telling my daughter that I would never have had you if you turned out this way?
My ex-boyfriend is threatening to expose our sex tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time. If sent me on Instagram. I broke up with my ex 3 months ago, and it's become my personal nightmare. We actually only dated for 6 months on and off. At the time, I didn't know it, but he was definitely love bombing me from the beginning. At the time, I didn't even know what that was. Not until I started watching TikTok. We met at a bar, which is the worst place to meet a guy, by the way. He was all over me the first night he met me. He was trying to kiss my neck, and he even tried to grab my butt. I told him he needed to calm down, and he did. The following week, he managed to get a hold of my friend on Instagram, and he convinced my friend to give him my number. And my stupid ass friend gave it to him. He was extremely manipulative too. I later found out that my friend had a crush on him, so she was just trying to give him my number so she had an excuse to talk to him. Once this man got my number, it was a constant barrage of text messages. He texted me every single morning. He would send me selfies, and all of this without my permission. I've only dated broke guys in the past, and my ex has a lot of money. So I decided to go out with him just to get a free dinner. Biggest mistake of my life. He forced a kiss on me on our first date. Part 2 is up. He actually forced me to kiss him on our first date. Story time about how my ex is threatening to expose our sex tape if I don't get back with him. Disclaimer is not my story time instead of my Instagram. After he forced me to kiss him, I slapped him and he liked it. He actually said, "I'd like that." I know this sounds terrible, but I kinda liked it. So then I went on a second date with him. He was really quick to do the dirty. He would always be grabbing or touching me. Anytime we were alone, even if it was for 5 seconds, this man would just pounce on me. He was literally and utterly obsessed with sex. Don't get me wrong, it definitely was overwhelming, but I had never been with somebody who was so passionate. But then came the jealousy. He was constantly worried about who I was with. He was always showing up to places where I told him I'd be. Even if I was having dinner with friends, this man would show up. He would show up uninvited to my house. Before I knew it, 5 months had passed. This is when my parents started trying to convince me to break up with him. They hated that he always came around to the house even when we were all having dinner. He would just show up and sit down with us. My father especially hated him. He would also grab me in front of my parents and try to do stuff. Part 3 is up. In front of my parents, he would always try to kiss me and touch me. My father hated this guy. Storytime about how my ex is threatening to expose our sex tape if I don't get back with him. One night I go over to his apartment, which he lives in a penthouse, and he tells me that he has something fun planned for us. I went into his bedroom and he had this whole setup. Cameras, chains tied to the bed, handcuffs. It was like 365 days in there, or 50 Shades of Grey. This man knew how to get me to do whatever he wanted. He started kissing my neck and we started doing it. I knew the camera was there, but it didn't bother me. I never thought that he would ever try to use it against me. Fast forward 3 weeks later, I break up with him. He decides to start stalking me and then sends me the video. He told me he'd give it to me if I went to his apartment. I go to his apartment and he basically attacks me. Pushes me down on the couch and tries to do it with me. Then he told me that if I didn't get back with him, he'd expose me. I got back with him. He's on his best behavior. What should I do?
I, female 27, have been married to my wonderful husband, male 30, for 5 years, but we've been together for 7 years total. In all that time, my parents, female 58 and male 60, have never really taken a shining to him, but everyone has always been amicable. That is, everyone except my sister, female 22, who seems to think that the world revolves around her. She is the light of my parents' lives, and can do absolutely no wrong in their eyes. Simply put, my husband and I generally keep our distance from her. Last weekend was my dad's 60th birthday, and everyone was invited. My husband and I went knowing that my sister would be there, but we didn't think too much of it. We expected a pleasant evening celebrating my dad. Now it's important to note, before we go further, that my husband follows certain dietary restrictions as part of his religion, which I'm keeping vague, but everyone in the family knows and has been accommodating thus far. Unfortunately, after everyone had eaten dinner, my sister announced that she had specifically asked the caterers to add in some of the restricted food items so that she could test if my husband would even know the difference. To say the least, I was furious. Just for clarification purposes, the restricted ingredients were added into the sauces and there were no noticeable pieces. My husband and I were absolutely appalled and just walked out while my sister yelled that she didn't get the big deal and we need to take the sticks out of our butts. My parents had absolutely nothing to say and just watched. They later texted me that I should consider the fact that my sister is young and didn't know better. I did not respond. I went absolutely no contact with everyone since the party and didn't respond to a single message or phone call, nor did my husband. When my parents showed up at the house, we didn't open the door. When they showed up at my work, I didn't go to reception. I haven't laid eyes on them at all. Today, some cops came knocking on my door saying that they had received a missing persons report and were looking for me. Fortunately, that was all solved quickly in that I never actually went missing. But now my friends are saying that I wasted police resources when I could have just texted my parents back saying that I didn't want to hear from them. I just feel like a grown woman should not have to justify where she is to her parents. So, am I in the wrong for disappearing and causing my parents to lodge a missing persons report? My fiance left me after he found out about my college days. I've been with my fiance for 2 years, engaged for 2 months. I can go on and on about how great he is, but I won't waste your time. He's awesome. Him and my sister's boyfriend have gotten really close over the past year, and they talk at least twice a week, whether on the phone or FaceTime or just hanging out with all 4 of us. Sister has been dating her boyfriend since high school, so obviously her boyfriend knows me very well, as well as my dating history. Last weekend, we all thought it would be fun to drink and hang out over FaceTime. It was a FaceTime double date and we all had a blast, laughing, playing drinking games. We all partied for over an hour, and that's when I was over it and decided to leave the party to call my sister directly without the boys in the other room. Well, my fiance and her boyfriend stayed on the FaceTime and continued to get drunk together. During this time, I couldn't hear shit because I was in another room
Organizing my office
Sister's
drawers.
boyfriend goes and tells a bunch of stories about my college days and how many guys I hooked up with. Just so everyone knows, I don't know the actual number. My first 3 years of college was literally one giant party. Without being too descriptive, I admit I was excessive. But at that time, it was just what we did. I was single during that time, and me and my friends with a lot of guys. Most of them that I couldn't even pick out in a lineup. But again, I was in college. Anyway, one of the parties that I went to, I ended up hooking with 4 different guys at the same time. This is relevant later. My fiance is handsome as fuck, and I know for a fact that he's been with several women. We talked about our past a lot in the beginning of the relationship. I wasn't 100% honest with mine, and I can only assume that he was. After everyone hung up, me and my fiance were laying in bed about to sleep when he just calmly asked me, "Did you get gangbanged in college?" My response was, "What the fuck? Why would you ask that?" That's when he told me everything that my sister's boyfriend told him. He told me details I'm not even sure are 100% true because again, blur. But a lot of that information was accurate, so I just told him yes. It was one time. He continued asking questions about other stuff, but the gangbang thing kept coming up and he had a lot of questions about it, but I answered to the best of my knowledge. Fast forward to Wednesday. Things have been fine and normal Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. But on Wednesday, radio silence. He hasn't texted or talked to me in 3 days. The breaking point was tonight when he came home from work and asked me, "Are you friends with any of the guys on Facebook?" Again, not lying to him, I admitted yes, I was friends with all of them. He left a few hours ago and I have no idea where he is or what he's doing. I'm tempted to call the cops, but I feel like I will just make things worse. I feel like garbage. I fucking hate my sister's boyfriend right now, but maybe it's not even his fault. Maybe I should have been more honest. I'm so lost. He's the best thing to ever happen to me and I've never seen him like this before. Is this the end? He refuses to return my calls and texts.
I think my boyfriend is in an incestual relationship with his sister. I know this sounds ridiculous, but listen before you call me insane. I'm writing this because I can't sleep. I've dated him for a year. He's Italian and I'm an American student in Rome. Looking back, there had been signs even early on. I took all of this as cultural at first. One of our first dates, we were talking about our families and he showed me a picture of his sister and raved about her beauty. She is actually gorgeous. She's a classic Italian beauty and very chic. I was jealous of her then, but had no idea where this was going to go. I have only been around her a handful of times, but she had made it clear she does not approve of us dating. She's icy, distant, and hostile. She has said in front of me that he should be with an Italian. She speaks several different languages, including English, but every time I try to talk to her in English, she replies in Italian. "You are in Italy, speak Italian." She once told me he'll be gone soon. My boyfriend is openly very affectionate with her. He dances with her and whispers in her ear, kisses her cheek and the side of her mouth, hugs her closely. Every time I've seen them together, he's brought her a nice gift. People here are genuinely affectionate, but everything combined is off. Once at a family dinner, I was helping his mom with the food, and he and his sister went out to the patio. I looked out and she was sitting on his lap. What sister does that? I also found this very weird while watching Friends when Monica and what's his name, Ross would sit on each. I'm like, that's weird. If I ever try to sit on my brother's lap, I think he would like punch me. I have also seen her caress his bare chest at the beach. This same time at the beach, he carried her in the water with her legs wrapped around his waist and his hands were practically on her ass. Sorry, I can't help but laugh, but this is fucking weird. If they did this when they thought I couldn't see, what do they do when they're really alone? He's also gotten into a physical fight with her boyfriend, but I'm not sure what it was about. Earlier tonight, my feeling got a lot worse. He never leaves his phone sitting around, but he did this time. He got a message from her and I looked over. She said, "My heart is yours, my king." And we were met. She said, "My heart is yours, my king," and we were made for each other. To clarify, this is a translation from Italian. I left without telling him. He blew up my phone, but I have no idea what to say to him. This has been my best relationship, but this cannot be normal, can it? I'm sick to my stomach and feel mortified thinking about this. A few things worth noting that I forgot to mention. She wears a locket with a photo of them in it. She was sitting across from me at dinner and opened it and gave me a taunting look. At the time, I didn't want to call her out and look crazy, but now I think she definitely was trying to rub it in my face. Also, not only was she sitting on his lap, but she was looking into his eyes and twirling his hair. I also saw him kiss her on the neck near her ear. It wasn't super smoochy, but to me it seemed like a weird place to kiss your sister. Tell me to drop the class if I don't like your rules? Okay then, you'll lose 5 students and your job. So when I was a freshman in college, I registered for a basic-ass English 102 course that doubled as a humanities credit. I thought, great, 2 birds, 1 stone, despite the rate my professor for this class being abysmal at best. A few things to note, I have ADHD and dyslexia, so I've had a hard time reading most times, but especially handwritten stuff. Even my own. It's also important to note that I had an ADA allowance on file, meaning I get some permissions to allow me to take classes and function as normally as possible. These permissions include use of my tablet during class to write notes and about an hour longer on tests. Well, first day of class, the professor strolls in with the arrogance and snobitude of someone who thinks they're getting tenured this year. He starts talking, going over the syllabus, and says, there will be no phones, laptops, or technology of any kind in my class. You will write all of your notes by hand, which isn't going to work for me, so I raise my hand and ask him if I can talk to him privately about the rule. That went over about as well as a lead balloon, and he starts getting snippy and says, anything you need to talk with me about can be found in your syllabus. But again, I said that I needed to talk to him and that it was pretty important. Finally, he just says to say it to the class. He doesn't have time to take out to deal with whining of any kind. So I say that I'm dyslexic and need my tablet to do the notes and give the assignments, and that my ADA permissions are on file and emailed to all my professors before class. He says, yeah, I saw the email, but I don't care. You can do the work just like everyone else. You're not special even if you were in special ed. The class goes deadly quiet at that. I'm absolutely shocked at his bold and completely hilarious lack of awareness and care for his job. I'm staring at him open-mouthed and he thinks he won. He's got this smug little face like I've just been told and there's no other options, nor is there any way he'll regret his behavior. One of the girls in class finds her voice and calls out his ableism and lack of decorum, but he cuts her off saying, if you don't like my rules, you can drop the class. So she says, okay, and pulled out her laptop and dropped the class right in front of him. In taking the cue from her, 3 other students and I do the same and we leave class together at the same time. I've never met this girl before, but then she asked me if I want to go to the dean because honestly I'm really shaken, so I said yes, and we go straight there telling the dean of students what happened as well as the ADA counselor. They took the girl's statement and mine and discovered that this professor had pulled this shit for years but nobody wanted to get involved. 6 months later, I hear that not only had the professor not gotten tenured, but he was fired and blacklisted from teaching at the college level. For people who don't know what tenure is, that's when a teacher gets like locked in and they're guaranteed their job safety.
My best friend's husband confessed his feelings for me. Her life was very difficult and she says she's finally happy, so how do I tell her? Mia, 32, and I, 32, met in college and we were best friends ever since. Mia was always very family-oriented and romantic, even when she was a kid. Her ultimate life dream was to have a big, happy family. Sadly, Mia had a very difficult childhood. She lost her entire family, younger sister and both parents, from ages 10 to 12. She was in the system for a while until her abusive uncle took her in. Obviously, Mia was and is very mentally unwell, and just a few months ago, she managed to get off her meds and stop going to therapy. Mia and her husband, Rick, 34, are together for 2 years now and married for 6 months. In my opinion, it was all a bit rushed, but Mia was scared that she wouldn't be able to have children if she waited, and to be honest, Rick seemed to be her perfect match. She was aware things were going faster than she initially wanted, but reassured me that her and Rick are on the same page. It's her life after all, so if she's happy, so am I. Rick and I neither love nor hate each other. He's my friend's husband, so at best we tolerate one another. We don't have any common interests and our lifestyle goals are very different. Fast forward to New Year's Eve. Mia and Rick organized a party and invited me and my partner, 31, to join. Everything seemed fine. Rick and I were chatting with some friends when I decided to go outside to breathe in some fresh air. Rick followed a few minutes later. We casually talked about some irrelevant things when he suddenly says that he's in love with me. I thought it was just one of his stupid jokes and I was totally blindsided by it, so I just laughed. Joked back and hoped that he will drop it. Sadly, he just doubled down and got visibly upset. Started saying how he doesn't want to spend another year unhappy and how being with Mia is exhausting because of her trauma and that he deserves better than that. At this point, I got very nauseous and just wanted to get away from it all. So I told him that he has no idea what he's saying and we'll talk about it once he gets his shit together. Mia and Rick are trying for a baby, so I obviously have to tell her as soon as possible. The thing is, I have no idea how to do that. How do you approach a person to tell her the best part of her life is a lie? How do you address something like this with the person who spent the vast majority of her life on antidepressants and being suicidal? I don't even know if she'll believe me. I also don't want to lose her as a friend, but I can't watch her be all happy and giddy about him when I know that he doesn't even fucking respect her. There are times I think just to ignore it all and never mention it, but I know that this isn't right. My best friend's husband confessed that he has feelings for me. Shortly after, Rick called to apologize for his behavior. He said he never meant for it to come out, but that he's very unhappy with his marriage and now he sees no escape with the baby on the way. He then said he would never be this confused about his feelings if Mia didn't have feelings for my boyfriend, on which they have been trying to work on for a while, but he's so exhausted from it all and he just wants to end it. He said that he's confused about his feelings for me, but he also wanted to hurt her so that she can see what she's putting him through and how painful it is to be in love with somebody who's a constant in their lives. Basically, he tried to spin the entire thing on me as trauma. I told him if he's so unhappy with his choices, he can just leave without vicious lies and that he didn't have any reason to put me or my boyfriend in the middle of this. He just said that he didn't mean for it to happen and we ended the call on that. I went to Mia afterwards and told her about Rick's confession. Obviously, she was heartbroken about this, but seemed to accept it at face value. I then told her what Rick said in the call since I thought she deserves to know that he's making stuff up behind her back. That's when she broke down and said that she had no idea how it happened. She would never act on it anyways. And that Rick was never supposed to tell me about it, but that's something between them that they are so close to resolving. She said she saw how my partner treats me and my kid and how that's something that she desperately wants but is just so unlucky. Call me selfish, but if we were friends as I believe we were, I would expect her to come forward with this. Trauma related or not. It isn't just between Rick and Mia. It involves other people now that were unwillingly put into this entire situation. She spent one-on-one time with my partner so many times and she never felt bad enough to tell me, or at least to attempt to stay away from him and give me some fake reason for it. I know she needs support right now, but I can't do this. I simply can and won't, and if I'm an a-hole for it, then so be it. I'm fine with a stupid crush. We're all only humans, and especially with her history, I would 100% understand to help her out if she came to me about it. Lying and the betrayal that went on for years, on the other hand, I simply cannot forgive that easily, especially after everything we've been through and the things that she knows that I've been through. I told her that I need some space. She tried to call me after I left, but I'm too tired to talk to her at all, and I can't see myself doing so anytime soon. My boyfriend Freddie, 30 male, and Callum, 29 male, have been best friends since college. They were roommates and graduated together, and all that stuff. Me, 30 female, and Freddie have been dating for 6 years, and we're getting married next January. We're incredibly happy, and we can't wait to have our fabulous wedding. We both deal with anxiety because we have a very high profile and demanding jobs, so we agreed to have a small wedding, simple, relaxed, and stress-free. I've shared spaces with Callum at my boyfriend's family events, parties, and he hangs out with my boyfriend a fair amount of the time. He's great. I like him. Here's the issue though. Callum does this thing where he sits or stands very still and stares into space for a long time. Freddie told me it's a thing called catatonia. I call that just zooming out, or disassociating as Gen Z said. The problem is that my boyfriend usually babysits him when this happens. I mean, he stays right next to him the whole time. I thought it was like a nice, cute gesture, but on the day of our wedding, I mean, really? That sounds like the opposite of our dream day. He's even taller than my boyfriend, so just imagine a 6'4" guy standing in the middle of our reception next to the groom. Here's the conflict. I talked this privately with Callum, just me and him, and he agreed that he would be a distraction. He declined the invitation. I asked him not to tell anything to my boyfriend, and he said that he would be too embarrassed to say anything. I said, please don't feel embarrassed. I know it's not your fault. And we left it at that, very friendly and politely. I told him that he's more than welcome to join us for our Christmas dinner, because I know that he's not close with his family. And like I said, I like him. I told my boyfriend that Callum declined, and he was disappointed, but he agreed that less guests fitted our idea with a small, low-key, relaxed wedding. So it was still perfect. The next day, I told my mom, my sister, and my maid of honor, and they were visibly upset with me. My mom said it was an a-holy move and that it was ableist, but I don't think that's true because it's not really a disability. I think it's more about his personality and his thing that I know is going to take a toll on my boyfriend that day. I want to make sure that I was not a horrible person to pacify my conscience. So, am I in the wrong for uninviting a friend to my wedding so my boyfriend doesn't have to take care of him? I uninvited a friend to my wedding so my boyfriend doesn't have to take care of him. I'm going to try to keep this simple. I was an ableist. I did something horrible to Callum. I did something unforgivable to him, actually. I took away his agency and I didn't see him as a person, the lovable person that my future husband cares so much about, and I did something horrible to the person that I love. The a-hole tag is right, and the advice that I got was so much appreciated. My first instinct should have been to speak directly to the two guys, the guy I love and the guy that my future husband loves. I was called out yesterday, and instead of going directly to them, my first thought was, oh, I need to learn from a reliable resource. I should talk to a doctor before talking to Callum. And it's fucked up that even after all of that happened, I was still thinking just about myself. My sister called me yesterday to offer her help again, and that was another wake-up call for me. I talked and apologized to Freddie last night. He was honestly more worried about Callum above anything else. He said he wasn't fit to lie. He always sees the best in others. That man's heart is too big for his own good. He just blamed my behavior on pre-wedding anxiety, but I told him that it was definitely more than that. I talked to Callum yesterday too, and he was kind enough to literally take an Uber and come to our place ASAP first thing in the morning, without any question. After I apologized, he was crying. Don't want to get into details, but he was clearly hurt by what I did, and at the same time, he was very relieved that my apology came rather quickly. He told me, I knew you had a good heart. I told him it took a whole village to wake me up. He apologized for downplaying his condition with me. He said he often does that to avoid freaking people out. That hit me like a brick. Cal and Fred shared some tears too. If the wedding happens, Callum will be there. From our long conversation, Freddie thinks that anxiety is too high right now, and he wants to hire a wedding planner to help manage the workload. I told him that I'm probably going to need therapy too, because I can't blame ableism, stupidity, and lack of empathy on being stressed out. We're not going to get married in January. The venue allows us to reschedule. We might do that if it's possible. That's the only thing that I know for certain. I feel like I failed at marriage even before starting, and I failed at loving my new family too. I got the quick Google search comment a lot, but if you Google catatonia, it says a group of symptoms with different possible reasons. Then it jumps straight ahead to heavy stuff. Like, at the time, when I Googled it, I thought it was a symptom. I didn't know the difference between syndrome and disease and condition. It sounds incredibly stupid to write this, but in my head, it wasn't different than people getting motion sickness. Cal and Fred always acted as if it was something usual, and it was something that you'd expect from time to time. So I definitely normalized that. Freddie's friend also acted that way, in the sense that every time Cal had an episode, they'd be like, oh, again? That's classic Cal. Oh damn, we can't leave the party because Callum is doing his thing. Cancel the Uber. You know, mostly joking about it. And of course, Freddie was always there to take care of him. Now I understand why that was so important. He's incredibly susceptible at that state and it can't be disturbed, and he needs to be watched. Of course, Cal lives most of his life without Fred, and when that happens when Fred is not around, so yeah, he has no choice but to be susceptible all by himself. I bit my boyfriend's member because he wouldn't stop head pushing, but now I feel really guilty. It didn't seem like a big deal at the time, but it's keeping me up. We've known each other for about 6 months and started hooking up in October. The head pushing has never been a problem until a few weeks ago. I don't mind a little, but he gets so aggressive that it hurts. I've communicated with him in more ways than one that I don't like how aggressive he is. I'll stop him when he's doing it just for him to resume not even a minute later. I told him during and outside of it, so I really don't think I could have been any more clear. Earlier today, I was going down on him and he started again. Like usual, I moved his hands off my head. I told him to be gentle. I told him it hurts when he does it all within 5 minutes. He just wouldn't stop. At first, I just bit down a little with my front teeth. That didn't work, so I bit the head with my molars. Not that hard, probably enough to break a baby carrot. He yelled and pushed me off of him and started asking what the hell was wrong with me. I told him that he's the one that can't do one single thing that I've asked him so many times not to do when I'm doing something for him. He kept telling me that it doesn't matter, that you should never do that to anyone, blah blah blah. We bickered for a couple minutes and he eventually left while calling me dirty names on his way out. I honestly wasn't expecting to do it. I'm just so tired of having my boundaries broken. I've been extremely clear and direct when telling him to simply not push my head. I don't understand why that's so hard to comprehend. Is there something that I'm not understanding? Does it make the head better? I just feel like I'm doing this one and only thing for him. I get no pleasure out of it. I don't even like doing it. It just feels so dirty and so disrespectful with the amount of times I have to ask him not to. But I can't help but to feel bad. I'm worried that I might have hurt him more than I intended to. I don't want to call or message him, but I don't even know where he is right now. I don't know if I should have taken a different approach to this because I don't know if our relationship will come back from this with how upset he was when he left.
Story time, and this is Claire's story. I also have to give a trigger warning for sexual assault for this one. So, when Claire was in college, she got into a fight with her roommates one day, and that night she went to a party in the apartment building that was next to hers. Unfortunately, when she was at that party, she lost her keys. So when she went back to her building, she knocked on her door, hoping that her roommates, who she was in a fight with, would open the door. But they didn't. Luckily though, her neighbor Jack heard her knocking, so he opened his door and he was like, "How are you, okay?" And Claire explained the situation to him. Jack was really nice. He was like, "Well, you're welcome to stay on my couch if you want." And so Claire said yes. Jack wasn't a stranger. Claire knew him really well. Her and her roommates hung out with him all the time, so she felt safe enough to go there. When she was in his apartment, Jack was really nice. He ordered her some food. He made the sofa bed for her. Like, he was just honestly really nice about everything. So Jack actually also had his friend from home who was visiting him, who was staying with him. So Claire was going to have to share the living room with that friend. Claire fell asleep, and a little while after, she woke up with her pants off and something inside of her. She asked the friend what he was doing, and he told her to go back to sleep. She got up, went to Jack's room, locked the door, and slept on the floor. The next day, Claire told her roommates what happened, but they didn't believe her. And they kept hanging out with Jack, even when that friend was there. And eventually, they ended up exiling Claire from the group because she was problematic. There are a lot of things that Claire could raise awareness about in this video, but what she wants to raise awareness about is validating people's stories. A few years ago, sexual assault wasn't as talked about. So a few years ago, sexual assault wasn't as talked about, and it wasn't as understood. So a lot of people didn't believe some of these stories. So if you're one of those people who didn't believe someone's story back then, it's okay. But you know better now. So reach out to that person and validate their story. Even if what happened was 5 years ago, 10 years ago, even if you're friends now, even if it seems like all of you have moved on from it, Claire guarantees that that betrayal is still inside of them. So you reaching out and validating their story will do a lot. Story time, and this is actually my neighbor Lana's story. She lives right over there. So because of the pandemic, Lana went home for a few months, and she finally came back to London in March. But when she came back, the elevator in our building was unfortunately
organizing my desk drawers.
Now, Lana and I live on the 4th floor, and she had 2 big suitcases with her, so she was struggling to bring up her suitcases. So Lana decided to ask the man who was living on the ground floor if he would help bring up her suitcases. So she knocked on his door, asked him for help. He said yes. The man brought up her suitcases. Lana said thank you because, you know, it was a really nice thing to do. And she said goodbye. She thought that that was it. That was the end of their interaction. It wasn't. A few minutes after he helped her, Lana suddenly received friend requests on Instagram and on other social media platforms from that man. Now, we have a communal mail area, which means that downstairs there's a table and everyone's mail is on that table. and you just pick up your mail like it's for you. That man must have gone through that mail to find her name, found on Instagram, and added her. I have to do a part 2. Part 2. So after he added her on Instagram, he messaged her. Then Lana messaged back saying, "Thank you again so much for having helped me today." But then the guy messaged her again, and again and again and again and again, and he wouldn't stop messaging her. And his messages would say, "I think I deserve a coffee because I helped you with your suitcases. We should go get coffee." Or, "You owe me dinner because I helped you with your suitcases." Lana started to feel incredibly uncomfortable. She just asked this guy for a favor. She didn't know that she would owe him a date because of it. I mean, what if Lana was actually an 80-year-old man, not a 23-year-old girl? Would that 35-year-old guy then have asked the 80-year-old man for dinner or for coffee? No. The only reason why Lana is being harassed is because she's a woman. If you help a woman, you're not owed a date. A simple thank you should be enough. I mean, Lana now feels incredibly uncomfortable in our building. Whenever she passes in front of that guy's flat, she walks really fast because she's scared to bump into him. Story time. And I kind of need your detective instincts on this because basically someone hit my car while I was parked, and I have a hunch as to who it was, but I want to see if you come to the same conclusion as I did, or if I'm just crazy and making it all up. I'm going to show you some pictures. So what happened was, my car was parked on the street outside of a police station, and I went on holiday. And when I came back 5 days later, someone had hit my car, and this was what my car was like. As you can see, the back wheel was out, so the whole suspension was broken, all that was smashed, so it was quite bad. And it might not look that bad in the picture, but it was bad. My insurance had to pay over £8,000 to fix it. What you can see on this picture is something yellow on my wheel. Let's zoom into that. So from what I can tell, what this looks like is yellow reflective tape residue. So what I think happened is whatever car hit mine had that all over their car, like their car was covered in it. So when they hit and scraped mine, that came off of theirs and it stayed on my wheel. What types of cars are covered in yellow reflective tape? Think about that. Another thing that was on my car was this note, and it was written on a police service memo pad. And it says, "Detail for the damage to the back at police station front office." So I was like, okay, cool. A police officer either saw who hit my car, so they left that note on mine, they went to the police station, they left the license plate information of the person who did it, or it was a police officer who hit my car, so they left that note, they left their information at the police station, and that was that. So I went inside the station and I showed them the note, and when they looked into the system, there was nothing. There was no information about what happened to my car. So this note, talking about details, was lying. What was also weird is that police officers will usually write their name or their phone number or their reference number when they leave these types of notes. There was none of that on this note, which is odd. Why wouldn't you leave your information on the note that you're leaving? So then I was like, oh, this is very sus. But I went back outside and I saw that there was CCTV that was facing where my car was parked, so hypothetically it captured the incident. So I went back into the station, I told them about the camera, and I asked if I could either see the footage or if they could give me the license plate information of the car that hit mine. And they said, "You have to email this person." So I emailed that person, and they were like, no, wrong department, email this person. I emailed that person. I had to email 7 different people and jump through so many hoops to try to get the CCTV footage. And when I got to the last person I had to contact, they stopped answering. So to this day, I don't have the footage. I don't know who hit my car. My insurance doesn't know who hit my car, so my insurance had to pay for everything and cover everything. Who do you think hit my car? Story time. And this is Ari's story. Ari worked at a gas station in a small town, and she knew most of the customers that came in because it was a small town. There was this one guy who was a regular, who was in his mid-60s, who always came in to get a coffee in the morning and a breakfast sandwich, and he always made small talk with Ari. She never thought anything of it. He was always just really nice, and she was never weirded out. A year after Ari was working at this gas station, the man comes in and goes, "Congratulations on working here for a year." Ari thought that was weird, because how did this man know the exact date that she started working there? Then the man started saying how his house is actually across the street from the gas station, and how his living room window faces the gas station, and how he has a chair perfectly aligned to see into the gas station. And then he started saying how whenever he sees Ari come into work, he gets really happy and he goes in to get coffee just to see her. So again, Ari was a bit creeped out by this. Why is this man watching her from his window in his house? So the man then left, went back home or wherever he went, and Ari kept working, and it was a Sunday, so it got kind of quiet. And when it was quiet, the man came back into the store. Again, he started making small talk with her, and he was saying kind of the same things like, congratulations on being here for a year, you're an amazing worker, etc., etc. And she started feeling a bit uncomfortable at this point. So she told him that she was going to stock the shelves. So she was going in and out of the back room just to get stuff and stock the shelves. As she was doing that, at one point, when she goes towards the back room, the man starts going there with her. She thought he was going to the bathroom because the bathroom door was opposite from the back room door. But he didn't go into the bathroom. He went with her into the back room and he locked the door. So then Ari was like, I'm sorry, this area is only accessible for workers, you have to leave. And he was like, no, I came here for something specific. So either you come with me to my house or I get what I want right here. Ari is freaking out, but she's trying to act calm because what else do you do in that situation? So she's holding these boxes. The man starts coming closer to her. He's saying how beautiful she is, how she's a really beautiful young lady, and how amazing she is. And she's feeling incredibly uncomfortable and trapped because the door is locked and she's in there with him. And then she sees a box cutter on the desk where her colleague, I guess, had left a box cutter. So she decides that she's going to go put the boxes down on the desk so she can grab the box cutter. So she goes and does that, grabs the box cutter, and she tells the man to back off, and he basically starts going towards her just when her colleague calls out for her because he had come to take over the next shift. The man then got freaked out, her colleague called the cops, and the cops arrested this guy. This guy ended up in jail for several other sexual assault cases and for statutory rape of a family member. That is Ari's story. So just to say, these things don't just happen in big cities, they happen in small cities as well. They happen everywhere. Story time! And this happened to me like 40 minutes ago. So I was driving home tonight, and my apartment building is on a street that's a dead end. So I'm gonna make this haircut my car. So I was driving onto my street. So if this is my street and it like ends there, my apartment building is here. So I was coming with my car here, and I turned there onto the street and I parked about here. So all I had to do was walk from here to here, which is like 10 meters, and that's like, what, 30 feet or something. So it's really, really close. All I had to do was walk there. So I parked my car, I got out, and as I started walking towards the entrance of my building, a man that was actually close to my building saw me. And suddenly, he started running towards me. And as he was running, he was yelling, "Shut your mouth! Shut your mouth!" So I, luckily, was still close to my car, so I jumped back in and I locked the doors. And just as I did that, the man arrived at my car. So because I was already inside, he went to the front of my car, so here, and he put his hands on the hood of my car, and he was like, "Get out of the car, open the window, get out of the car." So I was sat there, and I knew what I had to do was put the car in reverse and back out of there to go back from where I came from, because that's the only street out. So I put my car in reverse, and his hands are still on the hood, and he's still yelling at me. And I reverse, and as I'm doing that, he like follows my car and is like, you know, like following my movement with the car. So I was like, okay, well, I have to like really quickly like turn to go that way, because if he goes to block the street, I'm stuck. Like I literally can't get out. So he's following me, his hands are on the hood of my car. I quickly turn and I get out of the street that way, and I managed to get out. I then had to drive around for about 25 minutes, waiting for him to leave my street so that I could park my car and go home. I'm just really tired. Like, I just really want to be able to go home without that happening. I mean, I know that doesn't happen every day, but still, like, it happens often enough that it's really frustrating. I mean, not only is it obviously scary, but it's just like, why can't we just go home without being threatened?
I, 42 male, have a 19-year-old daughter with epilepsy. It was a pretty recent development, and we just now managed to get used to it and have it managed. I was downstairs one evening searching for my reading glasses when I heard her say that she was going to go take a bath. After a few minutes of fruitless searching, I went upstairs to see if I left them up there. That's when I heard a loud noise from the bathroom, like something fell. I knocked a few times and asked if she was okay, but I didn't get a response. I waited another minute before opening the door and finding her seizing and slipping under the water. What I heard was her knocking over some of the shampoo bottles when she began to shake. Her mouth went under and I freaked out. I held her up until she stopped seizing and then pulled her out of the water entirely. The bathroom isn't very big, so I carried her to a room right next door and then laid her down on the floor with a pillow. I started shouting for my wife for her meds and to bring a phone in case we needed to call EMS. She was naked, so I found a robe on the floor and threw it on her. She woke up after a few minutes, confused, and we gave her the medicine. My wife and I sat with her for probably an hour while she came back to her senses. I wanted to go to the ER, but my kid is stubborn as heck and wouldn't go. After a while, we all calmed down and left her alone to get dressed and relax. It was after that, when we were going to bed, that my wife had an attitude. I asked her what was wrong and she snapped. I was told that I should have shouted for her immediately when I realized what was happening. It was okay for me to have held her up in the bath, but it was inappropriate and disgusting that I carried our naked daughter to her bedroom and that I put a robe on her without my wife being there. She said she would have handled the situation since our daughter was nude. Obviously, I panicked and I didn't think anything of it. I told her that it was my daughter in an emergency situation and that it didn't matter. It wasn't ideal for me either, but it was just my kid. She told her parents and mine over the next few days, and the results haven't been pretty. My wife's parents are furious, and my father-in-law called me every name under the sun for looking at his granddaughter. My mother-in-law and my parents were more understanding, but did say that next time I should get my wife because it would be more appropriate since our daughter was naked and I seemed perverted. My daughter said that she didn't mind that I helped her instead of her mom and didn't feel weird about it, but our families have not let up. So am I in the wrong for pulling my daughter out of the bathtub without getting my wife? I'm 23 and my ex 24 tried to unalive himself because I don't want to get back together with him after he cheated on me. Me and my ex were almost together for 2 years until I found out that he cheated on me. Ironically, he cheated on me using Reddit. And to be honest, at first I didn't believe it, but then I got hit with the undeniable proof, and so I hardened my heart and broke up with him. It was a really messy breakup with him crying, kneeling, begging, saying he only did it because he was frustrated and that he truly loved me. Other times, he blamed me for him cheating because I didn't give him enough attention. I ignored all of this and blocked his number and all his social medias. He tried using his family's phone to reach me, so I blocked them too, although I am civil with them despite all this. Because he couldn't reach me through cyberspace, he eventually went to my house. Thankfully, we have a locked gate and my dogs were also very alert to intruders. He couldn't get in, and so he slumped in the front of our street and cried while demanding to see me. I already told my parents beforehand that I broke up with him, so my mom frantically called me saying that my ex was here crying. I immediately went back home and confronted him. He said a lot, saying how he couldn't live without me and that he'd kill himself if I wouldn't get back together with him. Now this is where I agree I did wrong. I laughed at him and said he could try. Then despite his pleas, I went inside my house, leaving him outside. After that, it became quiet for 2 to 3 weeks, so I thought that he finally left me alone. Then one day I got a call from an unknown number, and when I answered it, it was his mom crying and telling me that whatever my ex did, I should forgive him because her son is in the hospital right now after trying to unalive himself because I don't want him back anymore. I was really surprised but also worried, so I told the mom that I'll talk to my parents about this first. My dad said that he was pitiful, and although the end decision would still be mine, he hopes that I can support him for a while even if it means lying to him. My mom, on the other hand, said he's crazy and to never see him again. My sister is impartial with all of this. I also asked my friends, and they basically said don't ever meet with him because he's a manipulative ass. My relatives eventually knew this because the gossip mill around here runs fast, and said I should forgive him and to let bygones be bygones because God wouldn't forgive me if I don't forgive. I live in a misogynistic and religious country, so the behavior explains it. I do care about him and I don't want him to pass, but I also don't want to get back together with him because I know my worth. What's the best way to do things? Part 2. My ex tried to unalive himself because I don't want to get back together with him after he cheated on me. So I went no contact. I sent a text to his mom saying how I'll go no contact, but I wish for his fast recovery. Basically, it didn't go well, and it definitely got a lot worse before it got better. His mom sent me a lot of messages, and most were curses. It included a lot of derogatory words. I knew that she was mentally troubled because of what happened to her son, so I ignored it and blocked her. When I woke up, I got lots of messages and message requests, and it was because she posted what was supposed to be a private manner in social media for the whole world to see. She even posted pictures of him in the hospital and she tagged me. It was overall a very hateful post. She screenshotted my text message to her about going no contact. I was turned into a villain overnight. Most of my message requests were my ex's relatives cursing me, and some of them were random strangers who also rebuked me. Even worse, some of my own relatives berated me and said that I should have taken their advice and gone back together with him. My mom told me to go on a social media detox or just go on sites where I'd enjoy it and she'd handle it. Well, she posted a response to my ex's mom's post, and it was about how she conveniently left out the part where her son cheated on me just to gain interest in sympathy. My friends also backed it up and sent receipts and screenshots. The hate died down a bit, and I also received some support where the damage had been done. My ex's company saw the post. My mom's and ex's moms, and they want to let him go because the whole issue is not good for their image since it reached a lot of people. I knew because my ex's mom privately messaged my mom to delete her post because of it. She also said that she'll delete her own post too. My mom got mad saying she'll refuse to delete it because now they want to be civil, but I told her just to delete it so that the whole thing can be forgotten. So far, the posts are still up. For context, I live in an Asian, misogynistic, religious country, so yes, I'm still getting some hate messages, but personally, I believe I can handle it. As for my dad, him and my mom are not speaking terms because my mom says that he's not taking it seriously, and my dad says that this isn't much of a big issue. To be honest, the most absurd thing about all this is how my ex is still asking for me. I got a much unneeded update from one of his circle of friends, who by the way knew of the cheating. All of his friends knew of the cheating and didn't think to tell me. In the end, I will definitely not get into contact with any of them in the present or future.
I really need to get better at talking faster while I'm doing this series so I can put each story in one video. But this is part 2 at the time my coworker literally shamed me in front of my other coworkers and a bunch of other guests. So yeah, I was like, I can't really go home and change because I have an hour left on my shift and my mom dropped me off here, so I have no way of getting home and I can't just walk out on the job. Plus there wasn't a manager there I could tell that I was leaving. So she said, if you don't do something about that right now, I'm gonna call a manager immediately and get you fired. Mind you, I was up at the hostess stand next to 2 other hostesses. The bartender was right over there. Another server was right over there, just watching this unfold. So I happened to have a jacket with me and I said, okay, I can tie this jacket around my waist. It was a longer jacket, so it draped down to my knees. And I was like, is this okay? Tell me why I was asking my coworker if my outfit was okay with her. So she says, yes, that's fine, but you need to not wear that again because everyone here is shocked at how inappropriate that is. And all of my tables are talking about you. You better hope none of the managers get here before you leave. I'm just looking out for you, sweetie. And then she turns around and walks away. My jaw was like on the floor. So then one of the server guys pulls me aside and he's like, she's lying. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, I was right next to her when she was serving those 2 tables. And by the way, he knew those were the 2 tables she was talking about because those were the only 2 tables she had served that day. So he said, she's lying. I heard their entire conversation. No one said a word about your skirt. And then he was like, and frankly, it's not too short at all. It looks like a normal skirt. I was like, thank you. I don't understand what her problem is. Not only that, but right before I left, both of the managers walked in, stopped, talked to me, said hi, talked about my schedule for the week. I was there for a solid good 20 minutes before I had to clock out. Clocked out. None of the managers said a word about it, and I left. I had literally just turned 18, and this made me feel so bad about myself, and my mom had to convince me that I was fine. My skirt was not too short, and no one knew why the hell she said that. And I literally have so many stories about this, mostly about guests like screaming in my face about the most ridiculous things. So I will definitely be making this a series, all for the next part.
Today I fucked up by confusing meat thermometers with tire pressure gauges. I recently started a new job at a trucking company. I've been looking at the tires and thinking they're kinda low, and I've been using this thing they gave me to try and check the tire pressure. They gave me 2 of them. For 2 weeks, I hear air come out of the tires when I try to use them, and the needle never moves. I ask and I'm told you need to do it a certain way to get it to work. No dice. Oh well, I'll just ask them about it next time I'm in the shop. This morning, I walk up into the maintenance shop and ask them why this thing isn't working. Did the company give me a broken tire pressure gauge? He pulls me aside and says it's not working because it's a thermometer. So if you ever feel like you did something stupid and feel bad about it, refer back to here. Mind you, I only justify my reasoning with why would a trucking company give out a cooking thermometer to new employees. Nah, maybe I was unlucky enough to be given 2 bad gauges.
Story time. My boyfriend cheated on me with the girl best friend. So a little background information, I was 17 and a junior in high school, and my boyfriend and I had been dating for a year. But just a little backstory about when we got together. So there were definitely some red flags that I missed, okay? One of them being that he had a girl best friend. And I don't care what y'all have to say if that makes me insecure or what, but coming from someone who has been the girl best friend, I knew this was not good at all. Especially whenever we first started dating and she was still being super friendly with him, meaning she would hold his hand, she would hang on him 24/7. And when I told him I was super uncomfortable with that and I felt like there needed to be some boundaries, he was like, yeah, I told you what it was whenever we got together. So if you don't like that, then just break up with me. Looking back on it now, that was also a red flag because I feel like he was telling me to break up with him so that way he didn't have to break up with me, like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend cheated on me with the girl best friend. So like I said, she would still hang all over him and he pretty much told me, if you don't like that, then you can leave. Obviously, I did not want to leave because I liked him and he was my boyfriend. So I just kept putting up with it, and eventually, we got 6 months into our relationship. So at that point, I'm thinking maybe I have a little bit more authority, to be like, hey, I don't like the way that she acts around you. You guys can't hang out like that anymore. And they would hang out alone together. He would take her to dinner. So I literally tried telling him that the stuff that they do together is relationship stuff. And he was like, that's not true at all because we did all of this stuff before you and I even got together. So anyways, like I said, 6 months in, I'm like, hey, I don't like the way that you guys are hanging around each other. Once again, he gives me the same excuse. So he pretty much said that he didn't care. And the one night him and I were supposed to hang out, but he canceled on me last minute. And her and I didn't get along, and she never Snapchatted me before, but then I get a Snapchat of her and him making out at his house.
Mother has irritated the fuck out of me. I'm in a cranky mood, and we'll get to that in a second. I should have worked out, so I'm extra red, so I'm really struggling because I have lunch and quite literally 30, which you're like, that's so much time, not for a bitch who beats her face. I'm in an annoyed mood because my best friends is just like texting me dumb shit. Like she is just annoyed for no reason and taking it out on me. And I'm not the one to take out your anger on. I'm fucking crazy. I don't like that. Like, don't take your anger out on me because you're having a bad day. The fuck do I have to do with that? Back to my mother annoying me. My mother does this thing once every 3 months where she'll text me and be like, I am not paying for any fucking streaming services anymore. Like, I am not paying for those starting February 1. They're all off my card. I don't care. And I'm like, okay. I literally respond every time and I'm like, okay, that's fine. It's the only thing my mother covers of mine. Like, she doesn't cover anything else. It's just fucking Netflix and Hulu. That's fine. Not that deep to me. And then she'll be like, no, I'm done paying streaming services. I don't even watch TV. I'm like, I didn't ask you, bitch. I never asked. I just said it's fine. And she just has to have one of her little moments where she just goes off the fucking wall. I put my card on every single streaming platform. I did it mainly for me and Sissy. I was like, I still want to watch Hulu and things like that. It's annoying though. It is annoying to I don't know, there's just such a luxury when like your parents are paying for it, like my mom paying for it. I'm like, please, like, pay my fucking Hulu. Yesterday, I'm getting my hair done. I get a text from my mother and she's like, what's the Hulu password? And I'm like, this is rich coming from a bitch. I'm not paying for any of your streaming services. I'm not, so why would I pay for yours? But whatever, like I'm a good daughter. Obviously, I'm gonna give my mom the Hulu password. And just because I like to fuck with her, I'm like pulling her on her. I'm like, just so you know, I'm taking all the streaming services off my card. Like no more Hulu at the first of the year. Just because I really like to fuck with her, you know, give her a little taste of her own medicine. She finally gets in and she's like, wait, why are there commercials? And I'm like, well, I didn't pay for the one without commercials. I have like 5 million streaming services on my card. Like, why am I watching this with commercials, Olivia? And I'm like, oh my God, is it that fucking hard for you to watch the commercials, bitch? She says to me, you're walking around with a Dior bag on your shoulder and I'm watching fucking commercial. I said, bitch. Be so for real. I said, okay, and this is exactly why you're not getting access to any of the streaming services anymore, because you're disrespectful. The reason I have the Dior bag on my shoulder is because I'm budgeting. No, it's really not. But I'm not gonna lie, like, after she said that, I was like, wait, she like has a fucking point. Like, I do have a Dior bag on my shoulder. I'm watching the commercials on Hulu. However, I like a commercial break because I can check my phone. Like, what the fuck? It pissed me off. I saw this little meme the other day. It really just like sat with me and I've been thinking about it ever since. But it was like when a man acts nonchalant, like, and he's trying to get you in that way. Like, he's ignoring you, acting nonchalant. And it's like, who the fuck does that work for? When like the last man that acted nonchalant with me, I blocked his ass. Nobody was gonna tell me I didn't blend this in. Not a soul was gonna say anything. Who the fuck wants a man who's nonchalant? Like, I want my men obsessed with me, not love bomb obsessed. And that's where I get myself in so much trouble, but whatever. If my man is not obsessed with me, I'm probably just never gonna speak to you. I want constant communication. I wanna know you're thinking about me. I don't want a what are you doing text at 11:30 at night. That's not gonna make my pussy throb. Absolutely fucking not. And I like came to this realization, I only like men who like me. I'm not really gonna go out of my way and like a man who's just whack as fuck for no, and like not giving me the time of day. I'll genuinely forget about you. I'll be like, oh wait, what? Like if I don't hear from you, I'll forget about you. That is my toxic trait. Thought about it, I was like, I feel like if you want a man who's ignoring you and just like not giving you the time of day, like I genuinely don't think you love yourself, because why would I put a man in my life who also doesn't think that about me? That actually makes no sense to me. Yesterday I put on fake eyelashes, and this is how I knew my friends were fake as fuck. And it's been a minute since I put on fake eyelashes, probably like a month, so really not that long of a minute. Get home at the end of the night and it's just crooked. It's just like crooked on my face. And I was like, my friend sat across from me at a sushi fucking dinner and didn't say, hey bitch, your eyelash is fucked the fuck up. Genuinely not a real friend. And that's the same exact friend who pissed me the fuck off today. So maybe she's not. Clearly she's going through something. I don't know if you can tell by this video. I've been so fucking irritable the past couple days, just like so irritable. Don't know what it is. I'm an irritable ass bitch and I don't care, okay? Stand far the fuck away from me, because that's how I'm feeling. That's how I'm feeling. If you look at my Instagram and you look at my Instagram stories, you guys see them. My mother sends me. She is gonna have a heart attack after she sees this video. It really pissed me off, so why the fuck not? Okay, nothing a good little glam couldn't fix though. I'm feeling like a new woman. I needed this.
Am I the asshole for wearing white at my blind cousin's wedding? I'd like to start by saying that me and my cousin, who was blind from birth, aren't very close, but we get along well as relatives. She sent me an invitation, though we don't talk as much, but since I wanted to take a break from work, I decided to go. My favorite color is white. I love wearing white because it brings out my skin glow and makes me feel comfortable and confident. I purchased a maxi white dress, nothing fancy, but goes well with my skin tone, and wore it to the wedding. There wasn't a big party with many guests, but sort of family dinner and small celebration. I really thought no one would even notice I was wearing white. My cousin and her husband obviously didn't know because no one told them. But my aunt kept giving me uncomfortable looks the entire evening, and so did my other cousin. Once I decided to leave, my aunt pulled me aside and berated me for wearing this color at her daughter's wedding. She said that just because her daughter is blind doesn't mean she's stupid and doesn't know what's going on around her. Basically saying I brought negative energy and disturbed the celebration by having guests notice, and by extension, my cousins as well. She gave a lengthy lecture and asked if I hate to see her daughter happy and whether I pulled a stunt because my blind cousin got married before me. I was like, whoa, calm down, none of this was true. And married before me? I never thought of that. I just wore my favorite color and didn't do it because my cousin is blind and wouldn't notice. I argued with my aunt for trying to dictate what I wear, but she defended herself saying I was a guest and should have respected the bride. I left feeling very upset and exhausted from that encounter. My boyfriend said he believed I used the fact that my cousin is blind to wear white, but this didn't fly with her family. He pulled the "I told you so" line and said I just made my family hate me with that stunt. Even though he knows I always wear white, but he warned me that if my cousin finds out, there's going to be some issues. He suggested I get ready to apologize, but I really see no reason to apologize since I chose to wear a comfortable color that I feel confident in. So, am I the asshole for wearing white to her wedding?
Am I the asshole for telling my dad, who left, that I don't remember him? I'm 15 female and my father is 46 male. My dad left the family when I was 7 without any explanation. He just vanished one day and I've never seen him since. He left because of relationship issues with my mom. She was heartbroken and waited 5 years for him to return, but in the end filed for divorce. Thankfully, she's over him now. To be honest now, 8 years after he left, I barely have any memory of him. Only some resentment for the years of suffering he put my mom and sister, 19 female, through. They tried to contact him, but he'd never respond. I can't remember his voice, personality, or even face much. Last week, he texted my mother and said he wanted to meet after 8 years of disappearance. My mom agreed. We arranged a meetup at a nearby restaurant. My sister was so nervous and excited, but I realized I felt nearly nothing. He arrived, and my mom and sister started crying. He cried too, at the sight of his beloved daughters. He saw that I looked quite emotionless and said, "Don't you miss your dad?" I replied honestly that I didn't even remember him. He left so long, it's like I barely knew him. He was so shocked and hurt. Eventually, he cut off our meetup early, claiming he had to work. My mom and sister were so mad, they blamed it on me. My mom said that my sister's been waiting to see her dad for so long that I had to make a stupid remark and make him leave a second time. Asking how I could behave like this towards my dad, telling me that I'm a selfish bitch and an asshole. I'm sorry that he cut the meeting short, because I knew my sister missed him so damn much, but to be honest, I don't feel bad for saying the truth.
If you want to get humbled real quick, work in hospitality, specifically hostessing. If there is a wait list of any kind, people will literally try to talk you out of it. The restaurant I worked at specifically was kind of reservation only because it was really popular, and it was a Friday night. So this guy shows up with his family of 5 and wants a table. And by the grace of God, we only happened to have a 10-minute wait at the time, which was rare for a Friday night. And so I told him what I always say, there's about a 10-minute wait at the time. Would you like me to take your name and number, and then I can call you or text you when your table's ready? Bro turns around, looks at his wife and kid, and says, "Go find us a table somewhere, anywhere that's empty, just go sit down." Like, literally ignores me, and there's multiple other people in the lobby, like, waiting their turn on the wait list. I like to give people the benefit of the doubt, so I'm thinking maybe he just didn't hear me. So I said, "Oh, actually, I'm sorry, there's about a 10-minute wait at the time, but I can call you and text you when your table's ready, so it's not quite ready yet." So he puts his elbows on the hostess stand and, like, leans over near me, and he just goes, "Come here, come here." I literally hate it when people pull this stuff. I'm, like, uncomfortable at this point, so I just, like, slightly lean in. So he points to an aisle of booths that are empty, and they're all roped off. And he says, "Tell me why those tables are empty. You see those tables right there? Tell me why they're empty." I'm like, "I'm sorry, sir. Unfortunately, that section is closed off at this time as we don't have enough servers." I explain we are a little bit understaffed at the moment, and we don't have enough servers to cover that section, so that's why the booths are roped off. So he says, okay. But you see those people over there?" And he points to a booth of people eating. So I say, "Yes, sir." He says, "Then tell me why those people are sitting there and eating." So I said, "Well, they got here 40 minutes ago. They had a reservation, and that area is not closed off as we do have a server serving that area." So he says, okay. And he points to another area of the restaurant, and he says, "You see those people right over there?" And I said, "Yes, sir. Looks like those people have been recently sat. They're still looking at their menu. Why is that?" They got here 15 minutes ago, and they did have a reservation tonight. And he literally freaks out on me. "Fine, whatever. We'll just take our business elsewhere since you can't seem to accommodate us here. Come on, family, let's go." Turns around at the door and screams back, "And I will not be coming back." Am I supposed to be upset? Like, good, thank God. I can assure you that not one person who works here wants you here. I probably would have escorted him out anyway. There was also a time this lady kept ordering me around like her maid and making me rearrange all the furniture for her while she ate. We'll save that story for another day.
My husband took our IVF treatment money and gave it to his friend. To start off, I want to say that my husband, 36 male, has an old friend, 33 male, that he's known since high school. They're inseparable and spend the entire week together. Like, they're really, really close. My husband and I struggle with fertility issues for years. We recently started a new method, IVF, in hopes to get at least one child together. Note that I saved for the majority of treatment while my husband only paid $2,000 to $3,000. We saved up for another round after the huge disappointment and heartbreak from failing the first time. This time, I put all the money, including Dad's inheritance. My husband didn't pay a cent. Last week, I found out that he secretly pulled out $7,000. We had $11,000 in total. I was completely and utterly shocked. I confronted him, and he casually reminded me how many times his best friend complains about his old junk car. He decided to lend him $7,000 to buy a decent car. His argument was that his friend would have done the same thing for him. I was beyond livid. I asked if he really thought that this was okay, and he said I shouldn't worry and guaranteed his friend will pay us back in time. I lost it on him and immediately demanded his friend to send the money back and threatened police involvement in case he refused. His friend immediately returned the money, but told my husband about the police thing, and my husband came home yelling at me, calling me unhinged and selfish. I told him I saved up some of this money, used my inheritance for this treatment, while he contributed nothing even though we're in this together. He corrected me saying I'm the one with the problem, and he thought it's only fair that I make up for it by paying for the IVF myself. This hurt so badly, I couldn't argue anymore. He wanted to stay with his friend while constantly shaming me for how I treated them both and for the police involvement like they stole something from me or something.
I feel like I've just been in a little bit of a rut. What I mean by that is like I'm just not feeling myself recently. I'm not feeling a lot of things in my life. I've been feeling like really emotional and not feeling myself. And the worst thing ever is like when you're not feeling yourself. So I'm gonna give you like all my tips and tricks how I get out of a rut. For one, I let myself feel whatever the fuck I'm feeling. Like any emotions I'm feeling, I let myself feel that, and I don't judge myself for feeling the way that I feel. I know it's probably a shocker to you that like I'm an emotional ass bitch because I'm a grade A cunt at the same time, and it's like I don't know, I feel like people don't think I'm like actually like a very emotional person, but I'm a Cancer bitch. Like I feel everything. I feel like a lot of the times in the past I would have been like, why am I feeling like just like snap out of it, and it's like no, I let myself feel what I'm feeling, I process it, I think about it, I journal it down, and then I move the fuck on. I acknowledge it's there, I acknowledge it's happening, but I don't need to center my life around it. When I let myself feel what I'm feeling, then I realize why the fuck I'm feeling that way. Next, I just try and be active. I used to tell my mom like I'm sad, I'm just like not feeling it today. She would always be like, go on a run, and I was like, why the fuck does this bitch want me to run a marathon right now when I'm not feeling it? Because it releases endorphins. So like going outside, being active, or even like going to the gym or whatever, even going for a walk, anything like that, being active releases those endorphins and it will make you feel a little bit better. I booked my week coming home from vacation with like a bunch of workout classes. Like I'm doing berries, solid core, all those things, because I know if I start my day with that, I'll just feel 20 times better, because it's easy for me just to like sit in bed and just like kind of just be sad. I also think is valid. Like if you need to do that, you need to do that as well. For me personally, I fucking spiral when I do that. Like a bitch is spiraling. So I try and avoid the spiral. Now that I like acknowledge what makes me spiral, I try and avoid that as best as possible. Wait, if I'm not feeling myself like appearance wise, like I just am not loving the way, I'm just not feeling myself kind of thing. And my friends have asked me like how I get out of that. This is like the weirdest thing ever. I love to like put on a full fucking beat and just like take photos of myself and like play some fucking music and remind myself like I'm the baddest bitch that ever walked this goddamn planet. Put some Drake on, like good Drake, not sad Drake, or like City Girls. Nothing makes you feel like a badder bitch than being in a full beat and like listening to City Girls talk about like how fucking amazing you are, and like genuinely it helps. Music helps me too. Like I like to listen to like upbeat good music when I'm really like out of it and feeling like in a rut kind of thing, because like if I sit and listen to Sam Smith, oh forget it, bitch. Like I'm not moving. Go to part 2.
Am I wrong for flipping out on my fiance for selling the gaming chair my brother gifted me to pay for her gym membership? I, male 33, lost my 27-year-old brother to cancer a couple of months ago. We were so close and had a lot in common. He was a gamer and had all types of gaming gear, including a gaming chair that he wanted me to have before he died. It's devastating because we were really hoping and had planned to spend Christmas together. This chair I consider special because it was my brother's favorite of all gear and it reminds me of him whenever I sit in it. I don't play anymore. It just brings me closer to him to a degree I cannot explain, and it brings me so much comfort. I keep the chair in my office, and days ago I found out that my fiance, who has been out of a job and complaining about no longer being able to attend the gym, took the chair and sold it online to be able to pay for her next month's gym membership. What a bitch. When I found out, I flipped out hugely and had a very negative reaction. Like anyone would, what the hell? She told me that she was desperate for money, and after selling all she had no choice but to sell the chair. How about, get a job? I reminded her of who this chair belonged to, but she said I already have tons of keepsakes for my brother and I shouldn't act like it was the end of the world. She also vented about her past eating disorders and her anxiety when it comes to keeping fit, and claimed I was dismissing that she was struggling. Listen, You're not struggling. This dude lost his brother. You lost your gym membership. It's not the same thing. I yelled at her and called her inconsiderate and selfish and told her she should have never taken any of my stuff and sold it for a gym membership when she literally could have kept working out from home. I'm sorry, dude, to break it to you, but this is not the woman for you. She started crying as we argued, and then she went to stay with her mom, who tried to give me a stern talk about my attitude, but I didn't answer that and haven't been talking to my fiance since then. Oh shit, she's your fiance. She's not even your girlfriend. Shit, that sucks. Things haven't gotten better, and I got called overdramatic for reacting and treating my fiance like that over a gaming chair. I feel guilty because I've never yelled at her in my life before. So, was I wrong here? Did I go too hard on her? Someone said I went overboard because this is a gaming chair and it was a bit childish of me to make a fuss over it, but I already explained why I had this reaction aside from the fact that money is an issue we already have. Side note, she's 31 and they've been together for 7 years. So, oh my god, that sucks. Goodbye.
Story time about how I got catfished by my ex-boyfriend. So a little background information, I was 16 years old and I was in 10th grade. And I had been dating this guy who we're going to call Jack since my freshman year in high school. Now the first year of our relationship was absolutely amazing, no complaints. But then fast forward, we get into 10th grade and all of a sudden he changes. Now, Jake had always been a super nice person, but for some reason this year he decided that he wanted to be extra friendly to people, mainly girls. Didn't really think anything of it at the time because he told me he wanted to change up his characteristics, whatever the fuck that means. But the one day I'm in the library and then my friend Chloe walks in and she shows me a video of him rubbing some girl's thigh. And then when I confronted him about it, he was like, babe, she was forcing me to. I promise it'll never happen again. Well, I believed him. But because of this, I started paying way more attention to his actions. I realized he started going out way more and he would always have his location off. And when I confront him about it, he absolutely flips out on me, like for part 2. Part 2 about how I got catfished by my ex-boyfriend. So like I said, after I confront him about this, he decides that he's going to flip out on me, victimize himself, of course. So him and I end up breaking up, and then 5 months later, I meet this really cute guy on Snapchat. And you know, him and I are talking for a while, and of course I start to catch feelings. And then bam, him and I start dating. Now, I'm not even going to beat around the bush with this one. I was willing to date anybody because I was lonely. The next day whenever I go to school, Jake keeps smiling at me and tries to talk to me, but I'm ignoring him because what the fuck? Well, over the next 2 days, my new boyfriend starts acting like a total jerk. He starts asking me for nudes 24/7. He never wanted to talk to me. Well, the one day him and I were having a really good day and I decided to send them to him. And then a week later, Jack walks up to me and shows me my pictures. And he's like, if you don't do the nasty with me, I'm posting these everywhere. Now, my parents are super strict and I didn't want them seeing it, so I did it with him. And he ended up posting them everywhere and then telling everybody that we did the nasty.
Paranormal or not, but my cat is avoiding my deceased boyfriend's side of the bed. Almost 3 weeks ago, my boyfriend died unexpectedly in his home. We lived separately. Before he passed, my cat would curl up and sleep on his side of the bed, near his pillow when he wasn't there. Since then, he hasn't laid there once, and has instead been sleeping down on my feet. Normally, I would think it was due to the colder weather or to comfort me while grieving, but last night he jumped from the nightstand completely over his side as if he was avoiding the whole area instead of just walking across the bed like he would normally do. Last night, I dreamt we were doing mundane things like shopping together and spooning outside on the grass. It was the most realistic feeling dream I've felt since he died.
If you ever want to test someone to see if they're a good person, this is by far the best way to do it. And this works on friends, people you're thinking about dating, literally anyone. But this is a method my dad taught me, and to this day it's probably some of the best advice I've ever been given. And if you're in my life, I've definitely done this test on you, and you passed because you're still here. So what my dad told me was he used to do this with any woman he was thinking about dating before he met my mom. So he would take them out to dinner at a restaurant and just watch how they treated the waitstaff. If they treated them well, maybe he'd give it a second date, but if they didn't, he would finish the dinner, pay for the bill, and then never talk to them or see them again. And he literally would do this with like friends, business partners, like everyone. I used to think this was so harsh when I was younger because I was like, what if they were just having a bad day? But then I got older and I started doing it to people, and now I completely get it. Because I've always treated workers with kindness, but then I became a hostess and I had experience with people who were just complete assholes to me like all day long. You see how much of a difference it makes when someone is literally just nice. I will literally go out of my way to say or do something nice for my server or host just because I know how hard that job is. I honestly have so much respect for anyone in that field. But the minute I see someone start to treat the waitstaff like they're servants and not like they're actual people, out, you're out. And I do not care who you are. are. And what my dad ended up telling me was, if you're having a bad day, it should never determine how you treat the people around you. And guess what? If they're having a bad day and they're willing to treat the waitstaff like that, that's an analogy for how they're going to treat you if they're having a bad day in your relationship with them. I actually did this test on one of my boyfriend's friends that he had known for years, and he failed worse than any other person I've ever done this test on. Like, it was really, really bad. I completely lost all respect for him after that, and we ended up completely cutting him off. So if you guys want to hear about that, let me know. Obviously, this method is not foolproof because let's say you're on a date with a guy and he's smart, he's gonna treat the waitstaff well because he wants you to think well of him. But he could still end up being a narcissist or a complete asshole. You just haven't seen that side of him yet. But it is a really easy way to tell right off the bat if someone is not a good person and you should cut them off.
My own friend convinced my husband that I cheated on him, he kicked me out of our house, and now she finally said she lied. I, 25 female, don't even know where to start because I'm devastated. She, 25 female, and I were best friends for over 10 years before this all happened. She was my sister, my friend, the person I trusted the most, but to her I was never anything. Because if I had meant something to her, she wouldn't have stabbed me in the back just because I married the man she wanted. And this is important because she did all this for that very reason. 8 years ago, we met my husband, 29 male, in college. We were in our first year, and he was the assistant to one of our professors. The three of us became very good friends until he and I started dating. At that time, she never told me that she had feelings for him, so I never questioned my relationship with him. During all these years, I trusted her with very important things about my husband and myself. The last thing was the most important that I ever told her, and that was that I'm pregnant. I even told her before I told my husband because I took the pregnancy test while I was with her because I trusted her with my whole life. When the test came back positive, we both cried because it was a planned baby. She seemed so happy that my chest hurts knowing that was all fake. 6 months have passed since that day, and my husband started acting weird. He was always mad at me for absolutely no reason until I had enough and confronted him. He told me he's mad at me because he knows the truth. I asked him what he was talking about, and he showed me all the infidelity evidence he has. They were chats from a dating app between a man and me, and I use quotes because I never created that account. Someone else did and used my photos that I had never posted and I only have on my phone. So it is impossible that someone has stolen them from my social media. In those chats, I told this man that I was pregnant and that I didn't know if it was his or my husband's. In those chats, I even talked to that man about recent sexual encounters while I was pregnant and things that no husband or wife wants to read about their partner. I told my husband that everything was fake and that I wanted to know where he got those screenshots, and he told me that they were screenshots off my old phone, a phone that I supposedly used to talk to other men. He told me that my best friend told him everything because she couldn't look at him in the eye without knowing the truth. Apparently she knew about my infidelities and told him to look for evidence on my old phone, and he did, and that's why he was acting weird the last few weeks. Of course I told him that my friend is lying, and she probably used my phone without me knowing to do that I never created my account, and that I never slept with another man other than him in my whole life. But he didn't believe me. We had a fight and we called her to confront her, but all she said was that she was sorry but that she no longer wanted to keep lying to one friend to save the other's ass. We had a horrible fight, but she was as calm as a fucking psycho, insisting that I'm a cheater. I couldn't convince my husband that it's all a lie because the evidence indicates that I'm guilty. So he was furious and told me to pack my stuff and get out, that he wanted a divorce and a paternity test.
Story of the time these creepy old men would not leave me and my friend alone at the club. So I went to this club with my friend, and this particular night, there wasn't that many people there. But you already know, even though the club wasn't poppin', doesn't mean that we weren't. So we obviously looked super cute, had to pop out. And the second we got there, a bunch of guys were trying to buy us drinks. And I don't know about y'all, but definitely not turning down a free drink. I mean, unless it's handed to me by some creepy stranger, not actually at the bar, then yeah, no, definitely don't ever do that. But given to me straight by the bartender, of course, I'll take that free drink. Absolutely. So these two old men start talking to me and my friend, and they start getting us drinks. And being the professional finessers that we are, we dipped straight to the dance floor after we got our drinks. So we're just vibing, having a great time, dancing some bachata even though we don't know how. And all of a sudden, I feel somebody grab the back of my neck. And it was one of the creepy old men trying to talk to me. So I pulled away because don't touch me. What are you doing? And then he tries to wiggle his way in between me and my friend and tries to dance with me. I was like, what are you doing? So I pull my friend away, try to run away. And he was like, what, you're not gonna dance with me after I bought you all these drinks? And I was like, I'm sorry, did you pay off my school loan? I don't think I owe you anything, sir. And then this security guard gets involved.
Am I wrong for ruining my cousin's honeymoon after not being invited to her wedding? I, 27 female, have a cousin, 27 female, we'll call Kathy. Kathy got married last weekend, and for some background, 2 years ago, I inherited a cabin in the mountains. This was a gift from my maternal grandmother after she died, and this is not the grandmother Kathy and I share. It's in a peak mountain town with so many activities, and for the first year I lived in it, fixing it up to eventually rent as an Airbnb. During this time, Kathy would periodically stay with me, and once I moved out and placed it on Airbnb, she would continue to ask for a week to stay in it. She loved it so much she even asked if she could use it as her honeymoon location. I told her yes and blocked out the dates on Airbnb. I told her congratulations and that I'd stockpile the Airbnb with a bunch of romantic stuff like candles and rose petals. That was back in May, but 3 months ago I got a call from my aunt, and apparently my family and I aren't invited to the wedding because we're not close enough. Am I wrong for ruining my cousin's honeymoon after not being invited to her wedding? My aunt told us that she doesn't know us that well and we weren't there for childhood, so we're not invited. The plane tickets weren't refundable, so instead for the weekend of Halloween, me and my family skipped a major snowstorm in our hometown to live it up in Florida for the week. Now this is where I might have been wrong. For a while, I considered just leaving everything alone. But as of November 1st, ski season starts and it would be a big week. Honestly, I needed the money. So after a week of being told that I wasn't invited, I texted Kathy saying I was going to remove her reservation unless she wanted to pay for the dates. I never got a response, and no, she didn't block me. I could see the text went through. I also attempted 2 months before putting my Airbnb back online, but no response. It booked up within 24 hours. Well, the day after the wedding, she texted me asking when she could expect the cabin to be ready, and I explained the situation. To say she was mad is an understatement. That's when she cried and called me an a-hole. Am I wrong for telling my son that his pregnant ex is going to live with us no matter what he says and giving his college fund to her? I, 44 female, am a single mom to my son and he's 18. I work full-time and have a decent amount of money. I also have some savings set aside for what my late husband left us. I've been building a college fund for my son for the past couple of years, and he knows this. He was fully expecting to receive it when he graduates this year. Well, over the past couple of years, he's dated several girls for a few weeks to months at a time. They all seemed nice enough and he was having a good time, so I didn't mind, as long as he was careful. But about 3 months ago, he brought home his latest girlfriend, Lisa, 17, and we really formed a connection. She doesn't have a great home life and started seeing me as a trusted adult in her life. Well, yesterday she called me in tears. She was almost hysterical, so I told her please come over right away, it's gonna be okay. That's when she asked if my son was home, and I told her he wasn't. Am I wrong for telling my son that his pregnant ex is going to live with us no matter what he says and giving his college fund to her? She came over telling me she was pregnant and her parents were kicking her out of the house. So I told her she could stay with us and would always be welcome here. That's when she said she wasn't sure about that. So I asked why, and she said my son broke up with her because she was pregnant. I was furious with him. He was out with his friends, but I called him repeatedly until he answered. I told him I can't believe I have raised such a selfish person who can't even be bothered to support the girl he claimed to love and his own child. I said even if he doesn't want to take responsibility, Lisa and her baby are going to be part of our family and she's gonna live with us. I also said I'm gonna give his college fund to her to help her start a life for herself and the baby. He was shocked and said I should be in his corner because I'm his mom. I said, F that, you don't deserve to have someone in your corner right now, then hung up on him. That's when he came home late at night and went straight to his room. Would I be wrong if I said I had a problem with my fiance adding a ring enhancer to the engagement ring that I just gave her? For some added context, here's a picture of the ring enhancer that her mom gave her, and honestly, I'm not sure how I should feel. So last week, I celebrated my 2-year anniversary with my girlfriend and really went all out to make it an amazing weekend. At the very end, I ended with a surprise proposal and got her a beautiful ring. Simple classic style with smaller diamonds running down on the face of the band with a 1-carat diamond sitting on top. It also came with a set with the matching wedding band that really made the whole thing look amazing. And I basically worked 2 full-time jobs to be able to save up and buy this for her along with the rest of the weekend plans. Anyways, the proposal went great and she was completely surprised. I even had a photographer lined up to capture the moment. She and everybody loved the ring, but it was a tad big, so we planned to get it resized. Fast forward to today when she texted me at her mom's house saying we might not have to get it resized. Would I be wrong if I said I had a problem with my fiance adding a ring enhancer to the engagement ring I just gave her? She tells me we might not have to get the ring resized because her mom gave her a nice ring holder to keep it in place and sends me a picture of this ring guard. I will admit it's very nice, but it almost swallows up her whole ring finger and completely changes the appearance of the ring I gave her. Here's a picture. So I told her I don't think it's gonna work after we add the wedding band. She replied she can split further apart to make the space and told me if I don't like it, she doesn't have to wear it, but in the same text she said she loves it. And mentions this ring holder her mom is giving her is $3,000. Not that monetary value is what matters, but I just spent shy of 10 grand on her engagement ring set, so I'm a little offended. I just don't like the fact that the wedding and engagement ring is meant to be for me and she wants to add more to it from someone else, even if it's her mom. And again, to me the enhancer is so big, it swallows the ring itself.
Am I the asshole for telling my friend that she shouldn't wear a bikini to the pool? My best friend was visiting me this week, and it's summer, so we decided we wanted to go to the pool. She has been on antidepressants for the past 2 years, which has made her gain a ton of weight. She used to be very slim and skinny like me, but the meds have completely changed her life. She brought a few bathing suits and was asking for my opinion on it. She had a one-piece and a bikini she was deciding between. She kept saying that she looked fat in the bikini and might wear the one-piece. I actually thought the one piece looked better, but didn't say anything because it was up to her. She modeled them both for me and asked my opinion. All I said was, I like the one piece better. She asked me if I thought she looked fat in the bikini, and I said no, I just like the other one better. She started to act super triggered and kept accusing me of thinking that she's fat, and I told her to F off and to wear whatever she wants. She put on the one piece and kept making snarky remarks about how I think she's fat and I would ignore her, but she kept taunting me with comments. So I just snapped and said, yeah, you shouldn't wear a bikini because it doesn't look good on you. Happy now? Is that what you wanted me to say so badly? She just started packing her bags and went somewhere. I haven't heard from her since. I have heard from our mutual friend Allie that she's safe, just went to a hotel and rebooked her flight. But Allie told me that apparently my friend told her that I called her fat, and Allie says I could have handled the situation better even after I told her the real story. Am I the asshole? I really want to say no because she was egging you on and this is the reaction that she wanted. I really do think so. I can't see it any other way unless her wanting you to be like, oh my god, no, you look so great, wear it. But like, what kind of friend is going to let you go out looking like that? I'm just being honest. I don't wear a two-piece. I know I'm fat. And I would be devastated if my friends told me that I look great in a two-piece and I go out looking like a fucking fat cow. I can't see that ending in a better way than her either really wanting you to say, no, you look great, or that reaction so that she could just be upset by somebody and leave early. It's like, you know, when you pick a fight so that you don't have to cook dinner and you just go out to eat. I just personally feel like she was just doing too much. You should know, I understand it's difficult to come to terms when you get bigger, especially when you were skinny, because I was really skinny. And then I had my daughter and I just blew up like a balloon and I never went back. And it's been so difficult for me to like slowly, steadily start losing the weight. But I just had to accept it. I'm not as small as I used to be. I can't go out wearing, you know, Winnie the Pooh tops and thinking that I look gorgeous like I used to, because I don't anymore.
Am I wrong for telling my wife not to worry about it when I gave my parents $10,000 for some dental work that my dad needed? I've been the sole breadwinner for my family since the beginning. I met my wife in university and she graduated but decided she wanted to be a stay-at-home mom. So she worked for a few years until we got married and she got pregnant, and she worked until a couple of months before a son was born, but then never returned to work. We have raised 3 kids together as a team. We've now managed to get the last one out of university and out of the house. My wife now spends her days gardening, walking our dogs, or taking care of the house. And every weekend she takes her parents grocery shopping. My parents are still very independent and do not require my physical help. She also subsidizes her parents' grocery bill to the tune of about $400 to $500 a month. And I know the prices have gone nuts and they're great people and it doesn't affect our budget, so I don't care. Well, my mom recently told me that my dad has been putting off some dental work. Am I wrong for telling my wife not to worry about it when I gave my parents $10,000 for dental work? She also subsidizes her parents' grocery bill to the tune of about $400 to $500 a month. I know that prices have gone nuts and they're great people and it doesn't affect our budget, so why would I care? My mom recently told me that my dad has been putting off some dental work he needs because it's way too expensive, even with insurance. So I decided to pay for it. Once again, it's not a big bite out of our savings and will not affect our budget. Well, my wife had a problem with me gifting my parents the money. I told her to relax and that it wasn't a big deal, and she said it's a big deal that we should have discussed first. So I asked her when we discussed buying her parents groceries or paying for her parents to come on vacation. That's when she got upset and said that she didn't realize I was keeping a score. I said I hadn't been until she brought up money. She responded saying it's different, but I don't think it is. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for warning my friend about my ex, who she's now engaged to, and telling her stop complaining when I warned her? I, 25 female, met Dave, 26 male, in college, and we dated and everything was great. So great that we got engaged and moved in together. Well, within 10 months, I realized he had a serious issue with self-gratification, laziness, and some other stuff. Well, Sue, 25 female, has been my friend for years and was supposed to be my maid of honor. She was upset about the breakup, but one day called and said Dave asked her out. This was a few months after the breakup. I'm not a gatekeeper, so I just said, Sue, he's not a great guy. You're like a sister to me, and I wouldn't want my sister involved in the same situation. I said, hey, I'm not perfect either, but the relationship was far from balanced and was so toxic, and the ring or apartment didn't help. She's a grown woman, so I said, do what you want, but I just needed to tell you. She said she understood, and a week later they were dating. Am I wrong for warning my friend about my ex, who she's now engaged to, and telling her to stop complaining when I warned her? I decided to remove myself. I blocked my ex and saw him message me on socials, but blocked and deleted all of it. Now it's a year and a half later. Side note, I caught my ex trying to mess with my birth control once, which made my sex drive and trust fall. He wants kids, yet can't bring himself to shower more than 1 in 3 days. She called me crying. They're now engaged with the ring I gave back to him, and she's pregnant. He doesn't help with the house and pays little on bills, and literally told her to go donate blood if she's worried about money. I let her cry for an hour about how he's lazy and refuses to work, his negative attitude, and how he's inappropriately texting bots online. She even retold stories that I told her of what he did to me. It felt numb to listen to it, and I just thank God it wasn't me. I said I told you this would happen when you started dating, and she hung up, and it wasn't snappy, just honest. Am I wrong? Am I wrong for audibly saying bruh when my sister announced she was pregnant again? I, female 16, am a younger sister to Lori, 26 female. Me and Lori have never been close since we had different dads, and I was an affair baby, so she always resented me for ruining her family, but whatever. The thing is, Lori has 6 kids. Yes, 6. Twin boys Beck and Joe, who are 7 and were planned. A girl, Liliana, who's 6 unplanned. Another girl, Angel, who's 5 planned. Another boy, Keith, who's 2 planned. And another baby boy, Carl, who's 9 months and not planned. Despite the fact that Lori is incapable of taking care of these kids, 4 of them were actually planned because she knows my pushover mom will give her money and watch the kids. My mom even quit her job to do so, even turning her workroom into a nursery for Carl. I will say we're pretty well off, but we can't do this forever. And listen, I try not to judge and just ignore Lori just like she does me. Am I wrong for audibly saying bruh when my sister announced she was pregnant again? I try not to judge and ignore, but I'm the one that always has to step in and help, especially with the twins. Well, tonight at dinner, Lori's boyfriend, father to Carl, as well as Lori's father, ended up joining. I thought nothing of it until my sister said she had exciting news, and I wish she'd say something else, but I knew she was going to say I'm pregnant. And when she did, everybody was silent until I said, bruh. I didn't mean to say it out loud, but come on. Lori gave me a death stare and said if I wanted to say something, I should. I said, you know we can't keep supporting you. Without mom, you'd be on the street, and you know that. Look at mom, she's so tired. She's always taking care of your kids, and so am I. I bet that I've changed more diapers than you have, you selfish, B word. That's when she began to cry and ran out into her boyfriend's car, and he followed her and drove. That's when my mom started to cry and went and put Carl back to bed since he woke up. And Lori's father yelled at me too.
This is the story time of one of the most disrespectful things a man has ever done to me. We are gonna call this man Sweet Green. Sweet Green and I were like not that serious. We were like seeing each other. We were fucking, okay? Sweet Green and I were fucking. That's just a casual way of me looking not like a fucking whore. I didn't really like Sweet Green that much. I really only just kept him around to, you know. And even at that point, I was like, I really wasn't even fucking with him that heavy. We just honestly, you know when you're like, I should have just never talked to this motherfucker? Like, I should have just never talked to this man. Sweet Green came over one night to hang out, and this was the night that, okay, I don't like this man. Like, I really don't like this man, and I actually need to cut things off with him because, honestly, it's not even worth it at this point because he just genuinely annoys the absolute fuck out of me. So, like, why am I keeping him around? He's just, like, wasting my energy. Like, this is so dumb. But this night at my house, I was like, oh, this is definitely gonna be our last night together. Like, I'm ending it after this, but, like, I wanted a goodbye fuck. To be honest, I really don't know why I did, because it wasn't anything I was gonna miss. And right after we're done, this man turns to me and goes, look at this baddie in my Instagram DMs. This man was just deep inside of me, turns to me and says, look at this baddie that's in my DM. Listen, I don't know how you guys are with the men you fucked, but like, I am never going to take disrespect from any man ever in my life. That was very much not our relationship. I would never speak to him about the hoes I was fucked. Like, okay, I wasn't even fucking anyone, but I would never speak to him about my hoes. I just wasn't gonna disrespect him like that. But now I will. This man pulls up her Instagram. He's like, look, look, look. And I was like, okay, first of all, that is so fucking disrespectful. I said this to him. I'm like, that is so fucking disrespectful. I don't know what you think this is or anything like that. Like, because he was super insecure about my TikTok. This man was so nice and so respectful up until he saw my TikToks. And I even called him out on it. I was like, hey, I feel like ever since you like started watching my TikToks, which like, don't fucking do that. That's weird. But like ever since then, you've just like changed. You became this like fuck boy. And he was like, no, I'll admit it. Like your TikToks have made me feel a certain way. Here's what I'm gonna fucking say about that. If you're not confident and secure in yourself, don't watch my TikToks as a man. Like, don't watch my fucking TikToks if it's going to make you feel some sort of way that I've talked about other men in the past. Guess what? We're not fucking exclusive, and we were literally never even close to being exclusive. Like, I'm gonna talk the way I want to talk. If you have an issue with it, stop talking to me. I'm not going to change what I do for a living, babe, just because it made you insecure and feel like a weak ass man. And that's all on you. That is so much to say about you and nothing to say about me. You can't handle my TikToks. Get the fuck out of the way. And if you think I'm gonna bash you on TikTok, don't do dumb shit like this, babe. Go to part 2. So when Sweet Green is looking at me and being like, look at this baddie in my DMs, I look at that man and I say, listen, it's so fucking disrespectful. I would never in my life show you my DMs because I would never want to permanently hurt your ego. No, like I was going to be a fucking bitch back to that man. I was like, he was like, no, show me. And I'm like, no, like it'll genuinely ruin your self-esteem. I would never want to do that to a man. This man is just looking at me like, but to have just fucked me and be like, look at this baddie in my DMs, you have to be a special level of insecure. Like, that says so much more about you than it'll ever say about me. Like, if I ever pulled up one of my other hoes to my one hoe, I'm just looking like an insecure bitch who needs to prove that I get bitches. I also feel like, one, if I wasn't very confident in myself, and if I actually liked this fucker, it would hurt my feelings. But at that point, I was like, okay, this just solidifies the fact that, like, Sweet Green no longer has a place in my life. Like, I was already done before the last disappointing fuck. Like, I'm extra done now. Like, you're not good enough for me to keep you in my life and put up with this dumb bullshit. Like, dick game ain't that strong, babe. Like, come on. But even if, like, your game was something I genuinely enjoyed, I'm never gonna put up with that disrespect from anybody. Like, that is just so out of pocket to do to somebody. Like, I just genuinely, I don't fuck with men. And even the people, like, I would never do that to somebody because it's just fucking rude. Make matters 30 times worse. He was like, oh, she slid up on a photo you told me to post. This man asked me what photo he should post of him and his, like, friends. He was like, which one looks good? And I was like, I don't care. Either one. The first one, who literally gives a fuck. And he was like, you shouldn't have let me post it. I was like, I genuinely, babe, we're literally not dating and I don't care about you enough to be like, oh my god, don't post that. Like, what? Why would I ever say that to a man? Like, no, go do your thing. You're single. Post the photo. Also, it's like, it was like just like a fucking photo. What do you mean, babe? But I think about that, I'm like, that type of shit could genuinely make a bitch insecure. And like, if a man ever does dumb shit like that to you, just remember, it says a lot more about him and his fragile ego than it'll ever say about you. Because any man that is secure in himself and his ego and who he is as a person is never going to have to prove that he gets bitches. 9 times out of 10, the men that are like, oh my god, all these bitches on my line, don't have them. They're like, oh my god, they love me so much, like the bitches love me. You literally don't have bitches. So Sweet Green and I have not spoken since then, obviously. Sweet Green felt like a glitch in the simulation for me. Like Sweet Green genuinely was like 50% off my standards this week and this week only. Like that's what the fuck it felt like. Y'all wonder why I've never said y'all, but you guys wonder why I'm on a men's cleanse, because that's why. That's the type of dumb shit I was dealing with. And it's like, I look back, I'm like, bitch, why? Why? That was the most disrespectful thing a man has done to me.
This incident happened when I was 15 and it has traumatized me for the longest time. I haven't been able to share this story with anyone ever, but my parents have a knowledge of this. I am currently 27 years old and it feels like yesterday, because sometimes I still wake up feeling like it just happened. I'm someone who doesn't like to travel, so my family wanted to travel this certain period and I did not want to go because every time I travel, I feel sick for at least a day or two. So my parents called my auntie, not my auntie per se, she's my senior cousin, but because of the age difference, and this is Nigeria, I call her auntie. They called her to come and stay with me for that period that they will not be at home. She agreed, but then she told them that she's going to come the next day after my family traveled because she had things to do in college. She was still in school then. So my cousin brother, who was also in college then, came to stay with me. My dad was an engineer, so he had some kind of electrical stuff in the house, some in packs and others just in the corner. I learned how to change bulbs early in life, so the day they travel, I was trying to change a bulb that stopped working because I was short and I couldn't reach the lamp holder. I saw this pack and I thought it was thick enough to hold me. The next thing, I heard cracks like bottles all over the place. I fell down to the floor, but I wasn't hurt. I was so scared of what would happen to me because my dad is so hot-tempered and he offers slaps easily. I wasn't close to my dad and I did not know how he would react. The only thing I felt was that my dad was going to kill me for sure. I'm going to be dead. When I fell, my uncle came to the sitting room and saw me on the floor. That is my cousin. He was always close to me and he called me his favorite. So I saw how concerned he was. I explained what happened and he said he was going to tell my dad that he was the one that broke the stuffs. I think some of the stuffs in the box was for a contract he got, and to make matters worse, they were all expensive. I was relieved when my cousin offered to cover up for me, so I stopped crying. He then said that in return I'm going to do something for him, and I asked him what. He said he would tell me later in the evening, because as at the time that this happened, it was still in the afternoon. I said okay, and I went to my parents' room to sleep. He woke me up and I saw everywhere outside was dark. I was thinking he was waking me up to eat because I slept without eating, but he said that I've been sleeping for a while now and it's almost morning. He said it's now that he wants to tell me what I'll do in return. He said I should come to the sitting room, so I followed him with my sleepy eyes. He then said I should sit on his laps. I did so because he always told me to do that. I did not know what was going on because I was half asleep. I told him I wanted to go back to sleep and he said I can't. He then got up and started to take off my PJ, and I told him, uncle, I don't want to change my clothes. I normally wear these clothes to sleep and morning I change my clothes. Then NEPA took light and everywhere was dark. So I just stood still and I was scared. There was moonlight outside from the sky that was reflecting all over. I can't remember how I got on the floor, but he was asking me to cooperate so he wouldn't tell my dad I was the one that did all those stuff. When he was about to take my pants off, I knew that wasn't right. I screamed so loud, but we were living in a neighborhood where everyone minded their business. I just knew that at a point I woke up again. All I could remember and feel was pain because I don't know how I moved from the floor to the dining table. My auntie came that morning and I heard her telling him that my family will be coming back that morning, that due to some unexpected events. My auntie came to check on me and noticed that I had fever and she was trying to get me to eat and take some medication. I barely had strength. So she called my parents and told them I was not feeling fine. Fast forward to some minutes later, I heard my dad's car horn at the gate, and a few minutes later my family came in the house. My mom stepped in first and looked for me because my auntie told her I was not feeling fine. She was touching me and asking me how I was feeling, and at that time I wanted to pee. So she took me to the restroom to pee. I did not even have strength to walk, so my mom literally carried me to the restroom. It was when I started peeing that I felt a sharp pain. I tried to stop peeing, but I couldn't stop. I was screaming and crying, so my mom looked at me and asked me what is going on. And when I stopped, she took me to the bed, asked me where was paining me. I showed her. She checked my body and saw some red lines on my body. So she screamed and called my dad. Immediately my dad got in, understood the situation. He picked up his car. He had it and it was licensed. The next thing I heard my uncle's name and my uncle ran away. Everyone was trying to hold my dad, asking him what happened. I was later taken to the hospital to get some treatment. Some of my aunties that came back with my family kept saying that it was my fault. I still don't know how it is my fault, but it happened. My cousin was stopped from coming to our house and my dad stopped paying his fees. I never really had a conversation with my parents on what really happened. The only thing I told them was that it was viral because I after the burial, and then I did not know what happened after. Fast forward to 2 years later, I noticed my cousin brother, who was initially banned from coming to our house, started visiting again. I think my parents forgave him without even speaking about it to me. I noticed they always stay around me whenever he is around. I feel so uncomfortable because anytime you're not looking, he always gives me that weird stare. After that, I wasn't really comfortable with guys. I only keep them as friends. When I had my first kiss years later, I almost threw up in my mouth and I broke up with the guy. During my NYS in 2016, I met this guy whom I really liked. We started dating. I didn't tell him what happened to me. I only told him that I wasn't ready for anything and I would like to do it my own time. He said he's okay with that. He was a military man, a senior ranking officer, and he's a little bit older than me. I felt comfortable with him and never wanted to be in a private space with him. One day he convinced me to come over, even spoke to my elder sister that he would bring me back home that evening. I got to his house, we were having fun. He brought out this red wine and I told him I don't take alcohol. He insisted each of us finish a bottle and I told him I'm not comfortable with that because I'm going to throw up after. He said I should trust him, I wouldn't, and it's a good wine and he's not going to give me anything that will hurt me. After that, I started feeling so dizzy and I remember I got a call immediately from mom, which I picked, and after that I don't remember a thing again till I woke up. I asked him and he said I agreed to that, but I told him I don't believe that. But he told me that I'm trying to be the victim by accusing him, so I just let it slide. I'm still not able to share this experience with anyone. I haven't been in any serious relationship with anyone because whenever it gets to X, I just break up. I am strong, but this thing is driving me crazy. I've not been able to relax and let any man into my space. I've had crushes from a distance, but I stopped talking to them whenever they ask me out. If there's anyone who knows what I can do to get better, please help me out.
I will do these like criminally embarrassing things and think absolutely nothing of it until it's like the next day and I'm like, wait, or even like a year later, I'm like, wait a minute, what the fuck? Why did I do that? So when I was in LA, I did have my hoe drive me home, and like, don't get me started because that's already like a whole issue in itself. And like, you probably saw my one TikTok of me being like, fuck you if I make a TikTok, whatever. I wasn't drunk. I was drunk when I made that. But I soberly posted it because I meant it with my motherfucking soul. Anyways, that has nothing to do with the topic. So I'm in the car with my hoe and I'm like, wait a minute, like, let me drive. Here's the thing. I have not driven in years. I live in New York City. I'm not going to be fucking whipping it around the city. That's just like not happening. And it's a big thing. Like when I go home to Chicago, I'm like, I can't drive because like I genuinely feel like I forgot how to drive. So of course I'm like, oh my God, when I'm in my hoe's car, I'm like, let me drive. Let me put both of our lives at risk and like, let's see what happens. Like, I don't know if I want to let you drive. I'm like, no, babe, please come on. Like, let me drive. This is not the embarrassing part. Oh, I fucking wish it was. So he lets me drive and I'm like, wait a minute. Like, I need to vlog it for YouTube. Bitch, what the fuck? Like, I literally don't need to vlog that for you. But in my head, I was like, no, I literally need to get like my content up. Like, I got literally no content today for the vlog. Like, I need to get, and I'm like, is this what the fucking YouTubers feel like? They just like need to record absolutely everything. So I make this man vlog me driving his car. Like, the way it actually cringes my soul. Like, good thing I don't really give a huge fuck about him. So like, good thing, like, I'm not like I could never do that with like a man I was like genuinely interested. First of all, like, why am I making this fucker like vlog me driving his car too? Like, that's just so embarrassing. And I keep just thinking, like, this man definitely thought he was gonna get some ass. Like, he literally thought he was gonna get fucked. But instead, he got me like, hey, vlog, like, I'm driving a car. And then, can you film? Like, mind you, showed Nicole this because Nicole and I were dying because we were like, what the fuck is absolutely wrong with me? I showed Nicole the clips, and she's like, in the clips, I'm yelling at him. I'm like, can you please, like, get a better angle? Like, please. Like, why did I think this was, like, genuinely good content? After the man is done vlogging me drive his car, I'm like, okay, I'm exhausted. Like, I'm gonna go home now. And he's like, oh, you don't want to like come over? I'm like, no. Ladies, keep them on their fucking toes. But like, that is weird as shit of me. And like the way that it took me a whole day to realize. But honestly, I low-key kind of find it funny. It's really like, oh, you thought I was gonna fuck you? No, I'm just gonna make you vlog me driving your goddamn car. This next one isn't even like that embarrassing. It just kind of feels like word vomit or whatever the fuck that thing is called. I was getting brunch with my friend, and our server was really cool, and he would like chime in on our conversations and stuff. So he was coming back to like ask us for something, and I was in the middle of talking about like one of my fucking dumb hosts, and I was like, oh, they're just like pissing me off kind of thing. And he just kind of like chimed in the conversation, and it was cool. It was a vibe, whatever, right? Gave me a little bit of advice, and I was like, yeah, like that's I was like, yeah, but like, also, but it was a little weird because I was like, I don't really get that many fucks about him. And it's like, how do I tell? Like, I couldn't tell my server, like, oh, this is just like my hoe. Like, this is just my hoe. Like, I'm not going to do that. And comes to give me the check and hands me his number. And he's like, if it doesn't work out with that one guy, like, hit me up.
Okay, sexy, smooth, like it was a sexy little moment. I was like, okay, you know what? Like, all right. I get his number. I go, oh, yeah, I'll text you. There was like a million fucking things I could have said in that moment. Why did I have to be weird and be like, oh, yeah, I'll text you? And the thing is, I probably wouldn't. So, like, why did I fucking say that? I literally was like, why the fuck did I say that? And my friend was like, I literally don't know. But then he came back and was like, was what I said douchey? Like, was it douchey at all? I was like, okay, clearly we're both overthinking, so that's so good. But those are just some embarrassing fucking things that have, like, and it was all just last weekend. All just last weekend that had happened with men.
Hey guys, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Starting with, oh yes, Capricorns. Y'all are too dang stubborn. Literally to the point where you guys are making things way harder on yourself. People who love you see that you're struggling and want to help you. But you would rather die than have someone help. You also gotta stop ghosting people. Just because you don't want to deal with your reality doesn't mean you need to push people away. That stuff is still gonna be there when you come back, and it's gonna pile up. And then you wonder why you're so lonely. You want a relationship, but not the drama that comes with it. An Aquarius, get off your butt and go do something. You guys are so intelligent. And you can talk the talk, but you never walk the walk. Stop filling your life with comfort and validation from material items and other people. You have so many great ideas. So use them, because no one's gonna do it for you. Oh, okay, Pisces. Why do you guys have to be so nosy? You are always up in other people's business. On top of this, you are too trustworthy. You would go to the grave for someone who wouldn't go to the grave for you. Also, stop partying to escape your problems. That reality's still gonna be there when you come back. Know that I still love all you guys. Click the link in my bio and I'll do a part 2. Welcome back to me dragging your zodiac again. Now it's time for Aries. Y'all are always so quick to react to everything. Not everyone wants a fight. Can you even go one day without an argument? Y'all always make impulsive decisions that you literally know are gonna get you in trouble. Just take a breath. Everything's not that serious. Oh, Taurus. Y'all are an earth sign and you are so stubborn. You would rather learn the hard way than actually listen to your friends. I have watched you guys be in so many toxic relationships. Girlfriends, boyfriends, friends. Y'all are blind to it until it goes up in flames. So stop. This is not good for you. And Geminis. Y'all are so self-righteous, thinking that you're the chosen one. While you may be good at a lot of things, as long as Beyonce's on this earth, you ain't that special. Also, your mood is like a light switch. Pick one. Are you on or are you off? Also, the unnecessary shade. You try to be friends with everyone, but you always have a list of who you like and who you don't like. Okay, guys, like I said, this is all out of love. And if you guys want a part 3, give me a follow and share this video. Hey there, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Scorpios, aren't you tired? Aren't you tired of holding a grudge? Yes, people legitimately wrong you, but you don't have to come back at them 10 times harder. Someone can so much as flick you and you will turn around and deck them in the face. You don't play fair, you play dirty. And you can't win playing dirty. The only way to win is if you rise above it, but you guys can't seem to do that. Okay, Libra, I don't claim y'all today. You are literally so annoying when it comes to making up your freaking mind. You are wasting your life potential over small decisions. Also, stick to one argument. You'll defend something, but the minute it applies to someone you're close to, you'll switch up. And you make yourself look crazy doing it. Stop picking and choosing when someone is wrong. Just keep the same energy. Sagittarius, y'all are insane. I can't go anywhere with you without something going down. You can light up a room with how fun you are, but the second that you're mad, people think you're so innocent, but you're high-key brutal. I love having adventures with y'all, but you are the first ones in the horror movie to want to go in the basement. Sit your butt back down. I still love y'all. Follow and share, and I'll do a part 4. Hey, and welcome to me dragging your zodiac. Hello, my emotional cancers. Do you like to be hurt? Because you put yourself in situations that leave you messed up in the end. You know someone's a cheater. You know someone's toxic. But you didn't want to let go, so you forgave them anyways. And stop with the self-pity. You want everyone and their cousin to be held accountable for the things that they've done. But you can't keep that same energy for yourself. Leos, I'm sorry to tell you this, but not everything is about you. Put your ego aside. Y'all say stuff like, no one can bully my friends except me. But the things you say hurt. I know that you're coming from a good place in your heart, but your actions do not reflect what you're feeling. Although you're a leader and you're loyal and you want loyalty back, loyalty does not mean we all have to be a suck up to you. Virgo, you always have something to say when no one asked. Can you let people breathe? You better watch your step around a Virgo or they'll tell you you're walking wrong. Y'all will say the most awful thing and be like, what? I'm just being honest. Well, honestly, I think you're kind of rude. You may think you're doing everyone a favor, but you're not. Take a lesson from Hannah Montana. Nobody's perfect. Share and follow for more content.
Crime Fanatic Friday, the mother who claimed postpartum depression is why she killed her 5 children. Growing up, Andrea Kennedy Yates was a model student and citizen. She then later went on to become a registered nurse. When she met her husband, Rusty Yates, they quickly fell in love and spent most of their time in religious study and prayer. Within 8 years of marriage, they produced 5 children, 4 boys and 1 girl. Friends of the family said that Andrea became reclusive and isolated after her second pregnancy. In 1999, Andrea had a mental breakdown and the next day she was hospitalized for overdosing on pills. After this, she began self-mutilating and refused to feed her children, claiming they ate too much. She also started having hallucinations. She went to therapy and later in court, her therapist ranked her among the 5 sickest patients she had ever seen. After her second suicide attempt, she was put on antipsychotics and her condition improved greatly. Andrea was back to cooking, swimming, and socializing again. This all came to a halt when she fell pregnant again and stopped taking her medication. Her mental state also became regressed after her father's death. She started seeing her psychiatrist again and everyone was hopeful. However, on June 20th, 2001, no one could possibly know the terrifying actions Andrea would take. Part 2, the mother who claimed postpartum depression is why she killed her 5 children. Andrea's husband consistently pressured her into having more children, disregarding her deteriorating mental health after each pregnancy. She filled the tub with water and drowned her 3 youngest boys, then placed them on her bed and covered them. Her firstborn ran away from her after seeing his sister in the tub and asking his mother what was wrong. Andrea caught him and as he screamed, she forced him into the tub next to his sister's body. He fought desperately, but she outmatched his strength. She then brought her daughter to the bed along with the boys and laid her in their arms. She then called 911 and told them what she'd done. She was still completely drenched when arrested. During her trial, Andrea explained her actions, stating that she was a bad mother and needed to be punished. In 2002, her controversial trial lasted 3 weeks and the jury found her guilty of capital murder, giving her life in prison. However, in 2006, she was given a retrial where the jury of 6 men and 6 women found her not guilty by reason of insanity. She was sent to a Texas hospital indefinitely and consistently waives a review of her status, which is the only way that she can be released. This leads to a question: was she mentally ill and the system failed her, or should she have been held accountable for her actions?
Storytime about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So a little background information: I was 18 and a senior in high school, and in the middle of the school year, I had a new student in my 4th period class who we're going to call Jose, and he was 17 years old and in 11th grade. Now, he wasn't technically new because I'd seen him around school and everything like that, but up until this point, neither of us knew that each other existed. So he gets introduced to the class, blah, blah, blah. He sits in the very back of the room, and I knew that this man was going to be my boyfriend. So when I got home that day, I was texting my friend about him. Thankfully, she gave me his Snapchat. Fast forward, we're talking, and elevators get brought up. Now, in my school, you are not allowed to use the elevators unless you're injured or for some other reason. Well, he was talking about how he always used the elevators and nobody really cared. So I meet him at the elevator the next day and blah, blah, blah. We start flirting. And this led to him and I being super close. Like, we would FaceTime every day. We would always sit together at lunch, in class. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So like I said, every day after that, him and I were pretty much inseparable. We would FaceTime literally 24/7. We would always sit together during lunch, during class. Well, the one day I'm sitting in my homeroom and he comes in and he asked me to be his girlfriend. Of course I said yes. So fast forward to Halloween, my family was handing out candy and he was going trick-or-treating with his family because he had younger siblings. And this is where our families were supposed to meet, but he didn't end up coming to my neighborhood, which I was super happy about. Well, then fast forward to my birthday. Our families were supposed to meet again, but it didn't end up happening again. And I wasn't really sure if this was the reason why things got weird between him and I. The one night I was over at my friend's house and Jose's on FaceTime with me. And I was talking about how I could pick him up and him and I could hang out. And he literally just didn't even say anything. So I was like, okay, is that a no? So then he was like, I don't know, I might be busy, blah, 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 like for part 3. Part 3 about how my boyfriend was hiding his 2-year relationship from me. So like I said, him and I are on FaceTime. I'm asking him if he wants to hang out, and he's being super weird about it, being super standoffish. Well, fast forward a little bit, he seemed like he wasn't interested in me anymore, and it really hurt my feelings, obviously. So he didn't talk to me the rest of the day, and then he texted me the next day. And he was telling me how different we are and how we barely have anything in common and how we rushed into things. Pretty much a bunch of shitty excuses as to why he thinks that we should break up. Well, after that, him and I don't speak for a few days, and then I had a fake account on Instagram, and after our breakup, I viewed his story the one day. So then I look at his Instagram story, he posted a picture of another girl with a heart, and then I found her account, and she had pictures of them dating back from like 2 years ago. Now, still to this day, I don't know if he was cheating on her or if they were on a break or whatever, but I also thought that it was weird that they were dating because she was 19 and he was 17.
My paranormal activity story has been requested so many times, so here it is.
So back in April of last year, I had went through a breakup after 5 years of dating, and I moved in with a friend who had just recently purchased a house. She worked night shift as a respiratory therapist, and when she would come home, she would often see shadows hanging over her. We kind of just thought she was tired, so we didn't really look into it. But a few weeks in, I started to get sleep paralysis, which I had never gotten before. I never saw anything during these episodes, but I could always hear a woman laying next to me, and I could physically feel her petting me. My friend began to get some night terrors, and we started to see some black spots on the ceiling. One night, I came home with a friend, and from the back, we both heard, "Hey baby, are there any people here?" We both just looked at each other, like, "Did you hear that?" "Yes." "Did you hear that?" "Yeah." So we immediately called my friend and she came home. We ended up having to get in contact with someone who could do a house cleansing. She warned us that we had both let something in and that there was a negative male presence around the house. She also said that the rotting of the house was about to get worse. Like and follow for part 2. Okay, so here I am with part 2 to my paranormal story. As you remember, the lady said that the rotting of the house was going to get a lot worse right after we got off the phone with her. Soon after this, the ex that I had went through a breakup with ended up stalking me and coming by the house, and we got into a massive fight. Literally, the next morning, the roof collapsed. I am inserting a picture now. So we were like, we need help now. When she came over to do a cleansing, she kind of gave us an idea of what she thought was going on. Neither of us were in like super great areas of our lives, so whatever had just attached itself to the house was also feeding off of us too. The cleansing involved everything you can think of. Putting crystals on all the window seals, putting crosses above all the doors, lining the entire house in salt, throwing holy water on us, and telling whatever was there to leave us alone. I also forgot to mention that there was a creepy shed in the back that the people who had lived there before had put like religious quotes all over the wall. Things pretty much slowed down for the most part after the cleansing, but follow for more content.
You should watch out for the nice guy. When I was 20 years old, I moved from Washington to San Jose. I started working for a large retail company and met a coworker named Chris in passing. He was always friendly and smiling. You know, a nice guy. We would chat here and there, but we were acquaintances at best. One day, I came to the store on my day off to grab a few things. He approached me and began small talk, leading up to asking me what my plans were for the rest of the day. I told him I didn't have any, and he convinced me to take a day trip to San Francisco with him so he could show me the sights. I was hesitant at first, but decided to go because it was a beautiful day for an adventure. He offered to drive, so I left my car in the parking lot. The entire day was wonderful. We had great conversations, and I got to see a lot of new places. I thought I had made a new friend. However, the later it got, I felt myself wanting to go home. We started heading back at 10 p.m., but as soon as I got in the car, I felt an instant shift in energy. Chris wasn't talkative anymore, but I shrugged it off to him being tired. 15 minutes before we arrived back at the store, he asked me if I wanted to spend the night. I politely declined, but he kept insisting. After declining a few more times, his demeanor became aggressive. This is when I started to panic because I realized that he wasn't going to let me out of his car. Part 2. Why you should watch out for the nice guy. My mind was racing as I thought of how I could get out of this situation. I put my hand in my coat pocket and felt my keys. When we were a few minutes away from the store, he grabbed my arm and kept telling me, "It will be fine. I'll sleep on the couch and bring you to your car in the morning." My heart was racing thinking of what he was going to do to me. His eyes had darkened and his smile had faded. His face was dead serious and it sent chills through me. Thinking fast, I replied, "Okay, I'll stay the night, but I need to grab a few things for my car. Is that okay?" He hesitated for a moment and then agreed. As he slowly pulled up to my car in the desolate parking lot, I jumped out before he could fully stop. I unlocked my car with the remote, jumped in and quickly locked it after me. That's when he jumped out and started banging against my window trying to open the door. Shaking with adrenaline, I slammed my foot on the gas and almost ran him over. I went to my friend's house that night, but knew I would see him again. He approached me a few days later at work, putting his hand on my shoulder and asking me, "Are you okay? You left in a hurry the other night." I quickly jetted away, but he followed closely behind me. I lost him at some point and avoided him for the next month. One day I walked into the store to see him being escorted out by 2 officers in handcuffs. We never found out why he was arrested, and luckily I never saw him again.
This is probably my favorite story about my cheating ex. As many stories as I have on him, this one happened after we were broken up. He had left me for a girl that he was seeing on the side, and we hadn't spoken in months. We had both blocked each other on pretty much everything. But as most girls do, I do have my fake Instagram account, and he seemed pretty happy in his new relationship. I believed that until I got a DM from a girl. She sent me screenshots of messages and fake accounts that he had made to communicate to her. So he had literally been cheating on the girl that he was with now with her the whole time. I literally don't understand people sometimes. Both him and I were in the same friend group, mostly because we pretty much grew up together. So I talked to another member of the group about what we should do. Now, I believe in karma and that people get what they deserve, but who's to say that I'm not karma? So we decided to show up to his house with not only the girl he was cheating with, but all the girls he cheated on me with. and take care of this, I kid you not, game show style. Follow, share, interact, and I'll do a part 2. The thing that shocks me the most about Min is the audacity. I don't know what the comments are going to be yet, but I want to clarify 1, that him and I were best friends for a long time before dating, so that's why we have the same friend group. 2, kind of bold to show up at someone's house, kind of also bold to cheat on someone, but we were neighbors. So we went in, microphone in hand, and announced each girl one by one. He was speechless. Like, he didn't even know what to say. If you've ever just seen someone like entangled in so many lies that he thinks that he's never gonna get caught for, all of a sudden get caught for all of them, that was it. When his friend went in, he was like, hey, do you have something you want to share with me? Like, what's been going on in your relationship? He admitted to nothing. So that's why we announced girl number 1, girl number 2, girl number 3, until we were all there and he had no choice but to tell us the truth. So yeah, don't be a scumbag, don't cheat. And if you do, karma will happen eventually, even if it's years down the line.
Story time about my boyfriend's girl best friend. So a little background information, I was 15 and in 9th grade, and my boyfriend Jaden and I have been together for 2 years. In the beginning, everything was great, and then we went over to his best friend's house, which I didn't realize that his best friend was a girl. And at first I liked her. Her name was Anita, and she was super funny, super nice. Well, fast forward, it started to become a routine where he would drop me off at my house, and then I would call him, and he wouldn't pick up until like the 3rd time that I called him, and then he would be like, what's up? I'm hanging out with Anita. And I felt super weird because while we were on the phone together, him and Anita were in the car just talking to each other, not even acknowledging me. So then the one day I asked him if him and I could hang out, and he said that he wasn't going to bring Anita. Well, he pulls up, and guess who's sitting in the back seat? Anita. And they were playing sexual songs, which made me feel super uncomfortable. And she didn't say one word to Jaden the whole time, but she had so much to say to him while we were on the phone. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my boyfriend's girl best friend. So like I said, he said that he wasn't going to bring Anita with him, and then he pulls up and guess who's in the car? So fast forward 8 months, Jaden and I are doing super good. And the one day we're driving around and he mentions that he has to pick someone up. Yep, Anita and her friend. So fast forward, we picked them up and I was feeling super uncomfortable and pissed off because Anita's like rubbing his shoulders and stuff like that. And then they dropped me off at my house. Well, not even 10 minutes later, they get into a car crash. Literally 10 minutes down the street from me, so the girls walk to my house. So we're sitting in the garage, and the girls are talking about how long they've known Jaden for, blah, 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 this and that. And how he drives super careful when Anita's in the car because he really cares about her. So I told Jaden that I'm not okay with him hanging out with Anita. And of course, when I text him, he's drinking with Anita. So then he starts calling me a bunch of names. Jaden and I are still together, and we have a 9-month-old daughter. He still hangs out with Anita, and I still feel weird about it, but I guess I'm just gonna have to try.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm in like a cranky fucking mood today, and the past couple days, I just have not been feeling good about my body. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking love myself, kind of a little bit obsessed with myself. Some could look at it as narcissism, I don't give a fuck, right? Like, I don't know, I'm just like, my body dysmorphia is just like, My go-to whenever that happens is to just take a lot of photos of myself. No, for some reason I love taking photos of myself when I feel down because then I look at the photos and I'm like, bitch, you're gorgeous. Stop. So that's what I did. I literally went and took photos of myself with one of my best friends today because I was like, I need to get out of this rut. Like, I need to feel like that bad bitch that I know I am. So we're in Mercury retrograde right now, which like, I told you guys about that man that I didn't know we were dating. Apparently we're fucking dating. Like, he broke up with me. Like, it was the weirdest thing ever. Like, that's been in my head because I'm just like, am I a fuck girl? And now my light goes out. So my mom pissed me off yesterday because she called me and we're like laughing, having a good time, all is well, right? And she does this every fucking time. Then just tells me something so beyond depressing. Like, remember that man that you met one time that lived down the block from us? He has cancer. And I'm like, Mom, what the fuck? Like, who just does that to somebody on a Tuesday afternoon? She's like, isn't that horrible? I'm like, yeah, Mom, that is pretty fucking horrible. Like, oh my God. That's just like a vibe killer. I just don't get why she calls me to tell me like the most depressing fucking things ever. I'm like, Mom, what the hell? She does it to my sisters too. And I'm like, I'm gonna stop taking your phone calls because like this is like really sad. And it's every single time. The light keeps turning off, so we're just gonna deal with that. Why is this like not looking right on my face? Oh my God, you guys, I convinced myself I did Molly. I totally forgot to tell you this. You guys know I don't do hard drugs because it just gives me anxiety. But over the weekend, I was like New Year's Eve. Some people that I don't even know these people were rolling
and everyone started like kind of freaking out, and they were like drinking the water, like Molly water, I guess. And I just like somehow convinced myself that like I drank the Molly water too. Everyone was like, look at my eyeballs, aren't they dilated? Aren't they dilated? And then everyone started to freak out. Okay, fuck this light. Then like I was looking in the mirror and I looked at my eyes and they were dilated, and I was like, oh, like I did Molly. Like I fucking did Molly. I just like fully convinced myself I drank the Molly water without knowing. I was like, Livy, how the fuck could you drink the Molly water? For like a good 5 minutes, I was like internally freaking out. I was like, I did Molly. But like I didn't. Like I did not do Molly. I don't think so. Like I did. I just, there's no way. Like I just didn't do it, but I fully convinced myself that I did Molly. Reminder to stay gorgeous and blessed.
Get ready with me to dump my stupid boyfriend. So basically last night he tells me he's going to go out with the boys, yeah? I'm at home with his sick kitten. How twisted is this? And I get a Snapchat from his mate. Thanks a lot. Real angel this guy is. And I see right in the background a sliver of my boyfriend's shoulder. Yeah, so I zoom in like a real fucking Sherlock Holmes. And guess what is on the shoulder? I can't even believe it! That's right, a lady's hand. How do I know that it's a lady's hand? Good question. Because it was all bejeweled and bedazzled in the fuggliest colour fuchsia pink. I go onto Instagram and I go onto the page of the girl he told me not to worry about. I check her Instagram story. Yeah. Just 2 hours ago, she got her nails done. And you'll never guess the colour she picked out for her beautiful nails. Fugly fuchsia pink. So, of course, I put 2 and 2 together, and like something in my gut is just like not feeling good. So I go on to his iPad. So I type in her name, yeah, in his messages, nothing comes up. But then I go to the friend's name, yeah, the guy who sent me the Snapchat. And in their messages, it's all like, oh, did you know that skinnamarink dinky dink? I go, I don't need to worry about. It's going to be there tonight. And my boyfriend's like, oh my God, can't wait to get with her. I know you're probably thinking, oh, that's so nice, the best mate, to like send you a Snapchat outing his friends. No, he wasn't doing that. I could tell he was trying to cover for him because he says he's just stupid enough. He doesn't see his best friend in the back. He says, oh, we're not having any fun without you. No lashes though, it's a good day. I don't really think he needs the satisfaction of knowing that I know. So I'm not going to tell him that I know. No, I'm just going to go over there and say, I just don't feel it anymore. And that I lost the spark, and that's it. Sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. Me, obviously. I'll probably cry after making this video, but...
Story time about how it literally used to be a dream to be where I am today when I was around 11 or 12. So, at this age, I was starting secondary school because obviously I'm from the UK, and I used to always, and I mean always, break up and get back together with my then boyfriend. And my best friend knew how much I loved my makeup, and at this point I would non-stop be buying it. So we would legit do bets where she would say, if you get back with your ex, then you have to give me all your makeup. Obviously I was young, so I'd play along with these games, but no matter what, I would always get back with him. And no matter what the bet was, because I was so naive and I would legit fall at his feet, I would lose all my makeup, and that's how often we would break up. It legit turned it into a game. Mainly for her benefit and not mine, but also it should have been for my benefit as well, because I shouldn't have kept going back to him, and maybe she did that to try and persuade me to not get back with him. It was so toxic, but she knew I loved my makeup. And I would dream of owning the biggest makeup collection, but I would lose the bet. So not only was I wasting money giving all my dream makeup away, but I was also in a toxic relationship. So go to part 2. This is part 2 of how my best friend would legit take all of my makeup because I would lose the bet of getting back with my ex-boyfriend, and how I would literally dream about being where I am today. So like I was saying, not only was I wasting money giving all of my dream makeup away, but I was also in the most toxic relationship ever. And to top it off, my mum would legit throw away my makeup because she did not like me wearing it. She said that it would ruin my skin and that I did not need to wear it. But I did not see it like that. Makeup has always been a form of creativity for me and to express myself, and I never wore it for the wrong reasons. Until this day, I still see it as a form of creativity and an art. It has always had the biggest place in my heart, so the fact that today I can wear it as a 19-year-old and use it for my content and my full-time job is the best feeling in the world. So when I was younger and this was all happening, it was like everything I had been taken away from me. It's so crazy to see down the line where I am today, because I would legit dream of this moment. And now I have drawers full of my dream makeup products. I've obviously come to my senses a lot more now to not let toxic relationships take over your life, but also to not bet away your things when you're not strong enough to battle for the bet, and how your dreams will become your reality.
So this is the story about a time I dated a sociopath. I went to a friend of mine's birthday party and met this guy. He was really cute, we made great conversation, and he also had a job at a really well-known store. However, I was flirting with his friend a lot more, which I think actually is what attracted him to me. With each bar we went to, he kept trying to get closer and closer to me, and by the end of the night, he asked for my number. I said sure, and a few days later, he called me and asked me out on a date. We decided to go for a hike, and this is where the weird interactions start. He brought up the fact that I'm going into counseling, and that's what attracted him to me because he feels like no one can figure him out. He talked about how sales is the best job for him because he can always temporarily put on masks for people and be whatever a person wants him to be. But it only lasts for so long. He could never keep a relationship for more than 3 months. He said he couldn't keep up the act of what the other girls wanted him to be. Not long after this, I got a call from his cousin who I'd never spoken to before telling me to get out. Follow, share, and I'll do a part 2. Alright, this is part 2 to the sociopath story. So that was extremely sus of a cousin to be calling whenever I hadn't even met him before. He expressed that this was a pattern for him. To find girls, date them for a while, infiltrate their life, and then leave them and have no guilt. He also expressed on multiple occasions that he's never felt heartbreak before, even though he's had multiple breakups. The girl that he was with before me had multiple kids. He came into her life, pretended to be a dad figure for a little bit, and then left her. I didn't know that story till later, but I was horrified. I continued to go on a few more dates with him, and he told me everything I wanted to hear. He would talk about spending holidays, meeting my family, potentially buying a house for us, and I just got sucked right into it like probably everyone else was. Then a few hours after we had a really good date, he called to say he was confused if this was the right timing for us or not. I just kind of accepted it and was like, okay. However, a day later, he started dating my best friend's little sister, who was freshly out of high school, and this man's 27. And that's just what he does. He just gets off to the heartbreak because he emotionally can't understand it. Follow from our story times.
This is why you shouldn't play around with dark magic. When I was in high school, I started getting into witchcraft. It started with simple things like making myself feel better, charms, etc. I had a best friend who ignored me when she got into a relationship with her boyfriend. I was jealous of the relationship and I wanted my friend back. One day I did a spell to break them up. I didn't think much of it at first, but then a week later they actually broke up. When I saw that it worked, I became more confident and I wanted to dive deeper. I bought this really old ritual book from a sketchy website online. There was a spell in the book that was an incantation to summon the dead, and I was curious. I got a brass bowl and filled it with water, a pentagram, and a knife. The only thing I forgot was to protect myself with a salt line. I did the incantation, and to seal the spell, I had to cut my hand and spill my blood into the bowl. As the blood dropped into the bowl, I remember an overwhelming feeling of grief. Lastly, I poured the mixture on my chest. When I laid back, I felt the pressure on my chest as if someone was stepping on it. Then the lights flickered and I felt off. After a few minutes, nothing happened, so I thought the spell was a dud. I cleaned off and went to bed. However, all night, I felt like something was in the room with me. Things only went downhill from here. Part 2 of why you shouldn't play around with dark magic. Over the next few weeks, I was feeling really off. I had virtually no appetite, I was extremely weak, and I was losing time. I would find myself zoned out for small periods of time and then realize what was going on a few minutes later. Another thing was that the cut on my hand wasn't healing. I ended up texting my best friend whose dad is a pastor. I explained what I did and how I was feeling. They lived in the mountains and he told me to immediately go visit them. When I arrived, they both instantly noticed that I looked depressed and there was something off about my usually pleasant demeanor. Since our families are religious, they were pretty upset with me for what I had done. They ended up having to do an exorcism on me that very night. Apparently, the ritual I had done was summoning a spirit to come inhabit my body and I had willingly gave it permission. The moment they cast it out, I gasped for air and felt a weight off my shoulders. It was like taking a deep breath after an uphill hike. I had a crystal that I used as protection. They used it as a vessel to bind whatever was inside me to it. The crystal was light in color prior to the exorcism, but afterwards it was a smoky gray. They drove me to a cliff in a secluded area and I threw the crystal over the edge. Over the next few days, my appetite slowly returned and I felt normal again. I've stayed clear of witchcraft ever since.
Storytime about how my cat got me grounded. And yes, I mean my literal pet cat got me grounded. So a little background information, I was 16 and I was a freshman in high school and my parents were extremely strict. Now, of course, there was the usual no hanging out with boys, no hanging out with anybody on the weekdays. Well, my parents took it a step further. Actually, no, they took it like 10 miles further. I got my phone taken every night at 6 o'clock. Even on the weekends, and my friends were only allowed to come over for 8 hours exactly on the weekends. And they had to have a ride to and from my house. Well, usually my friend group and I were never invited to any kind of parties, but this one girl who had just moved to our school, she was throwing a huge party and she invited everybody, not just the popular kids. So obviously my friends begged me to go. They were like, please, like we can sneak over there. Your parents go to bed early anyways. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. So like I said, my best friends are begging me to come out of the house. They're like, listen, like, do whatever you have to come to this party. This is the first and probably only party that we will ever be invited to in our entire lives. So at this point, I start planning to sneak out of my house. So my parents usually go to sleep at around 9:30, 10 o'clock at night, and they usually wake up at 5:30 in the morning. But since this party was on a Friday, obviously my parents aren't going to wake up at that time. They'll usually wake up around like maybe 9, 10 o'clock in the morning. So this gave me a perfect amount of time to do what I needed to do, come back and not get caught. But just in case, I made sure to turn off any alarms on their phone. But I also had to make sure that I had a foolproof plan to get out of the house and get back in. Now, of course, I couldn't go through any of the doors in the house because of the stupid Ring doorbell. But there was one thing that did work in my favor. So my dad had been slowly but surely installing the window security alarms, but he hadn't made it to my room yet, so I was good to sneak out of my window. And thankfully, my window was on the first floor. Like for part 3. Part 3 about how my cat got me grounded, and yes, I am talking about my pet cat. Like I said, I had a foolproof plan to escape, okay? I was going to get out the window, and I was going to just crawl back in and act like nothing ever happened. But there was an issue with this, okay? My dad was supposed to fix my window because I somehow broke it. I don't even know how. But anytime that I go to put my window up, it just literally falls. And not only does it fall, it locks when it falls. And obviously, you can guess what will happen if it does fall. I won't be able to get back in the house, and I will somehow have to get in the house without my parents knowing, which is literally impossible. So I will be grounded for the rest of my life. So I was going to put a book between the window and the windowsill, but I didn't want it falling and making a lot of noise. So I decided to put a pillow there. So I snuck out of my house at 11 o'clock and I had the best time of my life. Probably because that's the first and only time that I will ever be invited to any party. But fast forward, I go and I run to the side of the house to get into my window. And of course the pillow is missing. And I'm looking around to see where the pillow went in my room. And of course my cat is laying on it on the floor. So I tried messing with the window and then all of a sudden my parents walked in my room and saw me.
Here is the story time of how we found out Tim's boyfriend was 65.
He wasn't.
So Tim was seeing this man, and by seeing, I mean...
You know what seeing means.
Sex. But, like, we always called him Tim's boyfriend because, like, there's just so many that I'm like, this one's just Tim's boyfriend. Okay. Not so many. Now, when I do the same thing where we, like, say the guys in our lives, like, their nicknames, like, I don't know this man's real name. I just know him as, like, a restaurant that we call him. And, like...
And you will not know the name of the restaurant.
And you will not, because it'll give it away. But, like, we do that thing. So you were seeing, let's call him Steven.
Steven.
So Tim and Steven had been seeing each other for, like, a while now. And we were in Chicago with my sister and one of, like, my other best friends. And I think Sissy asked, like, how old is Steven?
And I was like,
Did what, like, anybody would do in that situation.
Stalked his Instagram.
We could have just Googled him, but Tim did not know Steven's last name.
Okay.
So you can't Google someone if you don't know their last... Guasha? Okay, it's a guasha. It's a rose quartz one, and Tim's using it so he can actually get a boyfriend.
Okay.
Oh my
I have
god,
the same
fuck,
one.
I just got a text. I didn't want that text to come through because Tim thinks I should stop talking to men. And it was a man.
I do. Don't you? Like, she's going through it. Like, she needs to focus on her
I'm going
career.
through a breakup. You're
and
right.
Talk to your therapist first.
Okay, anyways. I'm like, okay, wait, we'll find out his age by, like, when he graduated college. We're scrolling down Steven's Instagram, and, like, it's going from, like,
Far. We're getting far.
down there. It's, like, 2016, 2017, 2015. Like, we're deep in his Instagram. No signs of any graduation photos. He did have a Soho House If you do that again, I swear to fucking God. Did he have a Soho House membership? I feel like he did.
He posted a picture at Soho House, yeah.
So that was hot.
Yeah.
Not that had to be 65. Anyways, at this point, Tim's getting pretty mad. He's like, he probably just like didn't post graduation photos. Like he just didn't post them because we're scrolling deep
in the pits, like giving tectonic plate.
Yeah, like where I don't know what that is.
You know, like the little plates in hell.
In hell?
The little like plates. Like you learned about this in science.
Yeah, but why would I? Okay,
it's like the Earth's crusty. Like the crust.
Okay, yeah. So we find a photo, right? And he's like, this has to be a high school graduation photo because it's like 2014. Like it's deep in the trenches. And he's like, it has to be.
He looked like a kid. He looks like really young.
He looked 50. No, he didn't look that old. So Tim and I are fighting at this point.
Because I didn't want you to be right.
Yeah, I'm like, he's old as fuck, and he's like, this is a high school. I'm like, it's a college graduation.
Okay, have any of you ever been with someone who you didn't know the age? Come on.
No, not me. Okay. Tim and I were fighting, and we're fighting with my sister too. So it just all of us like like screaming at each other in front of my poor friend Sarah, who like literally was your first time meeting
Yeah,
you,
I
and
think I scared her.
yeah, honestly, we're like screaming about this man, and we're like, it's a college fucking graduation photo, and you're like, they're clearly in high school. Also, guys, Tim is one of my mom's aborted sons, so like we're genuinely,
Reincarnated.
yeah, we're just siblings, so it's like that's how we fight. I will never forget this moment when Tim goes, oh my god, and we go, what is it? And he's like, I zoomed in like on the metal, you zoom in on the metal. College. It was a college thing. So he's like 37, right?
No, he's 32.
Okay, basically.
Which is a good age.
It's a good age, but to be fair,
And he's rich. Come on.
Okay, but both of my ex-boyfriends, Frenchie and the coworker, are both 32. That's not a positive.
Okay, well, I guess that's true.
That's how we found out Tim's boyfriend was 65 years old. Just kidding, he's like 33 or whatever, but like, they're not dating anymore.
Still don't know his last name.
Don't know his last name, and that's okay.
Story time. So when I was like 7 or 8, I used to always steal my mum's makeup. She would get so mad because I would legit steal it and not return it. So when she'd be looking for it, I would hide it just so she couldn't take it off with me. But she would soon find it stuffed in like this teddy bear that I had, and it had a little zip in it so you could hide things in there. Concealers, mascaras, and I even stole her skincare. I now understand the feeling of losing your favorite skincare because what you find works, and nothing replaces that. But at the time, I had no idea, and she would get so mad at me. So soon when I got a job, I started to buy my own makeup. But even then, not only did now my mum get mad at me for taking her makeup, she hated me buying it, so she would legit throw it away. She did not want me to wear it at all. But these makeup products were my genuine favourite, although I do believe they would break me out, and my skin would always look so dry and dull, and it's because I didn't know how to use my skincare properly. So one day I was walking down the street wondering how to get my glow back on. Wait, I'm running out of time, go to part 2. This is part 2 on how my mum would legit throw away my makeup and my skincare. So like I was saying, not only did my mum hate me stealing her skincare makeup, but she also hated me wearing it. And I never understood how to actually look after my skin either, so I'd get the most clogged up pores. And one day I was walking down the street wondering how to get my glow back on because my skin looked so crusty and dry. And then I discovered how to use my skincare. Let me tell you now, double cleansing your skin and applying a serum before you apply your moisturizer gives you that glow that your skin needs. I'm now 19 and I understand the importance now, and investing into your skincare matters. So not only now do I understand why my mum would get so mad at me for stealing her products, but it also taught me the importance of looking after your skin and deep cleaning your skin. So I honestly think she didn't like me wearing it because she knew it would ruin my skin if I did not use it properly. And you honestly need to find the right products for you. So don't lose your glow, use your skincare. So maybe my mum was right. It taught me a lesson, to say the least.
This is one of the biggest lies I ever told to get myself out of trouble. So back in high school, I used to run on the cross country team, but by no means was I competitive or athletic at all. I was honestly just there for the social aspect of it. All throughout my freshman year of high school, I would literally run to Cold Stone Creamery to get ice cream and bring it back to everyone on my bus. I don't know if that tells you what kind of athlete I was, but yeah. Somehow I still didn't get caught for doing this stuff, and by later in high school, my friends and I decided to pretty much never go. I mean, we would show up to practice, but we would wait until everyone was ahead of us, and then turn the opposite direction and sprint to Starbucks. We literally did this almost every single day. And then we would call cute boys from other schools to come meet us over there. We would literally get coffee with them, go shopping, and then once we saw the team getting close again, we would just run back to school and pretend like we did the workout. Until one day, I was called down to the principals. They said it had to do with my cross-country attendance. Follow share and I'll tell you what happened next. So for starters, hopefully this makeup suits you a little bit better than the Tide Pod look did. But I'd also like to say that I've never gotten caught for anything before. At least like not school-wise. But I guess somewhere in this, the coaches started to take attendance mid-run. Sneaky. So I obviously had some absences. However, it was just me and one other girl that was called down to the office. So when I went in to talk to her, the only thing that could come to my mind to explain the absences was that I had an injury and I wasn't included in the workouts, so I just left and the coaches must have forgotten. And she bought it. However, rip my friend. They actually had camera footage of her leaving, so it wasn't like there was anything I could do to get her out of it. She got 3 days of detention, I believe, and I just went back the next day like nothing was wrong. But I ended up getting into a lot more trouble that I didn't actually get caught for, and that'll be next. Also, if you like these contacts, they're from TTDI. I got an adorable packaging today, and you can use code MiniCooperLiz for 10% off. Follow for more story times.
Story time about how a girl used me for her OnlyFans content. My boyfriend and I decided we wanted to spice things up and bring another girl in. I've always been attracted to girls, so it was actually my idea, and of course my boyfriend didn't object. We made a profile on a dating app saying what we were looking for. I didn't think too many girls would be down for this sort of thing, but I was so wrong. To my surprise, we got a ton of matches and messages from cute girls. One girl named Becca messaged us and I was really interested because she was so beautiful, like an Instagram model. We started messaging back and forth for a few days, and then we decided to meet up downtown at a club on the weekend to get drinks and have a fun night out. I asked her for her Instagram to make sure she was legit and her profile checked out. The night came to meet up and she looked just like her pictures, a total baddie. We got drinks and started talking and she seemed really cool. A few drinks later, we were dancing, and a drink after that, we were all making out. We were having so much fun, and we stayed until the club closed at 2 a.m. We were planning on going home, but Becca insisted we come to her place for a drink and hang out some more. She hyped us up, and we agreed. We got an Uber and caught a ride together to her place. This is when things got wild. Part 2 of how a girl used me for her OnlyFans content. We pulled up to her place and hopped out of the Uber. She showed us in and made us a really good drink that kept our buzz going. One thing led to another, and we ended up in her bedroom. She asked if we wanted to hook up, and we agreed. In the middle of the action, she asked if we wanted to make some videos for fun. I was a little hesitant, but she insisted and said that it would be exciting. I agreed, but only if they were recorded on my phone, which she agreed with. I started recording and got some really good content. The next morning, I woke up with a text from Becca saying how much fun she had and asking me to send her the videos we made. I sent them over and she immediately blocked me on everything after receiving them. I was shocked. I told my boyfriend that she blocked me and grabbed his phone to see if he was blocked as well. I checked her Instagram and saw that she posted a story update 2 minutes ago. The story said, "New threesome videos on sale on my OnlyFans. DM me for the link." A few minutes later, my boyfriend was blocked on her account as well. I couldn't believe she used us for OnlyFans content and was profiting off of our goods. Luckily, our faces and tattoos weren't in any of the videos we sent her. Looking back on it now, it's kind of funny, but to this day, I still think I deserve half of the money she made off of those videos. Crime Fanatic Friday, how I narrowly escaped being killed by my creepy coworker. It was a little after I turned 18. I was working at a Denny's restaurant as a waitress in a small town in North Carolina. I love my job, even though I worked overnight shifts from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. and the manager left at 2 a.m., leaving only me and the cook to hold on the restaurant. One day, they hired a man named Willie George. He instantly grew a liking to me and would sit at the bar near the server station for hours after his shift ended just trying to talk to me. One night, all the coworkers decided to meet up for karaoke night at a bar called Lorelei's. My coworker Olivia picked me up, and Willie was also riding with us. He seemed nice and kept trying to speak to me, but at some point, he started recording me on his phone. He asked me weird questions the whole time while filming me. On the way home, he begged Olivia to drop me off first, but I had a bad feeling in my gut and told Olivia to drop him off first. The next day, he kept calling me, even though I never gave him my number. He had taken it off the employee call-in sheet from work. He told me he recently got out of prison, but didn't tell me why. I started ignoring his calls, but I couldn't ignore him at work. He would stay from when his shift ended at 10 p.m. until mine ended at 6 a.m. Little did I know, it was about to get terrifyingly worse. Part 2, how I narrowly escaped being killed by my creepy coworker. One night when he wasn't even on the schedule, he came in at 1 a.m. in his uniform. Willie began talking crazy, saying, "We need to get out of here, they're after us." He threw a wooden bar menu at me and came behind the counter to grab me. I was terrified, but I knew I had to play along. I told him, "You're right, we need to go now. Let me use the restroom and we'll leave." He waited outside for me as I locked myself in the bathroom and called the police. Unfortunately, he left before they got there. I thought it scared him away, but I was so wrong. My manager changed my schedule to evenings after this, even though she thought I was overreacting. Willie came in the following week looking for me. Olivia told him I didn't work that shift anymore and she wouldn't tell him what shift I did work. He became furious, slamming chairs and flipping tables. He left angry, and on his way home, he did the unthinkable. He murdered 2 people, a 17-year-old boy and a 72-year-old man. He beat them to death on the side of the road. Olivia called me the next day telling me to check the news. I was filled with relief and sadness at the same time. They had him in custody and I'd never have to see him again, but in the process, he had killed 2 people. He took a plea deal and has to serve 32 to 43 years for his crimes. Thinking about him still haunts me to this day.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of just fucking hate TikTok right now. They took down my video, my curb stomp video, they took the sound off of it, you can see it. And I'm like, what the fuck? I literally came on this app and been like, I'm gonna put 8 dicks in my mouth, but that's gonna fly TikTok. But as soon as I say I'm gonna curb stomp someone, you're like, pull the fucking brakes, take that down. Are we serious? It really is such a little dumb problem, but it really just has me a little bit fucking irritated. That's about it, a little fucking irritated. You hear the Zen music in the background because I'd be a fucking cunt without it. I don't know why. I don't know. That music just does something to me every single time. I'm getting ready because I'm going to get tea at the plaza. Tea at the plaza. I'm so excited. Plaza's gonna be wonderful. Livy's orange as fuck today. Yes, I am. You guys always ask me what this is. It's the LA Girl Lip Plumper. I have every single thing that I use in my Amazon storefront, but I always get everyone's like, oh my god, this is spicy. I'm not fucking around with this, okay? I want my lips to look like they are freshly Juvederm injected, you know what I mean? So of course this is gonna be top tier. So if you get it and you're like, my lips are burning, bitch. Oh my god, I forgot to tell you guys. Well, since my newfound hatred for TikTok, which I'm kidding, it's not that deep. I am going to post the story time everybody wants to know, but I'm posting it on YouTube. It's probably gonna be a 30-minute long video, But just think about what story time you guys all want to know, and that's going on YouTube this week. So subscribe to my YouTube channel, love, so you're not fucking missing that whatsoever. And I'll upload the curb stomping video to, oh my god, that sounds like I was like in a fight. I'm going to upload that to Instagram, so follow my Instagram, loves. If Instagram takes it down, I was about to say something that was like extremely inappropriate. About to FaceTime my mom right now. Let's see how much my mood changes from now. I'm feeling like good, and let's see what it is when I come back. Okay, she talked about Jesus a lot, but she did not piss me off, and she did not talk about any dead people. So we're making strides in the world, people. I also think I'm gonna do like my little makeup thing on Instagram and like just give you all the products and stuff. I feel like I just want to launch like a little new Instagram series. Can you tell I'm like a little bit still annoyed with fucking TikTok? But it's like, I love you in TikTok, but at the same time, come on. I only scream like that when my roommate is not home. I think that would genuinely worry. Be screaming at her phone. Gorgeous. I honestly am so fucking excited for tea at the plaza. Like, we are spending a lot of money for tea at the plaza, but it's tea at the plaza, tea at the fucking plaza. Kylie put her whole soul into this lip kit. I love this.
Story time about how my best friend made my whole school hate me. So a little background information, I was 13 and in 8th grade, and so was my best friend, who we are going to call Layla. And we met at a birthday party of a mutual friend during that summer. And all three of us started to hang out every day. And then when school started back up, the trio fell apart. Because our other friend Alice went to a different school, so she couldn't really hang out with us as much. When we first started school, there was this boy that I met, and I really liked him, and we started dating. But Layla and I had our own little friend group. There were 5 of us. Then there was this girl named Ivy. She had 4 people in her group, and our friend groups did not like each other at all. There was maybe one person from both groups that hung out with the other group, but that was it. And the only reason why none of us were friends was because the main girls, like the leaders of the group, used to be best friends. But then Ivy went behind Layla's back and started talking to this boy that Layla liked, and that's literally why they're not friends anymore. Well, all of us in the friend group were friends, but I was Layla's best friend. Like for part 2. Part 2 about how my best friend made my whole school hate me. So like I said, we were all friends in the group, but I was Layla's best friend. So her and I would pretty much boss everybody else around. But one day Layla tells one of our friends, Nova, to go and listen to what Ivy and her friends were talking about during lunch, because Nova had friends who sat at the same lunch tables as them. Well, I guess Ivy was talking about how she was going to try to talk to every guy that Layla talked to just to make her mad. And that started a whole war. Layla and I have a sleepover that same night, and she's like, we should make an Instagram account and expose her. Now, Ivy was notorious for sending out explicit pictures to guys. Like, even if she didn't know them, she loved the attention from guys. So Layla told me that we were going to make a fake Snapchat account and try to get her to send pictures. I'm not gonna lie, it was kind of sad. She literally sent them within 5 minutes of Layla texting her pretending to be some guy. After that, we both made Instagram accounts that were named Exposing Ivy or something along those lines. And we made 2 accounts just so that way, if one got taken down, hopefully the other one would stay up. We posted the pictures on there, and a lot of people saw them, like for part 3. Part 3 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Ivy sent the pictures and everybody saw them. And I'm talking even the people in high school. The next day, Ivy and Layla are in the same science class together. And none of their friends were there that day, so they ended up working on a group assignment together. And just like that, they were best friends again. Well, I get thrown under the bus, the teachers come and pull me out of my class, and they search my phone, and they find the Instagram account on my phone. Then when I told them it was also on Layla's phone, they went on her phone, and they didn't find anything, of course. I get suspended, and Layla and Ivy tell everybody that I was the one who made the fake Snapchat account and the Instagram accounts. And the whole week that I was suspended, I was getting messages from a lot of people that I went to school with and people that I didn't even know from high school. I was getting tagged in stuff on Instagram of people saying how much of a weirdo I am. Well, a few days into my suspension, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me. They faked text messages between each other and made it look like I was talking to another guy. And then they faked another conversation between Layla and I, like for part 4. Part 4 about how my best friend made my entire school hate me. So like I said, Layla and Ivy talked my boyfriend into breaking up with me the week that I was suspended. They showed him fake text messages between me and some guy that doesn't even exist. And then they also faked a conversation between Layla and I, and it's me saying, OMG, this guy's so hot, I'm gonna leave my boyfriend for him. And I was getting called a cheater, and when I went back to school the next week on Monday, it was terrible. People would whisper and laugh at me when I was walking in the hallway. I would be in the bathroom and there would be girls talking about how weird and disgusting I was loud enough so I could hear them. Every lunch table that I sat at, Layla and Ivy would sit at the other end weekend with all their friends and just talk about me the entire time. Well, after this situation, I finally decided that I was going to do online school for the next 2 months and then hopefully have a fresh start in high school. All the girls and I were changing in the locker room and we went to gym class. Ivy asked if she could go to the bathroom, which of course was in the locker room. After gym class, I get changed into my clothes.
Whoops, didn't realize it was in slow motion.
Pants. And yes, I did try telling my teachers about this stuff that was going on, because we all should know by now schools are notorious for not doing shit to help students that are being bullied. Story time about the girl who left me unconscious in the girls' bathroom. So a little background information. I was pretty young at the time. I was in 7th grade and I was 11 years old. And there was this girl who we're gonna call Jenna. Jenna hated me for absolutely no fucking reason. She would bully me because I had red hair, and she would text me literally every day at the same time, telling me to off myself, and how I was weird and how nobody liked me. One day she randomly started being nice to me. She sat with me at lunch and her water bottle was empty, and she asked if I needed mine filled up too. Stupidly, I said yes. Well, she ended up putting drugs in my water bottle. After like 20 minutes, I started feeling sick, so I went to the bathroom, and I was kneeling over the toilet when everything went black. Well, when I didn't come back from the bathroom, my teacher got worried, so she sent security looking for me. They were banging on my stall. Obviously, I was fucking unconscious, so I didn't answer. So then they called the fire department, the police, the ambulance, were all there. Like for part 2. Story time about my extremely creepy neighbors. So a little background information, I was 12 years old and I was in 6th grade, and my family and I lived in a really small town where everyone knew everyone. But our new neighbors had been building their house next to us for the past 4 years. And finally, when they were done with the house, this house was huge. I mean, probably because there were like 8 people moving into the house. There was the mom, the dad, 4 kids, and their grandparents. So like 8 people. But I was super excited because I was like, okay, this is awesome. I get to meet some new friends. But after 2 weeks of not seeing anybody playing in the backyard or anybody on the school bus, I started to think that their family was super fucking weird. And everyone in our neighborhood liked to gossip, and everyone was saying how they barely see the people who had just moved in. So my mom decided to take one for the team and make some brownies, take them over to the house, and I ended up going with her. So we go up to the house, we knock on the door, and one of the kids came and opened the door, but the dad ran over and grabbed him. Like for part 2. Part 2 about my extremely creepy neighbors. So like I said, my mom and I took some brownies over there, and one of the kids opened the door, and when he opened the door, he had a bunch of bruises all over his body. The dad came running over and ripped his son from the door and slammed the door in our faces, and all you could hear was him screaming at his son. So my mom and I went to walk away before the door opened, and he was like, sorry, my son knows better than to open the door to strangers. He took the brownies, and then I asked him if I could have a sleepover with one of his daughters, and he was super hesitant at first, but he said that I could only have a sleepover with her if it was at my house and not theirs, which my mom was completely fine with anyways, because she thought that it was a little bit weird that his son had bruises covering his whole body. So that night when she came over to sleep over my house, I asked her how her brother got all those bruises all over his body, and she said that he just fell down some stairs. But after that, we became best friends, and we would literally hang out like 5 times a week, until the one day I knocked on their door to ask if she wanted to come over, and her dad answered the door and said that she was gone. Like for part 3.
Story time about how I got a bloody nose on a Tinder date. I met a cute guy on Tinder who was 7 years older than me. He wanted all the same things I did in a relationship, so we decided to meet up. He was sweet at first, but then he started drinking and his friends started to wish me good luck. Let me just say that I'm 110 pounds and he was a 230-pound bodybuilder. He started to get super sexual, touchy, and aggressive. He would grip my leg so hard that it bruised and bite my neck hard enough to where it turned red and had teeth marks. It all really hurt, but I'm kind of into that stuff, so I rolled with it. Then when we went to the bar, he snorted some stuff and it escalated. He dragged me into the bathroom at the bar, even though I said no. He pinned me to the wall by my throat and smacked me across the face, asking me if I liked it. I felt something drip from my nose and my face stung, so I shoved him off of me and checked the mirror. I had a handprint on my face and a bloody nose. He followed right behind me and grabbed me, but thankfully stopped when he saw the blood. He started to apologize profusely, but I told him that I had to go home and I left. He reached out again to apologize, but I ignored him and never talked to him again. I can still feel the slap to this day and it hurts like hell when I think about it. Story time about how my roommate tried to steal my boyfriend. When I was 18, my parents told me that I had to move out. I found a really nice apartment that was pretty spacious, but I definitely couldn't make rent on my own. I put out an ad for a roommate and found a girl named Jenny who seemed really put together. When Jenny moved in, everything was fine. We got along well, but didn't overstep any boundaries. When the pandemic hit, my boyfriend started staying over more. Jenny didn't have a problem with this, as we had plenty of room and didn't bother her. Over time, I started noticing little things Jenny would say and do. Whenever my boyfriend came over, she made it a point to wear as little clothing as possible, but when he wasn't there, she would be in full-on PJs. My boyfriend and I had date nights a couple times a week at home. She would invite herself to our date nights and solely focus on talking to my boyfriend the whole time, laughing a little too hard at his jokes. I'm not easily intimidated, so I didn't read much into it and didn't think that she'd ever actually try anything. One weekend when I was sleeping in, my boyfriend woke me up. He had gone for a jog and was making his post-workout smoothie in the kitchen, and that's when Jenny approached him. Apparently, she told him that he should stay and hang out with her when I went to work instead of leaving when I leave like he usually does. She only got more flirty with him from here. Part 2 of how my roommate tried to steal my boyfriend. My roommate Jenny continued passively flirting with him. One morning, she came into the kitchen wearing one of his t-shirts that we put in the wash the previous night. When I asked her about it, she said she didn't know that it was his and she found it in her laundry basket. She changed and threw the shirt at him with a smile. A few nights later, she sent him a picture on Instagram in her bra and immediately apologized, saying she sent it to him on accident. He quickly sent me the screenshots of the messages. The final straw was when she tried to make a move on my boyfriend one night when I was running late from work. He was waiting for me in my room when she barged in intoxicated. She tried to straddle him and kiss him, but he quickly pushed her off. When I got home and confronted her, she flipped out and started cursing me out. She locked herself in her bedroom the rest of the night and wouldn't come out to talk to me. The next morning, I told her that she needed to move out. The following month she did, but that didn't stop her from taking a final shot at my boyfriend. She messaged him on Instagram and asked him to come over to her new place. She said she would keep it a secret and would do anything he wanted. Obviously he showed me and I posted the screenshots of her thirsty ass and tagged her. She got flooded with messages about being a homewrecker and she deleted her social media accounts. Luckily I haven't heard from her since.
Sometimes things aren't always as they seem. On the 11th of March in 2011, a Lululemon manager came in for her shift in the morning when she noticed the store was unlocked. Frightened, she went to the line at the Apple store and asked a guy who had been standing in the line for a couple of hours if he had seen anything. He said that he had seen nothing, but he offered to walk into the Lululemon with her. As they walked in, it looked as though there was a robbery. Receipts everywhere and cash registers open. However, the closer that they got to the back, the more things seemed out of place. And then they saw one bloody footprint after another. When she finally got to the back, she found her coworkers who had shifts the night before. They were covered in blood and completely unresponsive. She thought they were both dead. The police and ambulances arrived immediately. One of the girls on the back, named Jana Murray, sustained 331 wounds. This was done between 5 different weapons. This killing obviously seemed personal. They went to go attend to the other girl, Brittany Norwood, and they noticed that she was still breathing. She was tied up by zip ties and had superficial wounds all over her body. Follow, share, and add me on Instagram for part 2. So this is part 2 to the Lululemon murderer. After one murder and an attempted murder, the police had to take action immediately. They started interviewing so many people that were around the Lululemon at the time and Brittany Norwood herself. They also took note at the state of the place when they found it. The alarm was turned off with the key, the tools were out everywhere, and the size of the footprint was a US 14 shoe, which is fairly big. The story was that 2 masked men broke in, beat, and assaulted the 2 girls. Police looked for weeks for 2 men that fit their description to walk by. When they finally found men that fit the description, they interrogated them and found no proof. They did find that the randomness of such a cruel act was really odd, so they went back from the beginning and interviewed Brittany again. This time, her story wasn't adding up. Once eyes turned to Brittany, a whole history of hers popped up, specifically a history of stealing things. Recently, Jana had accused Brittany of attempting to steal a pair of yoga pants, so the police found their motive. My Instagram is below, part 3 will be next. Hey guys, and welcome back for part 3 of the Lululemon murderer. The store manager that had found them specifically found everything to be odd, considering that she actually had called Jana after she had locked up the store the night before and was leaving on her way home. So why did she go back? Brittany had actually called her and stated that she had left her Metro card inside of the Lululemon, so Jana came back to let her in. The moment that Jana walked in, Brittany confronted her for going to management after she saw her steal the leggings. The argument turned to a brutal attack. Then Brittany staged the scene to look like they had both been attacked and assaulted. Then she put on a pair of size 14 shoes and left a trail of bloody footprints to make it appear as though a large man had been there. She put the superficial wounds on herself and bound her own ankles and wrists. While the police originally believed the story of the masked intruders, it did not take long for them to see through the lies. She was now the sole suspect. A nearby store then reported that they heard 2 women arguing the night of the murder. That's when they knew for sure that they had the right person. In January of 2012, Brittany was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life in prison with no chance of parole.
I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I am so fucking annoyed and cranky today, and it all starts with the man at the gym. This man at the gym comes up to me while I'm on the fucking machine, and I've been there for at least 5 minutes, okay? And he's like, I'm using this machine, as I'm using it. So I looked at him and I said, how the fuck are you using the machine? Well, clearly I'm fucking using this machine. I didn't say that, okay? But I wish I did. I was just kind of more like, oh, okay. Why the fuck did he say he was using that machine when he wasn't using it?
And then he went and was like bench pressing. So I was like, you weren't fucking using this machine. Today I had such a fun little video plan for you guys where I was gonna be like, what would Livy do? And give like my real life, how the fuck I would act in a situation is what I wanted to say. I feel like if I made that video today of like, what would Livy do if she found her boyfriend cheating on her? Livy would throw him out a fucking window. Like, that's what I would do. I would be, and you guys would be like, why is she being so weirdly aggressive about this video? And it just wouldn't come across well whatsoever. But I'm just in such a cranky mood. But my day gets even weirder. As I'm walking home from the gym, already in like this bitchy mood that I'm in currently, I see a man wearing a mask. And it's like a creepy fucking mask. I feel like if it was a normal day, I'd be absolutely terrified. It was a clown mask and he was headed directly towards me. Normally I would be like freaking the fuck out. No, I was like, I hope a motherfucker tries me today. I hope he does. Like, why are you so starved for attention that you need to wear a clown mask in the middle of the day in New York City on the street? Like, why? I was ready to fight him. I don't know why, I just was. I know I sound like a ranty, annoying little bitch, but like, I can't be anything else right now. And you guys claim to love me like you say you do. You'll love every part of me. That's funny, Livy, and that's rude, fucking mean, Livy, and that's where I'm at right now. Why I think I'm in this mood, besides that dumb fucking man at the gym, is because my sister and I got in, like, she just pissed me off this morning about my taxes. We were talking about my taxes, and I was like, well, I'm gonna TurboTax this bitch this year. Like, I always TurboTax it, so, like, I'm just gonna TurboTax it. And this is not a fucking ad for TurboTax, okay? Like, fuck you, TurboTax. Not actually, I just, like, I can't use you. My sister's like, you need to get an accountant that specializes in, like, what you do. And I go, you already know I want a financial advisor. And she goes, you know those are two different things, right? Like, no. I didn't fucking know. I don't know anything about finances, obviously. And she's like, oh my God, like, you don't know what an accountant is? Like, that's so embarrassing. I'm like, fuck off. Like, fuck off. Like, I've told you I've only TurboTaxed it. Like, I only understand what TurboTax is. And honestly, if I'm being so fucking honest, and I shouldn't say this, I don't even think I'm doing that correctly. I don't really understand anything about taxes. Like, I'm not proud of that. Like, I'm gonna hire the fucking accountant because, like, I don't know how to do them. Hearing my sister be like, oh my, you don't know what taxes, something, you don't know what an accountant is. I literally wanted to jump through the phone and punch her. So fighting with her about taxes, like, just really sent me over the edge today. I was like, I cannot keep doing this. Like, I'm so fucking angry, but like, I just want to cry. And I don't know why. I don't really have even a valid reason to fucking cry right now, okay? Because like, the man at the gym is not an excuse to be bawling my eyes out. I am hiring an accountant though, so if you're an accountant, hit me up, okay? After that phone call with my sister, I'm probably going to have to hire a financial advisor as well, okay? So just hit me up. I can't even imagine if I had to film a brand deal today. I would literally be like, buy fucking Maybelline, and I would send that to my managers, and they would be like, Olivia, take it back a notch. What the fuck was that? I'm just in a bitchy mood, and this is my truth, and this is my fucking truth. You already know I'm about to get my period, so this is definitely probably why I'm in like the worst mood ever. Let me know if I'm the only one that does this, because the whole time at the gym, I just kept thinking of things I would have said to that man if he approached me again. I would have been like, why don't you just shut the fuck up? You know, why don't you just shut the fuck up? This white eyeliner is going to give me a mental breakdown. I already fucking feel it coming. But to make myself feel better, I'm going to, I don't know what the fuck I'm going to do. I lied. I have no idea what I'm going to do. I'm going to drink my milk tea in the fridge, and I'm going to run around Soho. And Kylie really put her whole Bodiciousy into this, okay? And I'll say that every damn day. My roommate is in like corporate. What the fuck?
My roommates are considering letting an underage girl, 16 female, move in with us. Basically, I have 3 roommates and we're all guys between the ages of 22 and 24. We've been looking for a new roommate since our last one moved out. They're currently deciding if we should let a 16-year-old girl move in with us. I'm the only one who seems to think this is weird. My roommates say they don't care how old she is as long as she pays rent every month. The girl says she's emancipated, in quote marks, but has no proof of it. I find this weird on so many reasons. Mainly because we're adults and she's a child and this could be considered kidnapping or something. Is that just me? Did my 19 male, best friend 24 female plan this pregnancy? She told me she was on birth control and now she's pregnant after we slept together for a few days. She and I have been best friends for 2 years now. We're close and we tell each other everything basically. She had never asked me out on a date or anything until after we found out that she was pregnant. She and I have had this tension between us before, and we both like each other, but never really did anything about it or mentioned it. Long story short, she and I ended up traveling together, and we ended up sharing a hotel to save costs. She came on to me, and we had sex all during the trip. I suggested we use condoms the first time, but she told me she was on birth control and that she would be fine without them. I don't want to get too descriptive, but I tried pulling away from her, at least not finish inside her, but she would leg lock me and ask me to stay there. A few weeks later, she told me she was pregnant. The baby is 100% mine since I'm the only one she had been with at all. After I found out about the pregnancy, she asked me if we could raise the baby together as a couple and see if things work out for us until marriage. I agreed because I have feelings for her and care about her, and now I have a baby on the way. I was just thinking about it and thought that maybe this was planned? Or do you guys think this was just an accident and that she's one of the very few to get pregnant despite being on birth control? I, female 22, grew up in a family where men prank and tease each other. Ever since my fiance, Tim, 23, and I got engaged, my cousin, brother, dad, and uncle joked about running some tests to see what type of man Tim is. They'd done some stuff like forcing him to play chess 4 times in a row, secretly slash his tires to see if he'd fix it himself like a man or get help from those lazy guys. They asked him questions like what joke he'd like to tell his future mother-in-law, his opinions on abortion, Jesus, gender equality, etc. They also tested his fishing and hunting skills, overwhelmed him with hypothetical scenarios, tested his decision-making abilities or mental strength. They kept calling him slow and soft, but he has a medical condition, which is asthma, but they think he's making excuses. I demanded they stop, but Dad said this is just typical stuff men challenge each other with and said that I was ruining the fun. Last week, they took Tim on a 3-day trip and hid his inhaler. He left them and returned in 7 hours and told me. I was seething after he said they admitted to hiding it as a challenge. I exploded on them when they returned. Cousin asked if little Timmy ran to me to tattle. I yelled that all 4 of them are uninvited to my wedding. My brother freaked out, saying it was a prank and they were going to give it back. Dad said they'll apologize if I insist, but Tim will have lost the little respect they gained for him, and in their eyes will always be the soft college kid who's not up for the challenge. I called him and the others awful, and then I left. My cousin is begging that we talk. My uncle has been quiet, but Dad is so mad, and now he's getting Mom involved to get me to reconsider the decision. But I refused to reinvite them. Mom is saying that I'm exaggerating and should let the bygones be bygones and not let this ruin my relationship with my family. So my wife, 43 female, and I, 44 male, adopted my daughter when she was 14 along with her 2 bio brothers, 8 and 6. We adopted them all so they could be kept together, and I love them with all my heart. Now my daughter is 25 and getting married to Dan, who is a great guy, and they've been dating for 3 years now and just got engaged 8 months ago. My wife has been helping my daughter plan everything and doing the regular mom and daughter wedding things while my sons, 19 and 17, and I just do as we're told and try to help out when we can. They're doing a small wedding, but I'm paying for a third, and so is her fiance's father, Dan's dad, and the happy couple is doing the other third. Now my daughter had us all go out to a fancy dinner 2 days ago with her fiance, and that's when she told us that she would like myself and her mother, my wife, to walk her down the aisle. She says that she's so happy to have found her forever home with us and how she loves us both so much and wants us to both give her away. My wife was ecstatic and said yes while I just nodded and tried to hide the hurt I felt. I've always dreamed of giving my daughter away as I think it's a precious moment that should just be between the father and daughter. No one seems to have caught on about my hurt yet, but I wanted to talk to my wife about it and to see if she could step down and let me have it. So my son had a long-distance girlfriend recently about 2 years ago. She was great, a really nice girl, and we all loved her, welcomed her with open arms. She was flying her constantly to visit him, like a weekend, a month, and he didn't lift a finger to go visit her. I tried talking to him about it several times and told him he should really start looking into flying over to her instead of expecting her to do all the traveling. He said no. My wife probably had something to do with it, as she constantly told him she was afraid of him flying. I spoke to them both and said this girl's great for him. She was willing to move over to our country too, but said there was one condition and that he'd have to fly over to her country too, which is fair enough. He said no, he didn't want to fly or travel anywhere. My son was becoming lazier and lazier, eventually telling his girlfriend that and us that he was perfectly fine never traveling anywhere, including holidays, etc. Last week, he told us she dumped him. I went on her Facebook page and we're all still friends. She wrote us an apology letter and how she's upset it didn't work out, but these things happen, so we're on good terms, and looks like she's with a new guy already. Me and my wife have no doubt she was seeing him while still in a relationship with my son. I confessed to them both that I actually agree with her decision and he should have expected it. He did not treat her properly, and I hope he learns lessons for the next one because he needs to make more of an effort. I said he deserves it for his lack of effort in the relationship and for essentially just allowing this girl to spend all her money and time coming here all the time. Wife and son are very upset that I said this. Very, very upset. And my wife says I'm being horrible. So I, 21 male, live with my childhood best friend, 22 male, and I've done so for 2 years now. Up until last week, things have been perfect between us. However, he recently got a new girlfriend, 23 female, and she honestly seems absolutely great except for one thing. She seemingly has a complete aversion to knocking. She and I have quite a lot in common, and I actually like spending time with her. However, it bugs the hell out of me when she just barges into my room without knocking first. Now, she's never walked in on me doing anything. I'm usually just chilling on my bed or studying at my desk. However, on at least 7 separate occasions, now she's done it first thing in the morning to ask if I want coffee. I sleep naked. Every time prior to the last one, I've been under the covers and she hasn't seen anything. I always point out that she could have, and she just giggles and says, but I didn't. When she stayed over last week, in order to make my point, I intentionally slept on top of the covers. Sure enough, she barges in at 7 a.m., begins to ask if I want coffee, and sees my you-know-what. She immediately backed out of the room and didn't speak to me for the rest of the day. My mate later pulled me aside and said I was being out of order, accused me of deliberately exposing myself, and pointed out that I'd threatened to do it before. I literally just said, okay, but what if I had no covers and you saw everything before? Now they're framing this to others that I'm some sort of sick creep who intentionally got naked and lay in wait of her because that's how I get my rocks off. And I'm kind of seeing how it came off that way. Me and 2 other guys share an apartment together and we split all the bills. The only thing we don't split costs on is groceries. Everyone's in charge of buying their own food and we don't touch whatever doesn't belong to us in the fridge. We put our names on everything so no one gets mixed up. This issue has been going on for almost a year and I'm sick of it. One of my roommates, R, keeps stealing my food. I get home from work and containers with my leftovers are sometimes missing. They have my name written on it. Or my stuff finishes too quick. My gallon of milk, for example. I buy almond milk because I like the taste, but it seems to finish after a week even though I've drank it only once or twice. I confronted R about this lots of times, and that's caused a lot of arguments. He outright denies it and tells me I'm crazy even though it's so obvious. My other roommate and I carpool together because we both work the same early morning shifts around the same area, so I know it's not him. It's always after we get back home and R is already left for work, so that I notice my food is gone. My roommates also had a similar problem, but not as often as I do. I'm guessing because R doesn't like what he buys. The funny thing is, R buys a lot for himself and is even more stingy about his food. He will literally point out what's his when he comes back from grocery shopping and tells us to not touch it. Last week, my milk was nearly empty again and I got fed up. I went to the liquor store and bought regular dairy milk. I drank what was left of my almond milk and refilled the gallon with the one I bought. This was to catch/prove R is the one stealing since he's lactose intolerant. The next day, Saturday, we get back from work and R is pissed. He yelled at me that he was stuck in the bathroom for 40 minutes with diarrhea because of my milk. He was using it to make a shake. I only responded with, so then you're the one who's been stealing. He freaking exploded. Yeah, he admitted he was sometimes drinking my milk and eating my food, but he was even more mad that I switched milks than the fact that he was caught. I told him I wouldn't have done that if he just stopped taking my stuff from the fridge or at least told the truth instead of trying to make it seem like I was making it up. My roommate backed me up and thought it was kind of funny he got payback for stealing from us. It's a little tense right now and my room told me R is trying to convince him to agree to kick me out.
Little does he know, we're both looking to move somewhere else together because we are sick of his shit. I told somebody what happened, and a few think that I was an asshole for that. I feel like I'm not in the wrong here. He was taking my food and not even owning up to it, and I want to prove it. I want to preface this by saying that I, female 34, married my husband, male 37, a year ago. His mom is Snoopy and annoying as fuck. She can't help it that this is just how she is, as my dear in-laws say. My husband and I purchased a new house recently. My mother-in-law kept pushing to get an emergency key. She promised that she would only use it in an emergency, but given the fact that she had an emergency key to our old apartment and just walked in on us being intimate twice. But my husband didn't think it was a big deal. I just couldn't trust her, so I just sent her a fake key after she kept pushing, and she had a smug on her face after I hand-delivered it to her. Days gone by, and on Christmas dinner, mother-in-law angrily called me out on the fact that I gave her a fake copy of the house key. She shamed me for doing this in front of everyone, but in my defense, I asked her how she found out, and she said days ago when she came over at 4 while my husband and I were out. I reminded her, didn't you promise you wouldn't use it unless there's an emergency? So you tried to get in when there was no emergency, and you broke the promise you made to us. She looked red in the face, and the other family started staring, and some even laughed at her for the face she made. She suddenly got up from her seat and rushed into the kitchen where she had a huge meltdown so loud the next-door neighbors must have heard. Literally, I've never heard a 60-plus-year-old woman throw a tantrum like that. Needless to say, dinner went awkward, and my husband and sister were giving me looks. My husband went off on me in the car, said I lied and manipulated and humiliated and exposed his mom, and said he wouldn't have let me get away with this if he had known. We had an argument, and he is demanding I apologize to his mom for my childish behavior and for ruining Christmas dinner for the whole family. I'm not really a photographer, I'm a dog groomer. I take lots of photos of dogs all day to put on my Facebook and Instagram. It's my thing, if that makes sense. A cut and a photo with every appointment. I very seldom shoot things other than dogs, even if I have a nice setup. A friend got married a few days ago and wanted to save money, asked if I shoot it for them.
Kitchen reset.
I told him it's not really my forte, but he convinced me by saying he didn't care if they were perfect. They were on a shoestring budget, and I agreed to shoot it for $250, which is nothing for a 10-hour event. On the day of, I'm driving around following the bride as she goes from appointment to appointment before the ceremony, taking photos along the way. I shoot the ceremony itself, and during the reception, I'm shooting speeches and people mingling. I started around 11 a.m. and was due to finish around 7:30 p.m. Around 5 p.m., food is being served, and I was told I cannot stop to eat because I need to be a photographer. In fact, they didn't save me a spot at any table. I'm getting tired and at this point kind of regretting doing this for next to nothing. It's also unbelievably hot. The venue is at an old Veterans Legion, and it's like 110 degrees and there's no AC. I told the groom I need to take off for 20 minutes to get something to eat and drink. There's no open bar or anything. I can't even get water, and my 2 water bottles are long empty. He tells me I need to either be a photographer or leave without pay. With the heat, being hungry, being generally annoyed at the circumstances, I asked if he was sure, and he said yes. So I deleted all the photos I took in front of him and took off saying, I'm not his photographer anymore. If I was to be paid $250, honestly at that point I would have paid $250 for just a glass of cold water and somewhere to sit for 5 minutes. Was I the asshole? They went right on their honeymoon and they've been all off social media, but a lot of people have been posting on their wall asking about the photos with 0 responses. I'm the VP of sales at a software company, and one of our sales development reps' parents passed away at the beginning of April. Sadly, they were involved in a car crash and both lost their lives. Now the employee in question is a very young 22-year-old guy and has been with us for about 10 months now. He's a great employee, and we were thinking about promotions in the next 6 months for him. His job is a high-paying one for a new grad, around $90,000 with commission and base, so we expect a lot from this position. Because of the accident, we let him take 1 month paid leave of absence from work, and he's returned a few weeks ago, and his performance is severely lacking. He's super unmotivated, not cold calling, outreaching out to prospects for the last 2 to 3 weeks enough since he's come back. Our whole management team has noticed this, and we decided to let him go because we feel like he'd need months and months to be able to produce again, and we can't just wait that long. We called him into a meeting on Friday afternoon and gave him the bad news. He was very calm and rude about it. Told us to go fuck ourselves and got up and went to his desk, grabbed his few things, and left. I thought this was very, very unprofessional and extremely rude. I told my boyfriend about all of this, and he said myself and my management team are a bunch of asses and pricks with no hearts. My 20-year-old daughter and her fiancé are currently staying with us. I love my daughter, but she is very difficult and I can't stand her fiancé. I gave them a deadline to move out because I can't take this anymore. They got into a massive fight the other day while my wife was out. I guess a pair of my wife's underwear got in with their laundry and she thought he was cheating. I think the fact she immediately jumped to cheating shows how bad their relationship is. She was waving the underwear around and I recognized them because they had a floral print, but I just let this ridiculous fight go on. My wife came home after about 30 minutes and said they were hers. My wife asked if I didn't realize they were hers and I accidentally laughed. My daughter burst into tears and won't talk to me. Her fiancé said we're fucked and left the house, but my wife thought it was funny. My girlfriend has online summer courses and she had an exam for one of them this morning. I usually wake her up for pretty much everything because she sleeps through her phone alarm no matter how long it buzzes or how many she sets. She has joked that I'm her butler before, and within the context of a relationship, it's okay, so I didn't mind. Obviously, I want to love my partner and try to make her life easy. However, last night she was chatting with her friends and she thought I couldn't hear. She was bragging that I'm her little bitch and I do everything for her when she tells me to, etc. It really hurt my feelings because they were making comments like, good, put him in his place, and she was agreeing. She specifically said, yeah, I'm not worried about tomorrow because the bitch will make sure I'm up and he'll probably have breakfast ready for me too. I went to bed pretty hurt by it, and come morning, I didn't bother to wake her up when her alarm started to go. She usually only gets up when someone physically shakes her, but I let her turn off her alarm and she slipped back into sleep, and I turned around and went back to sleep too. When she woke up, she was yelling at me saying I'm an asshole and I've cost her her exam and I'm a piece of shit for what I did. I'm 19 female. I have a 3-week-old baby girl. I do still live with my parents, but since I pay rent equally, they say I can just have as much of a say in who comes and goes from the house as they do. I've never actually taken advantage of this rule until recently enough. I have a brother who's 26 and his wife is 24. They're crunchy parents to an 8-month-old. Basically what that is fucking stupid. They use reusable wipes, nappies, think formula is the epitome of evil, baby wearing, the list just goes on. I'm the complete opposite. Pacifiers, supplementing with formula due to low supply, disposable wipes, and nappies. They are completely against the products I use and often give me things like sister-in-law's breast milks and bags, disposable nappies the little one has grown out of, etc. I've used some, but it's really not my cup of tea. On Monday night, my brother and sister-in-law were minding my baby for me since it was my birthday. My baby's father took me to go get some dinner at one of my favorite fast food places. It was great and really relaxing. When I got home that evening, my sister-in-law said that she did some cleaning and threw out anything I don't need. This immediately gave me red flags, but they were in a hurry to get out the door and left almost immediately. When I got back into the nursery, every disposable nappy and white pack was gone and replaced with some reusable cloth ones. Same with my formula. There was 8 tubs and all of it was gone. I'm not able to replace them at the moment, and solely breastfeeding isn't sustainable for us. I was extremely angry and I just turned off my phone to avoid being mean to my sister-in-law. She and my brother came over yesterday to collect something they forgot, and that was when I confronted her. I told her that she had to replace everything she dumped. When she said she can't afford to do so, I said fine, just get out and don't come back until I've been reimbursed or everything was replaced with the original items. My brother thinks I'm being a massive asshole and he's on his wife's side. Our parents think I'm being completely reasonable here, but they think telling her essentially not to come back is taking it too far.
Was I almost human trafficked, or was I just being paranoid? I went to a concert in Detroit and met a young girl. She was 17, I am 20. I was standing alone by the wall and she walked up to me and started being really friendly. She was alone and claimed to not know the band and said she wasn't with the people she came with because they were annoying. She complimented me, called me pretty, asked how old I was. She asked if I wanted to hang out after the concert. She was trying to take pictures of me, said it was for Instagram. She had burn marks and cuts on her calves. It looked like someone put a cigarette out on her. She was talking about how she wanted to have sex with someone and pointed out some guys and called them money worthy. She said she was hungry and asked if I wanted to walk to McDonald's with her. I was just happy someone was talking to me, but my body was trembling and I knew I shouldn't go anywhere with her. After I rejected letting her take pictures of me or going anywhere with her, she left me and I didn't see her again all night. It was weird. Was she a recruiter, or did I just miss out on making a new friend? What does money-worthy mean? I secretly wish that my cousin wasn't related to me so I can date him. I'm currently 19 female, he is 22 male, and the most beautiful person on the planet, both inside and out. We first met when I was 16, and I had an instant crush on him. I didn't know about him, but when he turned 21 and our family went out to drink, he told me in secret that I was the most beautiful girl he'd ever seen. Although I was so happy, I knew better than to do anything and then chalked it up to him being drunk. The next day, he sent me the text, "Drunk talks are sober thoughts," and that he didn't regret telling me that. Now, we have this weird thing where we meet up, talk, and pretend like we're a couple, after we drive away far from our hometown and drive back home low-key disgusted with ourselves. Every family meeting is super awkward because we're paranoid our parents can sense what we're doing and we act super distant. They have no clue though. I wish I could just turn this off because I know it's wrong, but I can't. I sent an application for a college out of state, so maybe I can get out of this situation. I know this might gross people out, but I just needed to get this off my chest. Help for an old guy. I'm a widower who is approaching 80. My wife died about a year and a half ago. We were married for over 50 years and I miss her very much. I live in a large retirement community and I recently received a note from a woman who lives here who told me she is done with me. I barely know this woman. We have had dinner twice. Once I was assigned to a table where she was sitting and once she asked me to have dinner with her. I accepted. I suspect now that was a mistake. I'm not ready for a new relationship and frankly, I doubt I ever will be. I think about my late wife every day. Sometimes I think about her every hour. I do not believe that I'm depressed. I can carry on with my daily life pretty well, actually. I keep busy. I have family in the area and I see them often. I manage my own affairs and I have other friends. I just do not want to deal with a female companion. I've been thinking of answering her note as politely as possible, explaining my situation, but I do not want to give her any hint that I'm trying to start a relationship. I just want to say I'm sorry if I offended her, but I meant no harm. It is just that I intended to go through life single from now on. Should I do this or should I just ignore the letter and hope she goes away? My son is 2 and my husband has worked almost exclusively from home since he's been born. Usually my son will go into his dad's office around lunchtime to call him, but when this happened, my husband was on a business trip. For the first 2 days, my son went into his office and started crying because he couldn't find his dad. It was really cute and I wanted to show my husband, so on the 3rd day, I knew it was coming and I filmed it so I could send it to him. I've showed my family too, including my stepsister, who didn't find it so cute and told me I was awful for standing there and filming him while he cried instead of comforting him. I hate cooking. I'm just one of those people who will never enjoy it. My partner knew this from the beginning. We've been together for 3 years, yet all of a sudden it's becoming a big problem. Apparently I should want to be a woman and take care of him. I do his laundry, fold it and put it away, do dishes, and it's mainly me who cleans. I have a job, he doesn't, chooses not to, but our finances are separate, although I have helped him out a lot over the years. I lost it yesterday when he said he had dry skin on his nose from wiping it, and why I hadn't given him some cream to put on, like that's my job. My sister, 29 female, got married last year to Larry, 51 male. She recently gave birth to their first child, and he has $2 from his previous relationships. My sister has been fully responsible for taking care of the kids, the cooking, cleaning, everything. Our parents dropped full contact with her because of the relationship. When they first started dating, I thought Larry was a really nice person and he would take good care of my sister. My sister and I, 28 male, recently got together for dinner and she told me that Larry was different from when they first got together. She can't get a job because of the kids and the chores, she lost all of her friends due to the relationship, and our parents cut her off. I feel terrible and offered to let her stay with me. She invited me over to dinner to meet their son, and Larry was not happy to have me there. During dinner, my sister was serving the kids and they were complaining about the food. Larry looked at my sister and told her to cook them something different. I looked at Larry and said, "Hey, you do have the capability of cooking your kids something." Larry looks at me and asks if I have something to say. I nod and start yelling at him for everything that he has put my sister through. I stopped when I noticed the kids started crying. Larry gets up from the table and leaves from the house. I stayed at the house to help my sister and offered to let her stay with me. I left in the morning and Larry texted me that I was out of line for what I said and he wants an apology. I got a girl pregnant and signed my parenting rights away. Before I begin, let me start by saying I'm fully aware I'm a terrible person and I'm open to all forms of criticism. I, 17 male, at the time was on multiple dating apps looking for a casual hookup when I came across 18 female who lived just across town from me. We had matched and started talking online for about 2 days in this time, and we got to know very basic information about each other such as favorite movie, music genres, etc. We then decided to mutually meet up at a halfway point in our town and hang out from there. We ended up getting closer to my house and my parents weren't home, so we decided to head over and watch a few movies before getting it on. Me being the young, dumb, full of cum kid didn't think I would need a condom because all of my other buddies had pulled out. Why shouldn't I? And she claimed she was on birth control, so what's the big deal, right? We started doing the nasty, and 2 hours passed where we were both drenched in sweat and go for a shower. As she gets ready to leave, I walk her home for her to ghost me completely. About a month later, she texts me a pregnancy test claiming it's mine. Me being the idiotic kid I blocked her on everything. Problem solved, right? Wrong. The coming weeks were non-stop messages from her family and friends, and even some people from my school were all coming at me for not wanting to step up. After I blocked all of them constantly, the messages disappeared and stopped. I thought it was over. Occasionally I'd get the dead piece of scum message here and there, but I'd ignore it. Fast forward about a year later, I'm 18 at the time, and someone knocks on the door. I go and answer it. I've been served for child custody and support. Not knowing what to do, I fill everything out and go to my first hearing and ask for a DNA test. So I purchase the test and get it done, and turns out the kid is mine. Nobody's surprised it has all my features down to the eyes. I signed my parental rights away and agreed to pay child support according to my financial statement. The entire reason I did what I did is unjustifiable. I know I fucked, and the worst part is I don't regret it because of the fact that I was able to hide the truth from people that didn't know about my situation. When I had to pay child support, if anyone asked why I was short on money, I'd tell them it's for a sick family member's treatment and medication. Feel free to tell me how horrible of a person I am. I don't regret it, but I know I should. I also know I don't deserve much, if anything, good moral of my story. Don't be stupid like I was. I lied to a blind neighbor and told him I moved away. Many years ago, I was standing on one of my balconies when a taxi driver was obnoxiously blowing his horn out the front and yelling for a blind man to walk toward my voice from his own townhouse. That direction was toward traffic. My roommate and I went down and helped him to the taxi and scolded the driver for being so rude. I made the mistake of giving the blind neighbor my phone number so that I could give him a ride in the future. Then the phone calls came and never stopped. And when I gave him a ride, he would ask for various detours. I'm very calculated by nature. If he had told me beforehand where he wanted to go, it would be cool. But no, we'd be driving along and he'd thrown an extra 2 to 3 places on each ride. And it came to be every day that he wanted rides, and he'd even call me to remind me to give him a ride. Not that I was ever late or backed out. Finally, I had enough, so I gauged how blind he was. His response was that he was blind as a bat. A week or 2 after he said that, I told him I had a job interview in the next city. A week after that, I told him I got the job and was moving away in a month. After I moved away, it was strange as hell walking by him in silence as he stood on the sidewalk. I staged a robbery to steal from the store where I work. I work for a chain of 24-hour stores. Some time ago, I was working overnight, and I hated it. It made me fully nocturnal to the point that the sun actually burned my eyes when I went out during the day. I hated the store, hated my town, and hated all of my coworkers. Because of this, I was bordering on suicidal, so I would fantasize about just talking about the money and leaving for a good while I stocked shelves. Did this every night for months, but I knew jail would be worse, so I never did it. Well, one day, I was venting to a good friend about how I was feeling, basically telling him a lengthier version of that first paragraph. I figured he would tell me I'm going crazy, and I should quit and find a new job that I don't hate so much. Instead, he and I came up with the idea to stage a robbery and take the money together. We took about 2 weeks to plan, and I even called out of one of the shifts so we could hammer out the fine details. The plan was that he would come in wearing a full face mask, long sleeves, and gloves so that you couldn't tell his ethnicity on the cameras. I also knew all the camera dead spots, so we planned his escape route in such a way he couldn't really be tracked by them. We had the whole thing rehearsed and ready as if we were putting on a play. So the night finally comes, and I had him wait until my coworker went on break so we wouldn't have an extra variable to plan around. He walks in during our deadest time of the night, and we start really playing up the whole thing. He's pointing this fake gun in my face, I'm putting my hands up, shaking my head, all that. He has me lead him to the office where he makes me empty the safe for him. Then he has me empty the registers for him on his way out. I give him a few minutes head start when I pretend to be rattled and catch my breath, pretend I can't stop shaking enough to dial 911, and finally go alert my coworker that we were robbed and I was too freaked out to do it myself. The cops show up and take my statement. I told them he spoke with an accent that he did not. I fed them a lot of false info to take any suspicion away from my friend. My coworker saw nothing from the break room, so he couldn't give any info himself. It's corporate policy to give robbers whatever they want, so I do not get in any trouble. As a matter of fact, they paid me a bonus for handling it so well. They also took me off of overnight shifts. Later, I told them I wasn't comfortable here anymore, so I put in for a transfer to the town I've always wanted to live in. That process got expedited due to the situation. I'm not confessing to get it off my chest so much as I am because I couldn't be happier I did it. My life turned around immediately, and I have never been happier since I was a kid. Used all the money to finally start college. I stole thousands of dollars from a big company I worked for. This is a throwaway account because what I did was incredibly illegal. I also want to preface this by saying it was not a small business, so I was not stealing from someone's livelihood. A couple years back, I worked retail for a big technology company. When I say big, I'm talking about this company being worth billions. I'm sure you can figure out who it is. Anyone who has worked retail knows it's rough, but I have not ever experienced retail rough like this. Their customers were some of the meanest, most entitled, crazy sons of bitches I've ever met. After a couple of years, I started to hit my limit with the clientele. My best friend who also worked there passed away, so that didn't help my state of mind. If a customer was really rude to me and also bought insurance on their devices, I would sneak a gift card to the bathroom and return their insurance on the gift card which I pocketed. This went on until I quit, and I'm shocked I never got caught and arrested. I didn't even need the money. I was just angry at the world and didn't care about what happened to me. Of course, now I realize how stupid and lucky I was. I definitely feel guilty about it to this day and wish I never done it. Those customers might have been shitty that day, but they don't deserve to have paid that much money for something and not be able to use it. I hacked all the school calculators in my class in middle school. When I was in my 7th grade math class, I found out this trick on the calculators where you can change the k value and it would plug that into any equation. I changed the k value on it to 0 plus 69, which basically made almost any equation equal to 69. I showed my friend this because I thought it was funny, and every time we grabbed a calculator for class, we would do this before we put it back, so some kids' calculator would only give the answer 69. A few days later, my friends and I ended up changing all of the calculators in our class to do that when the teacher was gone. Fast forward a week or two, and the teacher had a talk with all the students about it. Instead if she found out who did it, they would get suspended. She said she had a lot of people trying to find out who it was, but nobody could. A few people suspected my friend, but nobody had proof. We were never caught. I found a winning lottery ticket and didn't return it when the owner came looking for it. I, 23 female, used to work as a cashier/supervisor at a grocery store when I was 17. I was cleaning up at the checkout area one night that I was closing. I find a folded up scratch ticket by my register and throw it in my trash can. I didn't unfold it. I just assumed it was a loser because it was folded and on the floor. Not too long after I threw it away, some guy comes in saying he lost a $100 winning scratch ticket and asking if any of us have seen it. I honestly didn't put two and two together until I had already said no. After he left, I grabbed the ticket out of my trash can and unfolded it. It was his ticket. Instead of running it out to him, I hid it in my bra and kept it. Me, male 25, and this girl, female 23, dated briefly early last year while at university. We weren't right for each other and she called it off, but I still had feelings for her. It was tough because she is quite open about her previous relationships and would talk about them often, which hurt while having feelings for her. We ended up good friends, but every now and then we would get drunk and sleep together. But she was sometimes prompt after saying it didn't mean anything and we were just friends. Over the summer break, she went back home and I started to have feelings for her again, but was too afraid to talk to her about it. Fast forward till today, I've been sick with COVID and have been isolating at home for over a week and we call tonight. She was 2 bottles down on wine, so quite drunk. We chat for a bit and confess my feelings and she takes it really well. She appreciated that I thought well of her. She's attractive, really comfortable to be around, and really intelligent. She was flattered but very nicely said she didn't feel the same way, which was nice, reassuring me that I can gently let go of her. Cool, that went well, but then for whatever reason, I want us to be honest about how in our times drinking together, she would become quite flirty and would hit on other guys regularly and would often share details about her many one-night stands over the year. She started getting uncomfortable and said, "What's your point? What are you trying to say?" I started to feel like this was a bad idea, but in my sick, foggy haze, I stupidly kept going and said something along the lines of, hypothetically speaking, if we did get together, I'm not sure if you would be faithful, and proceeded to share an anecdote about how she dared to take her pants off at a party and took a photo of her pants around her ankles and shared it in our group chat. As you can imagine, she was speechless and abruptly ended the call, and it struck me how much of an asshole I had just been. I quickly messaged her saying I was really sorry and that what I had said was cruel. A few moments later, she had called back and swore at me and said she couldn't believe what I had said and that it was so sexist to assume when a woman does flirt, she's a slut. She said she didn't want to talk to me for a while, and I said I was sorry, at a loss of what to say, and she hung up again. So now I feel like shit that I could treat a friend so horrible. I obviously will respect her wishes for space, but also want to give her a sincere apology. Hey guys, it's about 3 a.m. here in Norway at the moment. We're borrowing my girlfriend's father's house for the weekend while he and his partner are away. It's me, my girl, and our 1-year-old son. The son was put down to sleep around 8 p.m. and my girlfriend went to bed around 11 p.m. About 2 hours ago, around 1 a.m., I went to draw a bath in the tub. I love taking baths at night, and we don't have a tub at home now, so when I get the chance, I go for it. The bathroom is on the second floor of the house, alongside 3 bedrooms, one of them occupied by the kid and the other by her and me. Once I've tidied up my stuff and find all the light switches, all that remains is to ascend the staircase and lower my pale carcass into the perfectly tempered bath water that calms my nerves and soothes my balls. The thing is, it's a really creaky staircase, like comically so. It sounds like you're violently disintegrating it beneath your feet as you climb it. The noise is insane. Those noises will wake everyone in the house if you don't go about it expertly, and even then you're still making enough noise to garner a contract on your head from the neighbors. My girl is a light sleeper, has trouble sleeping, and really values the sleep she does get. My son is a slightly heavier sleeper, but he's nowhere near my own loudly comatose sleep, and this creaking would shatter any hope of me entering the bath this side of an hour. And did I mention how steep this thing is? Naturally, I use my superior genes, gender, and brain power to concoct an appropriate solution suitable to my ambitions. I figured I'd walk on all fours, to distribute my weight as I went up the stairs to creak less. The idea made sense at the time, and to be honest, it worked. Future consequences notwithstanding. The creaking was much, much lower, but not low enough not to wake my girlfriend. As I turned off the last light downstairs and made my ascent, she came out in the hallway. She wasn't wearing her lenses, so it took a moment for her to notice me, since I also instinctively froze for that same little moment when she opened the bedroom door. So at that very moment, as I freeze, she looks at me, and all she could see was my pale, tired nighttime face, frozen in an undoubtedly unfortunate grimace, with a bigger, even paler body climbing up at her like an albino spider from the pitch-black darkness of downstairs, on all fours at 1 a.m. She screamed so loud it shook my eyeballs, and howled as she fell to the floor and shrieked in very real, deathly fear. Our son woke up, joining his mother in the absolute mayhem that was my relaxing bath time. I nearly fell down the stairs, but managed to rush up and calm my girlfriend. But she was terrified and furious at me. Thankfully, she was able to laugh at it once we calmed down our son and her heart rate slowed down to triple digits. She, ever the drama queen, feels this was not appropriate behavior at 1 a.m. at night. She also thought I looked like an American version of the Grudge Girl, but creepier. Threats were leveled against me and my dearest parts if I ever did that again. I got my bath, though. I recently started a new job at a trucking company. I've been looking at the tires and thinking they're kind of low, and I've been using this thing they gave me to try and check the tire pressure. They gave me 2 of them. For 2 weeks, I hear air come out of the tires when I try to use them, and the needle never moves. I ask, and I'm told you need to do it a certain way to get it to work. No dice. Oh well, I'll just ask them about it next time I'm in the shop. This morning, I walk up into the maintenance shop and ask them why this thing isn't working. Did the company give me a broken tire pressure gauge? He pulls me aside and says it's not working because it's a thermometer. So if you ever feel like you did something stupid and feel bad about it, refer back to here. Mind you, I only justify my reasoning with why would a trucking company give out a cooking thermometer to new employees? Nah, maybe I was unlucky enough to be given 2 bad gauges. I am a 21 male, and a few days ago I met this girl on Tinder. We were getting along really well and Viking right away. After talking for a little bit, I decided to invite her over to my place to hook up. So 2 days ago, I was chilling at home and she came over. We were hanging out, had some drinks, and eventually hooked up. I didn't think much of it, as I thought it was going to be a hookup and I wouldn't talk with her anymore after it. The next day I get up and she's blowing up my phone with messages that she wants to hang out again and keep talking. I wasn't expecting this and just ignored the messages from her. Well, yesterday I had some friends and family over at my place, and all of a sudden I get a knock on my door and it's her wanting to talk. It was frustrating because the people at my house had no idea who she was and I had to talk to her. I explained to her that I'd rather we stop talking and thought she would be done with me after that. I fucked up by taking her to my place and not a hotel. Now I feel like she's just going to keep coming back to my place. This happened last night. Let me set the scene. Yesterday, my wife, 36, and daughter, 13, tested positive for COVID and are banished to one or both of their bedrooms. My oldest son, 18, never leaves his room because video games equal life, but has also been feeling pretty shitty despite a negative test result, though he has already had COVID once. This leaves my youngest son, 6, and me, 35 male, being the only ones in the house to feel fine, test negative, and have never contracted the virus, and thusly have free reign of the rest of the house. As any decent father or husband would do, I sent them all a group text explaining that if this was a zombie virus, they would all be dead and the 6-year-old and I would be our family's sole survivors and have to find a way to carry on without them. They laughed, called me an asshole, and asked when dinner would be done, and so I began preparing the meal. The scene is set. The 6-year-old is in the kitchen with me as I gather the onion, garlic, butter, potatoes, etc. He is quite helpful and especially loves helping in the kitchen. As we finish up our dicing and the prep work, I go in the fridge and grab the corned beef that was prepared the night before. I place it on the counter and ask 6-year-old if he was excited for dinner. He asks, "What are we having again?" Forgetting what it's called. To which I replied excitedly, "Corned beef hash," and smack the rat meat with my hand. It's not smack this chunk of protein with my dominant hand, but as luck would have had it, I did smack it with the hand that had my Fitbit secured around the wrist. At the exact moment I salted the roast, my Fitbit begins violently vibrating to alert me that I have reached my step goal for the day. I remark, "Cool. Apparently that got me my final steps for the day." 6-year-old asks, "What did? Slapping the beef?" I suppress a chuckle and reply with a simple yes, thinking that would be the end of it. Nope, wrong. 6-year-old proceeds to tell me I need to slap the beef every day to make sure I meet my step goal. Then he tells me he wants a Fitbit so he can slap the beef and meet his step goals. After this, he runs at a full sprint down the back hall towards, but not into, my room, currently housing my wife and daughter, and tells the two of them that Dad got a step count by slapping the beef, and he's going to get a Fitbit so he can slap the beef and broth of us, and going to slap the beef every day to make sure that we get our steps in and meet our goals. I head down the hall towards him. I hear my wife and daughter laughing hysterically. I kneel down, look him in the eye, and tell him in as normal of a tone as I can manage, "That's a secret men have kept from women for thousands of years. You're not supposed to tell them that. It's for men only." And I wink. His face lights up. He loves secrets. Who doesn't? He proceeds to tell his mom and sister to forget what they heard. He tells them that they know nothing. Lastly, he informs them that we will slap the beef when they aren't around. Then I took off my Fitbit and made a delicious meal. I shave my head bald without knowing the consequences. I, 17 female, get tired of the way I look sometimes. I resort to doing things that will temporarily change my look, getting a facial piercing, cutting bangs, etc. Days prior to today, I've been planning on going bald. I've never done it before, so I figured it would give me some more flavor to my look. What did I do? I shaved my whole entire head. My bald head is disgusting, similar to a rotting avocado. I'm finding myself laugh crying as I'm texting about this innocent mistake. I showed my mom my new hairstyle, and she began hysterically laughing. I don't mind it. My look is very nightmarish. I showed my father. He's also bald. What did he do? He rolled down his sleeve and pretended to wipe/polish my head for the shine. We are twinning so hard right now, it's wholesome. Anywho, I'm not too upset about it. Hair grows back, but what I need to do is either buy a wig or wear a hat to school because this bald look isn't cutting it for me. I just thought posting this would ease my very mixed emotions about my head. This is a short one. Names changed for privacy. I went to a tattoo shop in my area with a photo of the tattoo I wanted. It was one my dad had gotten to honor my past grandfather, whose father also had it. But the point is, it was important to me that the tattoo looked exactly as it did in the photo. I get to the shop, I explain everything. I pay, get the tattoo, and we're done. I think it looks awesome, everything is great. Until a few weeks later when I show my great-grandmother the tattoo. She's static, grabs my arm to look at it and compliment it, then asks, "Who's AJ?" I ask her what she means, and she points out the tattoo where the initials A and J, or maybe T, were hidden in the tattoo. I'm instantly pissed, as my artist name is Alice Trevor. She tries to assure me it's no big deal if I hadn't noticed it till now, but I still reached out to the artist sort of irritated. They told me the style of art I got is called traditional, and it's pretty trad for all artists who do that style to do it. I demanded a partial refund, and they refused, so I complained to the owner who made the artist give me a full refund. Now the artist is running a full smear campaign, talking about moving shops and all kinds of crap. My sister says I'm an asshole for pushing the issue, but I feel like at the end of the day, I told you exactly what I wanted and you didn't do that. Am I the asshole? Anonymously reported my dad for a 35-year-old unsolved murder. He abused my mom for 20 years and abused me as a kid. There's a lot of detail I don't feel like going into because I dealt with it all day yesterday and I'm exhausted. I haven't talked to him in almost a year. Yesterday I wrote him an email explaining all the bullshit he put me through as a kid and that if he ever wants a chance at a relationship with me, he needs to go to therapy. I told my mom about it after I sent it, and I guess it triggered something in her. She started crying and telling me about the things he'd done that she had never mentioned before. Stuff from when they were teens. She told me through tears and pain about how she'd had this unsolved murder from their hometown on her mind lately. My parents and their siblings were friends with her. She went out for a run and disappeared. Won't go into detail about the location and shit, but my dad and his brother, who was also a fuck, weren't seen all day on the day of her disappearance. They suddenly up and moved states not long after. My mom told me she always had a terrible feeling about it, but was too scared to prod. She just repressed it, like with all the other fuck shit my dad did to her and to others throughout the years. So, fuck it. I sent an anonymous tip to the PD of that town. I told him what she told me, said these guys are in my family and both have a history of nefarious shit. I told him I think they should be reinvestigated with updated forensics since I'm sure DNA has come far in the last 35 years. If they didn't do it, they'll be fine. A little scared and inconvenienced by an interview for a 35-year-old murder, but ultimately fine. If they did do it, fuck them. He spent his entire life avoiding the consequences of his fucked up actions. If he's a murderer, he deserves to have the consequences of that brought down on him hard. Plus, the family of that poor girl deserves closure. Her mom has now passed and will never know the truth. The rest of her family deserves better. I'll be happy if they get it. I was taking some steamy pictures of my girlfriend. With her permission, I sent some pictures to a friend on Snapchat. I didn't pay attention and sent them all to a pastor who's married. To be fair, my friend and pastor have a very similar username. I didn't notice it at all for a while until I got a message from him. That went south as his wife was next to him when he opened them. He contacts me angrily stating that he's in trouble and why would I even send those types of pictures to him. He was asking me that if I have lusting issues and when would I be able to see him to take care of this issue. My girlfriend was so hard laughing as he was berating me on the phone. She even said let's send him more jokingly. I thought things were over after that night, but I was wrong. The pastor has told some people what I had done. Some were angry that I had done that. A few had asked if I was willing to share some of the photos I sent over. Lesson learned, pay attention who you forward your snaps to. The other day I got home late at 11:30 p.m., exhausted after a work meeting, and I just couldn't find a parking spot near the building whatsoever. At some point after circling hopelessly around the building and at nearby streets, I saw a woman sitting in her car parked, and I couldn't tell whether she's about to leave or just got in. So I asked her, and she said, I need to go out, but I just can't start up my car. Would you please help me? So of course I said yes. I needed the parking spot, also why not be nice? She said that she had forgotten the light is on or something, and the battery died, so she needed a jump start. Now the problem was that the front of her car was not easily accessible since she parked between two other cars perpendicular to a wall, and the space between the cars and the wall was very narrow. I had an idea on my mind to have her put the car on neutral and let it slide backwards, but for some reason she managed to convince me that there's enough room for my car to go in the narrow space to get close to the front of her car and attach the jumper cables. So I was stupid enough to trust her, and she started instructing me how to go in. I just listened to her and did as she instructed. And she was like, go on, you have plenty of space. Needless to say, I ended up scratching the wall and leaving damage on my car and definitely couldn't reach her car. Since it was too dark and I was too exhausted, I couldn't tell how bad it was until the next morning. At the end, we reverted back to my method, pushed her car backwards, and blocked the one-lane street which made other drivers mad, and I helped her jumpstart the battery. She went off and I took the parking spot. Now I gotta fix up my car because I tried to help a stranger. But hey, I got the parking spot. Obligatory, this happened this morning. A little background. I'm a pizza delivery driver, and once a month, this client orders like 100 small pizzas for their staff. We've been doing this for well over 2 years, so for the better part of that, we've all had to wear face masks. Mandates were lifted in my area last month, but they held out a bit longer, so the last time I saw them, we still had to wear face masks inside their facility. Today, there were no masks, and I meant to say it was nice to see their whole face, but it came out backwards. We laughed it off, but I'm genuinely embarrassed right now. While getting ready for my engagement party, father-in-law handed me his shirt and told me to iron it for him because I'm a woman. I ruined it. My father-in-law had traveled down to attend mine and my fiance's engagement party. He was getting ready and staying at my house. I had my hair half curled and my makeup half done with not much time left. I was visibly rushing. He handed me his shirt and said, "Iron this for me." Apparently, my vagina gave me the necessary qualifications for being the chief ironer. I took it off him with a smile and ironed the vinyl print on the highest setting and ruined his shirt. Melted the logo and got scorch marks on the shirt. Oops. Sorry, father-in-law. I didn't know why you thought I'd be good at ironing, but I'm terrible at it. I tried my best, though. He had to wear an ill-fitting replacement for my fiancé. He ironed that one himself. My father-in-law is a terrible, sexist man that abused my mother-in-law until she fled with her then young children to a women's refuge center. There is absolutely no question that what he did was demanding I iron his shirt because I'm a woman and that this is what women do. No, I don't feel like politely declining. No, it's not my responsibility to teach him how to be less sexist. Revenge against my neighbor never felt so sweet. New neighbors moved in about 2 months ago, a young couple. The walls are paper thin and they love to blast music and sing really loud, but they sound horrible. Their bathroom is right against my bedroom wall, and they'll sing at the top of their lungs at 3 a.m. or when I'm in a Teams meeting. I've asked them if they could keep it down multiple times, but they just ignored me and called me an asshole for having a problem with them being happy and singing. Or told me to get a pair of noise-canceling headphones. I felt like they had no respect for their neighbors because the other guy next to them doesn't want to hear them screeching at the top of their lungs either. So yesterday I borrowed a pair of speaker towers from my buddy and pressed them against the wall facing the wall. Put it on full blast and started playing Bird is the Word on repeat from 8 a.m. sharp when there's no noise ordinance against noise. The wall even trembles. I definitely woke them up after their late night yesterday. Every time the song ends, I could hear them banging against the wall telling me to shut up. They came knocking on my door extremely pissed off, and I just told them, "What kind of asshole are you that you don't like music?" and slammed the door. I'll keep blasting Bird is the Word until 10 p.m. and start up at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. I'll then cool it and see if they stop screeching moving forward. Bad boyfriend takes the walk of ultimate shame. This happened about 16 years ago. My friend, let's call her Maria, had been dating a guy called Oscar for 2.5 years or so when she found out through the grapevine that Oscar had betrayed her. He'd been to a party, got a girl drunk, and slept with her. News of his actions had spread as gossip does. The worst part of it was that it seemed it wasn't the first time that it had happened by a long shot. Well, Maria heard and plotted revenge. She invited him to her flat for a special afternoon of fun with her and her friend Vanessa. Oscar could not resist temptation, so he went. Picture the scene. Goes into the building where she lives, gets into the lift to go up to the 10th floor to get to her apartment. He rings the bell. He can hear music playing from behind the door. She opens the door and he walks in, and sees that both his girlfriend Maria, her friend Vanessa, are there, each wearing sexy silk lingerie. Maria is holding a blindfold and tells him to wear it. He agrees and she puts it on him and tells him to strip naked. While he was busy, Vanessa put her clothes back on, walked out the apartment, leaving a doorstep to keep the door open, and called the lift. She then walked back in, grabbed Oscar's clothes, and threw them out the window into the car park below. She then left the apartment and went down the stairs, ringing doorbells as she descended. Maria had been leading Oscar around the apartment, disorienting him, and then let him out the apartment, closed the door behind her, and got in the lift alone, calling him an unfaithful asshole whose clothes are in the car park before the lift doors closed. Oscar ripped off the blindfold and must have realized how fucked he was, as he had to walk down 10 flights of stairs, butt naked, passing laughing neighbors all the way. He collected his clothes, and Maria never saw him again. My brother went missing, and I feel like I will never get over it. 2 years ago, my little brother went missing. His 20th birthday was last week, and I think about him constantly. So does my family. Ever since he went missing, life just has not been the same. It's literally eating me alive. To get a little insight, he went to a party and left around 3 a.m. Of all things, I'm the one who got the last contact with him of my family. Can you please come take me home? Whenever I read this message, I cry. I feel so guilty. I didn't even text him back, just left him on red and drove towards him. Next thing I know, I tried to call him with no response. His phone was off. We tried contacting him 24/7. Then we went to the police. Then we put up missing posters. Then we tried our luck on social media. Then we tried contacting him again. Then we went to look for him, and then everything went quiet. I feel like I'm still in a sort of trance. I don't know how I should keep going without him. I feel so miserable when I think about him. I feel guilty. I feel sad. I'm his big bro. I should have protected him. I should have texted him back. I should have at least asked him where he is. And now he's gone. I can't talk with anyone from my family. My mother is heartbroken. My siblings always ask where he is. I have to be strong for them, but it's so hard. I don't know how to keep going. I don't think I have to mention what thoughts are going through my head. I don't want to think about what may have happened to him, and I physically can't even write it down. I just can't and don't want to imagine it. It makes me full of rage and sadness, not even speaking about how I feel about the people who were questioned and I feel suspicious about. Fuck, this sucks. I know it's pointless, but Nick, if for some reason you're reading this, I love you, we all love you. And we miss you. Life hasn't been the same without you. Please come home. My husband cheated on me, and I'm okay with it. On Friday, I, 26 female, caught my husband, 32 male, with his coworker in our bedroom. I didn't feel shocked. I had suspected it for a while, but he waved it away. After the incident, he had been on his best behavior for 4 days and finally wanted to talk to me about it. I told him I was okay with it, and he was shocked. He cried and was angry, asking if I never loved him in the first place because apparently he did. I find it extremely ironic given he was the one who's been cheating on me for over a year. To be clear about the situation, I'm not polygamous/polyamorous or interested in having a three-way in any sense. Our life is nice. We paid off the house. No kids yet. I make enough to support myself in case we get divorced. I just don't want to. I still like him, and I don't care if he went on a bus of hookers as long as he didn't bring home an STD. I'm not interested in sleeping with anyone else, sexually or romantically, but I don't mind if he has sex with a dozen other people as long as he comes home at night and sleeps beside me. He has been crying/screaming every time he calls me, but he drove out to the motel after I told him this, saying he hates himself and there is something extremely wrong with me. He's living with his mom, commuting an hour to work, and I've never felt more free. My boyfriend explained why he doesn't like my mom, and it pretty much made me reevaluate my entire childhood. So my 22 female boyfriend, 24 male, of 3 years has never really liked my mom, 43 female, and I never understood why. He gets along with her in person. The other night he explained it to me in depth. I am the daughter from my mom's first marriage, which didn't last very long. When she remarried 10 years later and had 3 kids, he feels like even though she primarily raised me, I was forced into the background. Like my siblings all have matching first initials that I don't have, and they've always been treated with more patience and kindness than I was. I always kind of attributed that to them being younger, but when I look back, they honestly were given a much better childhood. I'm also on the spectrum and was treated a bit more harshly than my neurotypical siblings simply because I did more annoying things. My mom's marriage to my dad was never healthy, and maybe my little siblings were her second chance. Anyhow, my mom divorced my stepdad a few years ago and now lives secluded in the mountains with her new boyfriend. She only sees my siblings once a month and claims my stepdad keeps them away from her, which I took at face value. But my boyfriend brought up that my stepdad is a level-headed and mature person, and there's possibly a reason for that. Anyways, my mom now lives a free spirit life and is evidently the happiest she's ever been. My boyfriend thinks that's weird considering she doesn't see her kids, all under the age of 12, often. He told me he feels like she abandons her kids to go chase something better and is irresponsible. Basically, he doesn't like my mom because he doesn't feel like she's a parent and he views her as someone that discarded me and my siblings. I never thought about it this way because even though I've had a bit of a rocky relationship with my mom in the past, I've always viewed her as a role model and put her on a pedestal. But what my boyfriend said kind of made me view everything in a new light, and I'm feeling sad and confused about it. So 2 weeks ago, my 31 female BFF Katie, 32 female, got married to Matt, 35 male. I was the maid of honor and was very involved in the wedding planning. I love Katie to death and took my duties as maid of honor very seriously. I did my best to make sure Katie had the wedding of her dreams, but the thing is Katie thinks her wedding was ruined because of me. Katie, for her wedding day, chose one of the 2-in-1 gowns that switches between being a massive tulle ball gown for the wedding and a slinky tight mermaid gown for the reception because it had a detachable tulle skirt layer. Katie is a very showy and extra person, something that I adore about her, so she decided that during the reception she'd step out of her detachable tulle skirt and reveal the underlying mermaid gown in a dramatic fashion in front of the guests. It was very on brand for her to decide that she was going to do something dramatic with the costume change, and I was fully in support of this idea. We tried to brainstorm reveal ideas together, and she came up with one that was very risky, but as dramatic and sensational as Katie herself. She wanted me to accidentally spill wine all over her skirt and act panicked and horrified by my own clumsiness, while she'd act like she's very mad at me, and when the commotion it would cause is at its peak until she'll unsnap her tulle skirt and let it fall to reveal the inner reception dress. I was skeptical at first, but I finally agreed because this is a very Katie thing to do, and I didn't want to stifle her dramaticism. The day of her wedding came by, and the moment of the costume change arrived. I spilled the wine on her skirt. It wasn't a lot, but it was a substantial amount. As predicted, there was a hurried commotion to help out the bride, and we did our part with the acting. People were convinced, and I'd assumed Katie wouldn't drag out the acting a bit more than a few seconds. But she seemed intent on fully selling the act, so I started to worry and touched the buckle on the back to tell her she should remove it now, which she did, but it was too late. A good amount of wine had already seeped through and stained the dress. It was a cringy moment, to be honest, since the reveal was a total fail, and to make things worse, the groom's friends started laughing at her and Katie was very upset. I tried to console her the best I can, and even mentioned this would be a funny story for family dinners and my maid of honor speech, and I honestly thought that she'd gotten over it since she had fun that night. But 2 weeks later, Katie is still mad at me. I thought we talked it out before she left for her honeymoon, but nope. She's still mad and wants an apology. I told her this was essentially her fault, not mine, and won't be taking responsibility for it since this was her idea and her doing that caused the wine to seep through. She got frustrated with me and said I was being a horrible friend, and apparently all of Katie's family agreed.